Boom! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Here we go with Bassmaster Live, and here we go dipping down into the Sunshine State of Florida. One more time, 2 weeks in a row. Last week we started the season on the St. Johns River, and it would be John Cruz, the veteran, notching his second Elite Series win, wire to wire.
Looking for 15 pounds, 14 ounces, 17 pounds and an ounce! 17-1 with 75 pounds, 4 ounces. John Cruz is a two-time Bassmaster Elite Series champion.
On a challenging St. Johns River. Yes, wire to wire for John Cruz, but not without a lot of ups and downs, blowout days, and days where he had to make a comeback. All in all, a great tournament. We certainly enjoyed that. We love getting the season underway again here in 2022, but let's make the move upstream in Florida terms by going south on the Ocklawaha River down to this complex right here, the Harris Chain of Lakes. 8 of them by our count, and Mark Zona, first time here for the Elite since 2011, but a lot of Bassmaster history here.
Yeah, Tommy Sanders, it's been a long time since we've been at the Harris Chain, but every time we show up, whether it's the St. Johns River or the Harris Chain, these bodies of water definitely show up for us on the Bassmaster Elite Series. See your takeoff there in Leesburg, Florida. And Tommy Sanders, a much different playing field this time around compared to last week at the St. John's. A lot of vegetation, and we will kind of break down all of those lakes throughout day number 1.
That was a scene a little bit earlier today at the Venetian Gardens, the traditional customary launch place for these events for the Bassmasters in Leesburg, Florida. That's on the Harris Lake, and of course we can connect to all of the lakes. They're all available to these anglers this time around. There's your rules of the game. 94 pros, just like last week, fishing for a couple of days. We make a cut after day 2 to 47, and after day 3, only 10 will pass on to Championship Sunday, the heaviest 4-day wait is going to mark your winner of the second blue trophy of the season for these guys. Great lineup out there. So many great hands at this. Florida fishing, though, is a different animal, Z.
It absolutely is, Tommy, and the really good thing that we have this week, unlike last week when we were up near Palatka, Florida, we have had a couple warm nights coming into this tournament. Don't get me wrong. A lot of these anglers said they did not see a ton of those giant Harris Chain bass coming shallow. It could be, and I say that loosely, a perfect storm for a wave to come in actually during this event.
Well, one fact that supports that is the fact that it's going to be the warmest day of the week today. Today is the warmest day, up in the 80s. Let's check in now. We'll be with this man all day long, our winner from last week at the St. John's, John Cruz.
Come in. There's one. There's one. Good one to you. Oh gosh. Get in here, little baby. That'll work. Choked it. Choked it, baby. Number 1. On the board. It's a 2 something. Look at that, you got a black spot right on his tail. That's cool. These bass. Who would have known?
Pretty much universal acclaim for that effort that John Cruz put forward last week on the St. John Z. You mentioned it many times. Fishing just about flawlessly.
Yeah, and really it was really strange looking at that first catch. Everybody thinking this is going to be a sight fishing, shallow water beatdown. The very first catch on live today, fishing offshore in yes. But really getting to talk to John Cruz about his tournament last week. He has a very same but different approach. He said, I'm going to start offshore near the Banana Cove area. That's kind of a little bit of a community hole that we're seeing John Cruz start in today. He said, I'm going to start offshore, try to catch, just a solid 5 bass limit, and then go looking as the day warms up. And really looking at John Cruz's week. Got to talk to him a little bit yesterday and the day before, and he did finally admit it. He said, No, I did fish a flawless tournament up on the St. John's.
Great scenes. Going to be great memories for one John Cruz for sure that week, special week on the St. John's River. Back out to Cruz live.
All right, here we are. Another beautiful day on the water out here fishing. We are definitely in a community type area. There's a lot of people out here, but yeah, the wind was amazing last week. A lot of emotions, obviously, but it's, you know, I haven't been able to really focus on it. Been talking a lot about it, interviews and so forth. But out here, you know, I've just got to transition right into how to catch them here. I'm on Harris today in a basically the only productive patch of hydrilla on the lake, I believe, and everybody in the field, it looks like has found it. There's, I don't know, 15 tournament boats, a dozen tournament boats just right here alone. I mean, all the water we have to fish, and this is where everybody starts, but that's what happens. We got lucky and had a one about 2 1/4 to start with, which is good. And we're just gonna try to bounce around and fish the moment and see what happens. It's already warming up. I like that, I like it warm. But there doesn't seem to be a ton of fish moving up on beds. I was really predicting, you know, a big wave of fish moving up on beds. I haven't seen it. There are some up on beds for sure. And I'm sure you'll hear of guys rolling into some areas today and say, oh, I saw a couple bucks in there, you know, in practice, and I rolled in there and there was an 8 and a 4 or something like that. So hopefully I'm one of them dudes. Hopefully I'm one of those dudes. I'm gonna give it sure enough, give it a shot today on a couple areas to see if we can find some betters. But I'm gonna beat around out here for the first couple hours and see if we can pick up a few more, or see if we can find some key little spots, pick a few off, and maybe get lucky and get a good one out here.
We hear John Cruz talk about that community hole in Harris. A lot of Harris has been really devastated with weed spraying, and that little section that he's in right there, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of grass in some of the other lakes, but in Harris, that stretch that John Cruz is on, the reason there's so many boats condensed into that area, it's really the only live stretch that you could find right now on Big Harris.
Tommy, John Cruz nailed it as well. About 16 tournament boats on our Bass Track map, with 5 of the current top 10. It's early on day one, but 5 of our current top 10 are residing in that top corner of Harris.
Wow.
One event down and 8 more to go. Nine events this season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Of course, it is a points race. Very, very important. The Skeeter Angler of the Year. Watch John Cruz, of course, the man on top with the maximum points there. Old Bob Downey. Now even I'm calling him Old Bob Downey now. John Cox made a big run on day number 3 of that tournament. David Mullins, Austin Felix, former Rookie of the Year, Patrick Walters, Stetson Blaylock, Drew Cook, and Micah Frazier. Everybody wants to hold on to that spot throughout the season. Depends on whether it makes a difference whether you qualify for the Classic and you shoot for that very, very vaunted title of Skeeter Angler of the Year.
A very, very interesting top 10 right there. Keep your eye on John Cox today. We have a camera with him. Starting on a 10-pounder, he said, that was more than willing to bite late yesterday in practice. He said, nobody beats John Cox to it. It'll be fireworks early, but a little bit of a run for Cox here on day number 1 to get to that area. We'll talk about that shortly.
Where's one? Decent fish. Ding 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 dong dong. No, I thought it was bigger than that. It's a keeper though. Keeper. Little Ned bomb did the trick on a 1.5 pounder. Look how white it is. Look how white that is.
Like a crappie.
Yeah, it's a white bass. Not a white bass. It's a bass, but it's white. So appropriately so, I should put the white cull tag on it. Yeah, he's maybe a 1.5 pounds. Fish number 2. not a bad little start. That was the first cast with the old Ned bomb. My guess is these fish.
A lot of optimism in that boat. Who wouldn't feel bolstered, confidence up for John Cruz? That's the way you start your season. There's the mode of travel through this miles and miles network of canals.
Yeah, and really a lot of the anglers that we're covering today, whether it's Drew Benton, John Cox, Scott Martin, making the run at least down towards Apopka, you're looking at about an hour run. And the only issue, really, if you're going to go into Apopka itself, Lake Apopka, the problem with that is the lock to get into Apopka can only hold 3 boats. And if you're a guy like Scott Martin, where you're down in the 80s, let's just say 20 boats decide to go to Apopka, that is a time-consuming proposition, not just only to get there, but to get through that lock. You know, if you're kind of last in line, it's going to take about another half hour minimum for that proposition to get in Apopka. But if you talk to a lot of these guys that, whether they fish here, we got to talk to Tim Frederick, who has won tons of tournaments here, one of the local hot shots. A lot of the anglers will tell you, and Ronnie talked about this last week going off of our college tournament, Beauclair, Dora, Apopka, it seems right now just a way better average size bass.
That is the deal, though, to get to those 2 or 3 lakes that are smaller and maybe have better quality or fish that are biting. You do have to go through the Dead River to get to Eustis. You have to go from Eustis through the Dora Canal to get to Dora. Obviously, you have to go to the east end of Dora to get to Beauclair. And Z, for those guys getting through that lock in Apopka, I mean, it's still going to take them 15 to 20 minutes at most to get to a spot within Apopka. Apopka is the biggest one of all of these lakes, so they could be going across the lake as well.
Yeah, and like we said, though, Apopka, a lot of the folks that we talk to in this tournament that are not in this tournament feel that your blind sight fishing gig, you know, pitching reeds, pitching pads, Apopka has a lot of offshore grass too. A lot of folks think that this can be dominated in Apopka if an angler can execute on all his bites. They're one of those anglers that is living and dying in there today will be Scott Martin.
We've had about 20 guys get on Bass Track with a fish catch. David Mullins, our first one with a limit, he caught it in about 5 minutes. We got a couple big ones tied out in 4.5 pounder. And Jay Ellis, the biggest of the morning, 5 pounds, 14 ounces.
Jay Ellis, former Classic champ, had a good tournament last week on St. John's. Look at John Cruz. He's been fishing for a long time while a lot of these guys are still running.
A lot of the guys moved right past where the fish are, which is cool. I moved because I knew this hole was here. I'm going to fish all around the edge of this thing and then get back to where I think them fish are. The majority of them that out there where I caught that first one, nobody's out there now. Everybody's moved around, moved off of it. A lot of times that happens in these community areas. Guys will come in and go right to it and make like 10 casts and be all jacked up on Mountain Dew. First thing in the morning, they get like 2 Black Rifle coffees in them, and then they're out there, and then they just, you know, just run around. Just got to take your time, be all right.
If you're just tuning in to Bassmaster Live, love to show that map of this little area, Banana Cove. Just how many boats John Cruz is talking about right there. It is a circus.
Let's take a look at our TH Marine Weather Watch. Last week it was post-frontal, textbook post-frontal, cooler nights for the most part, but look at the high today. 85 degrees. This will be the warmest day of the week. Low of 66 tonight, so pretty warm, different from last week, Steve.
Very, very warm, Tommy Sanders, and looking at where we're going into the weekend, your TH Marine Weather Report, the main thing really to watch is yeah, it's the perfect storm with temperatures at night and during the day, but I saw an article with Shea Baker, and he nailed it on Bassmaster.com. The biggest problem really with this tournament so far is the wind. Guys that want to sight fish, yeah, you can get in the man-made canals, a lot of the canals in between the lakes and sight fish, but a lot of those main lake spawners, you are not going to be able to see them. We're going to have winds really for the most of the part, all week long between, say, 8 and 20 miles per hour, kind of eliminating that main lake sight fishing in this tournament.
I'm live in it, live and direct. I'll just keep talking. I'll ramble. I'll just ramble on. 'Cause I like rambling. As long as we keep getting bit, it'll be good. And some grasses there. A little salad shooter. Come on. The color's called Hillbilly Magic. That's one of my favorite names in life. Straight up Hillbilly Magic.
Let's move off of Harris Lake. Up to a man who already won here in the state of Florida.
One of our 2 Bassmaster winners at the pro level, whether it's the Opens or the Elite Series. These 2 guys took both our titles the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. Benton and Lester up on Kissimmee.
Yeah. Taking a look at Brandon Lester right there, also fishing offshore, but doing that in Dora. You're going to hear a lot of real key areas on these offshore spots, whether the little shell bars mixed with eelgrass. Brandon Lester said that exact spot he's on right there, throwing a Carolina rig, said he caught a big bag in an open years past. But a lot like John Cruz, starting offshore, and said he'll make his way shallow after that.
The one thing that's interesting about the Harris chain when it comes to our elite field, a lot of our destinations are places we've gone on the Elite Series, and maybe the veterans have an upper hand over the rookies or the new guys to the elites. But the Harris chain is a little bit of the opposite with how frequent we've been there with the Opens and how we haven't been there for the elites in over a decade. A lot of our new guys have 3 or 4 pro-level tournaments under their belt this time of year on this body of water compared to our elites who, like Jason Christie's, fished for over a decade as a pro and never been here in his life.
You know, and really, if you go, I was thinking about this. Tommy and I covered the tournament.
Bank and started spawning is what they're doing.
All the tournaments that we've covered here for the Bassmasters is almost every one of our great sight fishermen on the Elite Series said they do not think that this will be one sight fishing. If you remember back when Shaw Grigsby won, he had a great day 1 and a great day 2. And then like every sight fishing tournament that we've ever covered, it kind of fizzles out near the end of it. This may be one of those weird ones that kind of goes in reverse where a lot more fish lock on through the tournament. Because there's a lot of our anglers that were stunned how perfect the weather is and the lack of big females that were up shallow all the way throughout. A lot of our anglers said there was way more fish spawning Monday when it was colder compared to now.
And obviously it's worth mentioning Wednesday was the full moon, I guess the peak of it. So the first couple of days of practice were the lead up to a complete full moon, and now these next few days will be the immediate days after a full moon. But this warmer weather consistent, this will be the first week of solidly warm weather consistently, especially at nights, that they've had in a month and a half here.
Well, I think exactly. I think Cruz nailed it. Brandon Lester said there are so many small little 12 to 14 inch males. A big wave of females has to move up. There's too many males. And Cruz said, I think a lot of people are going to kind of just fall upon one of those waves that maybe they didn't see in practice. Getting out to Drew Benton live right
42 minutes. Idle zones and all. And we just made first 8 or 10 casts. Top water in here. Close to my first one. Up there on bed, and I throw it up there in a bush. I'm excited. Golly. I like to stay off of them and just kind of blind fish for them. To start with, especially with the sun not out, you can't see what's going on.
Drew Benton, the Rookie of the Year, hard to believe, almost 7 years ago. Did not perform up to his standards last week at the St. John's. Needs to notch a big finish here.
See that? Something waked up there. That's about where she's at.
My eyes are bad, but not quite that bad. If you hook Shamu, you want to make sure that all your sunline's not dinged up. Tie a little San Diego jam on there. And then pull your tag in back through the hook eye. Then tie your drop shot way down there. Got 8-pound sunline sniper leader.
John Cruz putting some good poundage in the boat last week on the St. John's with a drop shot rig. Ready to go. I guess Florida deep is different from deep, but that's what he's looking at right now. There's your leaderboard. These are unofficial weights, and David Mullins of Tennessee on top with a good margin there. Early limit for David Mullins. Tyler Rivette from Louisiana. He's one of a lot of people picking to do very well here. Jay Yellis, the veteran, former Classic champ. Jake Whitaker, former college national champion. And Todd Auten with a big fish already today. We're just getting started on the Harris chain.
The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Hey guys, Justin Atkins here. We just got done at the St. Johns River. Looking forward to the Harris chain. It's the middle of Florida, it's warming up, so I really expect a lot of spawning fish to play. And two baits that I'm gonna use when I'm looking for spawning fish. The first one is gonna be a Berkeley chiggerbug. When they're on the bed, this bait catches them, it's great. You know, it just imitates crawfish. It's small and compact, so you can get a big hook, whether you wanna use a straight shank or like a 4/0 heavy EWG. Either way does really good. That's by far my #1 favorite bait to sight fish with. The next thing is gonna be if I'm gonna be throwing around pads or any kind of targets before I get up there and look, I'm gonna throw a Berkeley spin rocket. It has plastic blades on it. It makes a different sound, and it is absolutely the best prop bait I've ever thrown. The bites that you get on this thing are just explosive and awesome. You can cast it a long ways, and with these props on it, it's actually really weedless. And so I'm gonna be utilizing that a lot. And then the last thing I'm gonna look for at the Harris chain a lot of is shell beds offshore. You're gonna have pre-spawn and post-spawn fish there, and getting a reaction bite out of them is critical. And so I'm gonna use a Berkeley War Pig. The way this bait's weighted, it gets down good and it stays down on the bottom. You can really work it through those shell beds good. And like I said, you'll have fish that are pre and post-spawn setting up on those kind of deals. So Harris chain's gonna be all about the spawn, just which phase of the fish you wanna fish for. And I'm looking forward to getting there next week. Maybe we can catch some big bass.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures. Let's get right to it. Our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Exactly, Tommy Sanders, and I'll give you a war pig. How about your Unlock the Lake here, presented by a Humminbird Harris chain of lakes. And really, there are a bunch of lakes in this chain. Griffin, Harris, Little Lake Harris, Eustis, Dora, Beauclair, Carlton, and Apopka. And you could see our anglers are definitely spread out on this system, but really not only the lakes. We're seeing the lakes play a little bit this morning. A lot of anglers starting offshore trying to catch their limit. Then I think you'll see a lot of those exact same anglers work up shallow. But really, it's the man-made canal. Wow, it is a party going on in Banana Cove, Tommy Sanders. In fact, some of your leaders in that area. But look for a lot of the man-made canals and the canals in between these lakes to be a big player today. That is your Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Excellent, excellent view of what's going on out. This place looks nothing like anywhere else we ever fish. It's a real pleasure to be able to go here. Into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. Of course, we've been talking to Mark Zona in the studios now. Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukon. Ronnie Moore, if this is not your home stomping grounds, it's right next door to it. I mean, are we going to see someone fish each one of these lakes today?
I think we will see, you know, anglers in each lake, whether they're on live or not will be determined. But yes, this is pretty much my stomping grounds. My mom grew up about 15 minutes from the lake. She grew up on not far from Dora. I grew up about an hour east of there. So I love the Harris Chain. I'm very excited to be here because this lake has been on such an upswing the last 4 to 5 years. We've seen big fish, not only shallow. Used to be when you come to Florida, you want to catch them sight fishing exclusively, but Harris Chain provides that offshore opportunity, and it's one of the best lakes in the state. It's probably one of the best lakes in the country right now.
Such 11 years since we've been here. What do we need to be updated on about the Harris Chain?
I think there's bigger fish coming in here. The events we've had 30-pound bags in the opens, the college events. We've had 36 pounds, 7 ounces in the college class, and a 10-pounder. I want to see a 10-pounder this week.
Well, those kids from Kentucky, Christian, hats off to them, huh?
Yeah, it's 36 pounds, 7 ounces on the final day of the college event last month. Set the all-time record for college series. I think it set the 2-day record off, obviously, as well, 61-plus pounds. And we did have a college championship here at the fall of 2020, 84 pounds for 3 days. That's bigger than any opens weight we've ever had, including the one on Kissimmee that Gerald Swindle won.
Let's look at our unofficial leaderboard. Early on in this day one action, day one of 4 days, and David Mullins with the early limit in the boat on top with a good margin right there. Jake Whitaker popping from, well, the last time we checked, he was in 10th place. He is definitely on the move today, so let's get out to David Mullins. No time like the present to talk to the man from Tennessee. David Mullins, our B&W Trailer Hitches live on the line. And David, thanks for letting us intrude for just a quick moment here. How important is it to get that good limit in the boat fast?
Oh, I like getting a good limit in the boat. It's been a great morning. We've already called about 10 times. A lot of these are the same size, but you know, it helps your confidence. You can take some more risk at the day if you want to go look for a big one and just, you know, I've already got a decent bag in the boat, and it helps me especially calm your mind down a little bit to get a fresh start.
David, if you can kind of walk through coming into this tournament, obviously with the conditions that we have, perfect for sight fishing, except for a little bit of that wind. Is your game plan to make, you know, just catch a solid bag offshore and then go look the rest of the day?
I mean, I've got another place like this one in a different lake, and I'm going to go try, and it had big ones on it. I just did not want to take the risk of going over there and not having something in the boat. But you know, if I get up to 20, then I'm going to go looking. And it's funny, you know, the conditions are perfect right now for sight fishing, but for some reason, a lot of them just are not up there. I don't know if they went last week and a lot of them are done, but they should be up there right now with the full moon and everything. But it's just, for me, you know, I don't have eyes like Drew Benton, but I didn't see a lot of females up. Saw a lot of males, so that tells me they've either win or there's a lot coming. So, you know, I think throughout the tournament you got to keep that honest. Just like what Cox did last week. He kept it honest, caught 31 pounds the third day of the tournament. And that's what you've got to do.
Going to be 85 degrees today, David. Could that spark something big? Could that turn things around with regard to those big ones coming up shallow?
Yeah, I think they're going to move. There's going to be more fish coming in. I think. You know, it's fishing. You never know until it happens. But I think there's going to be more fish pulling up and more fish going in. So this spot here, I've actually got a school here. Like I said, I've already called 10 times this morning, but different than the rest of everybody just fishing around. This is an actual school, and I found it in practice and caught one. Next cast caught 2 on the same cast, and then I pulled up this morning. It was, you know, lights out, pretty good. Not a lot of big ones, but we've got 2 really nice ones in there and lost to 3.5. But I don't know if these fish are going to move or there's more going to, you know, replenish them. I'm not sure, but there's so many boats in here, I can't save it, so I got to catch what I can catch right here.
B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with David Mullins. Big week last week, obviously starting on the right foot here. Could you describe what does that bottom, what makes a key offshore spot here on Harris?
I mean, and I have no experience in Harris, so I'm not sure what they look like. This particular deal here is like, you've got the main grass line, and a lot of this has been sprayed, just like St. John's. A lot of this has been killed and sprayed, so they don't have much left. But what you've got is a main grass line, and you've got just a little kick out, almost like an underwater point. and that's where these fish have decided to, really stack up. And we pretty much depleted them already. But for a while, we was catching them every cast for about 30 minutes. So I'm going to go, explore more of this area if I can. I mean, you can see around. There's at least 20 other elite guys in here, and there's not much room. But I'm going to try to explore the best I can to see if I can find another spot close to this.
David, thank you very much. Congratulations. Great start. David Mullins, as you mentioned, good tournament last week for him.
Mullins.
And, Mullins. Yeah,
David Mullins.
Talking about no experience here, apparently that's not been a hindrance so far. A good early start for the man from Tennessee, up in the mountains.
There he is. Big guy. He ain't much, but I think he's a keeper. We got us one. He's a giant. Good morning, everybody. Yep. They'll get bigger.
This is a place that Lester seemingly jives with as well. The Kissimmee chain, Harris chain,
first time he bit it,
St. John's River, but Lester's got a top 5 here as well from the opens and has done so with the Carolina rig. Something that
they don't get it good that first time.
See play.
28th at St. John's last week. Yeah, for Brandon Lester. Drew Benton. Not nearly that good, but he's good so far today. 30th place early on.
Number 1.
Drew Benton, actually one of those anglers that said, yes, I do have a lot of 4-pound fish locked on, but not a lot bigger than that.
Which I think is going to be the case in a lot of these. We're going to be fishing for new ones, I feel like, all day. But we got a fish smell on our hands.
Nice job, man. In the mouth, all fish caught sight fishing, visually looking at a bass. They have to be caught inside the mouth. That one was, you could tell the way he unhooked it. You'll hear a lot of anglers verbalize kind of a confirmation to their camera, like in the mouth, showing us and whatnot.
Yeah, yep.
Last week, Brandon Lester had a situation where he was sight fishing a big one at the St. John's River and felt it bite, set the hook, and it had flared its gills at the bait to kind of, that's how they either blow it off the bed or they intimidate whatever actual creature's there. When it did that, the water sucked it in through the back of the gills. He hooked it inside the mouth, but not through the entrance of the mouth. And
that's not the right portal.
Had to throw that one back, yes. John Cruz hooked up.
They pull. Smaller. Oh, he's a little better than I thought he was. That'll work. That will work. Hillbilly magic, son. Hillbilly magic.
Good keeper right there for Cruz.
That's a little chunky right there. I'll take it.
Definitely going to see your mid-range weights a lot better in this tournament compared to the St. John's that was very, very top-heavy. And it is predicted that this will be a top-heavy one, but I think you're going to see a lot better stringers from, say, 20th to 50th this time around. From there, going to get back down to John Cox, checking in with him for the first time, Bassmaster Live.
All right, guys, we just got back here. I'm pretty sure there's someone in front of us. They probably went straight back to that great big one because the canal was kind of muddy. So we're making a stop here on this one here just to see if we can't just catch her really quick, and then we'll get back there and see. I mean,
John Cox did say that he does have a 10-pounder locked on in this canal, but was worried he would not get to it first. His exact words were, it was big, Tommy, and it was dumb.
Ideal.
We will
I don't know
possibly
where all the
know.
leaves are. We kind of crashed into a tree coming in here. I was getting my generals out of the package. I wasn't paying attention.
Unless John hears him yelling, we will know there's a 10-pounder caught in front of him before he does, based on Bass Track, or at least one that maybe it's estimated close to that, but may have some yelling and screaming if that's the case.
I'm wondering if someone in the field actually catches a 10-pounder, if they're going to enter it as a 10-pounder.
Probably it's going to be like a 9-13. We'll call that the rest of the day.
Brandon Cobb's Phoenix Boats Big Bass last week, he entered as a 9, and it ended up being 9-13.
Yeah. Which, hey, on a fish that big, I'll give you 3/4 of a pound skew. That's fine. That's
Lester
as accurate as you can
in.
be without weighing it.
Margin of error, you mean?
Told you they moved up to the bank, didn't I?
Lester.
Well, it did not take long for Brandon Lester to switch gears from fishing offshore.
It's a little bit better.
So many fishermen feel the way you see Brandon Lester fishing, kind of blind sight fishing. A lot of the reeds, lily pads, arrowheads, a little bit of that dirtier water as you get throughout this chain. A lot of folks thinking that that is the way that this tournament will get won.
2 of the 4 pictures in this 4 box here are people fishing in canals, and bass fishing fans will think back of all the famous images. Seems like half of them from the Harris chain. A lot of those big fish come from canals. What are the pluses and minuses of canal fishing?
Well, the pluses are they live in there. The minus is it get, any of the canals get a lot of attention. But what makes a canal good is, it just bass fishing 101. This time of year, you need a certain bottom. You need a hard bottom for these fish to spawn in. Well, any man-made canal is going to have exactly that, Tommy. It's going to have a hard bottom, whether it's around the seawalls or an area like you see Drew Benton fishing with a lot of lily pads, lily pad stalks that they'll spawn on. But if you go off of history here on the on the Harris chain, that man, they even though they get a ton of pressure, they hold up to it. But there are a lot of anglers in this field that will play that game, a John Cox, a Drew Benton, but there are also a lot of anglers that will not get involved in that merry-go-round.
Well, our merry-go-round is up at full speed so far today, seeing a lot of fish catches coming across in all sorts of different locations we saw on the map from all sorts of different degrees of company. So we'll check in and make some more company when we come back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Stop number 2 for 2022 on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Some of the action we have seen this morning from the Harris chain of lakes, this unique complex of lakes, canals, rivers, and so forth here. And the catching is moving right along. Almost half the field in the first hour of fishing has put a keeper or more in the boat.
Yeah, and I think the one interesting thing is listening to Drew Benton say, I think we're going to be fishing for a lot of bass that are definitely still coming up. And that's the one thing we'll watch with perfect weather conditions is one of those massive waves coming shallow. Back out in the boat right now with Brandon Lester. Started offshore, getting up shallower. 2 keepers in his live well.
Big one. Stay on, baby. Dude, I mean a giant. Dude, that's a freaking 8-pounder. Gosh. Yes. Welcome to Florida. Boom. Thank you, Lord. Yes. God, I set the hook and it was like, God, look how pretty that fish is. Yes. I don't know about 8, but she's 7.
Big one right there for Brandon Lester. I'm going to say it's a little depressing that it took almost an hour to catch a bass that size here off there.
Well, it is what it is.
What's very
Good one
cool
right there. And go ahead, Ronnie.
Well, what's very cool about this tournament is that we're going to see 7-pounders get caught sight fishing. We're going to see 7-pounders get caught just flipping. We'll see 7-pounders get caught offshore. So there's a lot of ways to catch big ones here. It's not just a one-trick pony thing for the Harris chain.
Yeah, but really cannot stress this enough, whether it's reeds like that. Oh, man.
It's happening. Gosh, that is so cool. Gotta be quiet. There's somebody close by.
Good one for Brandon Lester. A lot of folks think that's how this tournament will be won. Exactly what he's doing. Not sight fishing, but no doubt about it, those fish are set up to spawn.
4 fish in the boat, and he's your new leader, Brandon Lester. He's already won in the state of Florida this month.
Yeah, it's nice to set the hook, Tommy, twice in a row, 2 casts in a row, and have over 10 pounds added to your total. That's always a good thing.
Well,
let's get back to John Cruz. Champion from last week on the St. Johns River, his second Bassmaster Elite Series title. Got off to a pretty good start today. That last keeper was pretty solid.
Yeah. And he did. He talked about his St. John's win all week. He had 10 to 12 interviews while out on the water on the Harris chain practicing this week. So he definitely was a little distracted, but tried to stay focused.
Chatterbait was calling my name. Feels like a good one, too. Dang. Yeah. That'll work. Chatterbait was calling my name. Said, John, throw me. If that will work right there. 3 something. Yeah, boy. Get in there with your friends.
4th keeper for John Cruz, moves him up into the top 10 early on day number 1. Let's take a look at his catches. We've seen them all today.
Exactly, and kind of mixing it up a little bit. And the one thing you could tell on the Harris chain right now, at least, it's a pick your poison. Whether you want to fish offshore, get up shallow and sight fish, kind of blind sight fish, pitching reeds. John Cruz starting offshore, as he said, at a very, very big community hole. You can see a lot of competitors in the background, and kind of watching the names of the anglers fishing around Cruz. Seems like everybody's sort of catching them. Seems like an area that you could squat in all day and keep yourself in the mix.
That'll work.
Good start for John Cruz.
And this is kind of an area, Z, that you would love to save if it was 3 or 4 boats work together and get out of there at a certain point. But with 15 to 20 boats, I feel like a lot of they're going to burn it down today. This is going to get them the weight they need to make the cut tomorrow, and then or get close to it. You know.
Yeah, but with the lack of grass in Harris itself, some of the other lakes are in a little bit better situation with offshore grass, but that area that they're in right there should still reload, after today, but it's going to get a pretty good throttle in here on day number 1. Tommy, you'll like this. Got to talk to John Cox about the final day. We did not have any cell service with John Cox, and John's an interesting fella, isn't he? He really is.
He is.
He is.
Got a different way of doing things.
He does. Very simple. Does not, it's not just kind of seat of his pants fishing, but he said, man, I'm really good. I'm really glad that my camera didn't work on live the final day. And man, I'm like everybody that watches Bassmaster live. We thought he had a good shot to win last week. And he said, oh, I did. I had everything on that would have won, and I lost every one of them.
Oh, my gosh. He moves on, though. He's not going to dwell on that at all. He's not a fussy guy.
And I've been lucky to fish with John, several times, and taping a show with John is, man, there's no magic Pandora's box with him. He keeps it very, very simple, a very, very limited amount of shallow waters that he uses, a swimming worm, throws a lot of topwater frogs, but a limited amount of tackle that he does this with. But the thing that I think benefits Cox, and we talked about this last year, Tommy, he does not have that internal voice saying, man, I need to go offshore, where John Cruz and guys like David Mullins. He is going to root around like a possum if there is one single bass up shallow.
Gotta like that. Takes all kinds, and you need some guys like that out here.
Yes.
Absolutely. Still looking for his first keeper today, though. John Cox, notorious. He gets up shallow, can load the boat in a matter of minutes. Now, let's move not too far away. Find Jake Whitaker, B&W Trailer Hitches, live on the line with the former college national champion. Jake Whitaker having a fantastic morning. Tell us about it, Jake.
Man, if I had words to explain it, I don't know that I can come up with them. It's been a really blessed morning so far. It's, as you can tell out in front of the camera, it's a big community hole. There's lots of fish here, but I've been blessed with a couple really good bites so far. And hey, a couple more good bites and we're going to be about where we need to be for today. But we're just milling around out here with everybody else trying to catch a few.
Young Jake Whitaker, very excited after the Rams victory. You were texting like a mad dog on Sunday, and I couldn't even respond. I was still mad about the outcome of that game. Jake, if you can talk about that community hole, and is this something that can it reload and pay off early tomorrow, going maybe into the weekend, or is it going to burn down?
I don't know. With as many boats as in here right now, it's possible that it's going to burn up, but I mean, this is just a fantastic area. It's full of grass. One of the only places on Harris right now that's got grass. There's places where they can come up and spawn. The first fish I actually caught this morning was actually a post spawn. It's a big female post spawner. And the second big one I caught is big pre-spawners. I mean, these fish are just moving in and out of this place. There's a ton of fish in this area. So, I mean, who knows? It could last. But, with this amount of boat, I barely moved probably 50 yards kind of back and forth in a little stretch I found. And I've caught all of them right here. So, I mean, as bad as it looks is with the amount of boats that are out here, there's a lot of water that just goes untouched. That, you just got to mill around and fish and hope that you can run into a couple of those big ones.
Jake, everybody thinks that all the bass spawn along the bank on bodies of water throughout the entire country. Do you think fish, like in an area like this, actually spawn on that hard bottom out there?
It's very possible. The water is not gin clear right here, but it's clean enough to where I think that they could actually spawn in some of these hard spots, holes in the grass and stuff. But with that being said, all around the banks around here, it's just lined with lily pads and reeds, so it's very easy for them to just go 100 yards to the bank, spawn, and be done, and come right back out here. So there's a lot of bait, and it's just the perfect habitat right now.
Jake, your buddy Ronnie Moore was expressing a theory he has to us. The guys of your generation, lots of college experience, may have more Harris chain experience than a lot of the elite standby guys who have been out here for 10, 15 years. We've been here with the elites for 11 years. So is that legit?
Tommy, this is my 4th day ever seeing this place. So I have nothing. So I pretty much practiced on the Harris Lake. I didn't want to spread myself out. There's so much water to fish on this place, and a lot of it just looks so good, and it is good. But I didn't want to be running around. There was one point in practice where I just got to running around. I'm like, hey, stop, go find an area and fish, and just see if you can get a bite. I never caught a big one in practice. So, this is by far the best day that I've had in 4 days. So I'll take it.
Jake, you made the comment that you're 2 bites away from being where you want to be. What do you think you have, and where is that weight as far as where you want to be today?
Anytime you're in Florida this time of year, 20 pounds is, it probably won't even be leading, but, if you can get up towards that 18 to 20 pound mark, I think you'd be in good shape for day 2. But I think I've got, I don't know, maybe 15 and a half. I just made a small cull right before y'all called. But, those fish, I've got one in there that's probably 2 pounds and one that's 2.5. The rest are 3.5 and bigger. So we'll see.
Jake, great job. Thanks for visiting with us there. Great job this morning by Jake Whitaker. He says a couple more. He'll be right where he needs to be. As you pointed out, Mark Zona still running on fumes from that Rams victory. No, that's not right.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not
yes,
right.
It is,
Brandon
Tommy.
Lester, he's right. Brandon Lester and Jake Whitaker, look at that little battle at the top of the leaderboard. That will rage on for possibly another couple of minutes here before someone else joins the fray.
Brandon
David Mullins
joined it.
And we have about 4 classic victories represented in our top 10 as well, dating back 45 years. A limit for Rick Clunn as we move on.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Thanks for sliding on in with us, Bassmaster Live, and of course the canals and rivers, that's how you get around here. You can't go unencumbered, Mark Zona. There are locks to deal with, and there's our Florida fishing fave, Scott Martin, among the many anglers just sitting and waiting.
Yes, we have a Bassmaster Live camera with Scott Martin, and that's the problem. That lock to get you into Apopka only can contain about 3 boats, and Scott Martin was low in our boat number takeoff order. I think he was down around 80, so he is killing a lot of time from there. We're going to get to the top end of Griffin with Gerald Swindle, who said he will absolutely not get in that Canal game. Sight fishing behind people. Gerald Swindle fishing offshore. Had a good practice right here. A lot of eel grass, 3 to 5 foot flats in the mouth of the river system.
Hooked up pretty big one. Stay down, stay down, stay down. One hook, one hook, one hook. We got this, baby. Drag down. Walk him around. And one hook. Still a little hot, still a little hot. Got him. Got him. So we coming to the Harris Chain to catch some bass, didn't we? We run to Griffin. We put our end of the drive. We're gonna take something back with us, boys. The pimp went a lip coming to haul the mail today. Let's get this party started. I know they're out here, man. telling you, I thought all along very well could be the winning spot out here. It could get better every day. What I like about it is it ain't fast and furious. You got to work it. And I'm all about the work, baby.
Gerald Swindle, first keeper of the day for the two-time Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Here's another former Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Davey Hite. And Davey, have you seen enough yet to have any opinion about what's going to break loose today and what's not going to happen?
Well, I don't know about what's not going to happen, but what I have seen just in an hour and a half out here this morning is there's a lot of different varieties of ways that guys are fishing. I'm back in a Canal now, and we've got Stetson Blaylock, Shane LaHue, Brandon Cobb, Hamner, and Davis. There's about 6 boats in here, and they're fishing very slowly and very methodically in these pads. But then I saw some people out, the few patches, especially like on Harris, where there's really only about one good patch of hydrilla. A lot of boats fishing around one another offshore, but then also in these canals. But it's Florida. It's like if you're not fishing around some other boats, you're usually not catching any fish. But it's going to be a great event. What has been a little surprising is I've seen some more post-spawn fish, the bigger fish, more of them have already spawned than I would have thought coming into this event.
Davey, you're looking at water temps. We haven't talked about this yet today, but it is in that witching window. You're looking at 60 to 65 degree water temp, and a lot of the guys that are notorious sight fishermen were really blown away yesterday, saying, I do not understand with how many males are up shallow that those giant typical Florida females are not there with them. What is the deal?
Yeah, Z, I don't really understand it either. It doesn't make a lot of sense. The full moon was Wednesday night. The water temperature has been rising. I just think a lot of these fish have already spawned, but you would think that the ones that are spawning on this moon would be there now. I fished the last 2 days on some lakes, at 45 minutes, an hour from here, a lot of empty beds, and then you would see little small males on those beds, very, very few females. So those males, those small males sitting there on those beds, they're waiting on those females to move up. So I'm sure we'll see some of that, but it's just really shocking that it didn't happen yesterday and today so far. But here's one thing I have noticed this morning, watching these anglers that are flipping these pads. They can't visually see the spawning fish, but they are fishing for spawners around these lily pads. Just in the last 15 minutes, Brandon Cobb caught 2 really nice fish. Shane LaHue caught a good fish. Before that, we had only seen the little small 12-inch males. So as the day progresses, maybe some of those bigger females will show up. But you're right, Z. With all those beds with those small males, they're bound to show up at some point.
Davey, for some of our beginners that maybe never have fished down in Florida or the Harris chain, a lot of these guys that are sort of blind sight fishing, flipping reed heads, flipping pads and arrowheads, a lot of them are using very, very lightweight, so their bait doesn't just poof down into the sediment. Talk about how critical a lighter weight is on a body of water like this compared to other places that we go to.
Well, a light sinker is what you want here, or even no sinker at all. A Cinco or just a weighted worm, a wacky worm without any sinker at all, or if you do, just a light sinker. The good thing about so far this morning, we don't have those stronger winds like we've had the last 2 days, and I think we'll have later today. So you can use those light sinkers or even no sinker at all, and you want to just be very, very gentle and try to make very soft presentations around the roots of those lily pads, and that's where those fish are set up. And if you make much noise with your trolling motor or put a big weight in there, those fish will spook really easy. But you have to just imagine that those fish are there on the bed even though you can't see them, and just make that real subtle approach.
Davey, thank you so much.
Fishing tender and precious, Tommy.
Yes,
tender
absolutely. Absolutely. Davey Hite, so much good experience. Florida fishing and beyond, and great to have him. He and Dave Mercer will be taking over our coverage a little bit later on this morning. We look forward to that. Here's our Humminbird bird's eye view back in the reeds.
That's just a sick Humminbird bird's eye view, Tommy Sanders. And really, those little points, man, those little points of reeds, hard bottom, and doesn't hurt to have a boat dock here and there. But that right there is a perfect look, at least your unofficial leader. Actually, second place right now.
Yeah, Jake Whitaker.
For a while.
Gonna mention Lester has our Phoenix Boats Big Bass at 612, but he's lost the lead momentarily.
Gosh, and you catch one like that, and
That's
your
a little
next
male.
pitch back in to that area could be, I'm talking about a dead. Come on, saw you then.
No.
Does not measure.
Yeah, it was. He got hung up on that reed. I couldn't tell if he was big or little or what I had going on. Well, after you catch 3 back to back to back, you know, expect something more to come up out of there, but.
Speaking of bird's eye view, Tommy Sanders, this is unofficial hummingbird bird's eye view right here. Now watch it, watch for it. Beautiful shot from our takeoff right there.
Mm-hmm.
Good drone footage, and it's kind of hooking to the right.
It's kind of going at a quick speed too.
It is.
Oh,
And there,
yeah.
that's the problem with grebes in Florida. They have bad aim, and they'll take a drone out.
That
They
was
will
an
take
osprey.
a drone out.
Oh my! That was an osprey.
not.
It's absolutely an osprey.
And look at the recovery.
Great recovery, Wes Miller right there. Sick drone cam.
Absolutely. Yeah, every time. Wasn't an owl. That's the only thing we know. Had it up to here with the owls. Let's get back out to Drew Benton. Saw Drew catch his first keeper, but that was about 30, 40 minutes ago. Let's see what he's got going now. There's
I
your
need
pads.
that pad out of the way. Still, not what we after. We'll get 5 in there and we'll swap some of them out.
Fish number 2 for Drew Benton, and you heard him make the comment that is not what he needs. And surprisingly,
and they still could pull up later in the day. I mean, but you would look in the textbook of bass fishing and say, warming trend, full moon, sign me up. Yeah.
a lot cloudier skies today than were predicted.
A thin layer.
Yeah, yeah.
That Florida haze, it's kind of a bright, cloudy situation. Obviously, Gerald Swindle, these guys are
them marks or
miles apart.
Well, I found the only Easter
Drew
egg
Benton
there.
being
I don't
close
know.
to Apopka and the Canal there, and then Gerald Swindle being 5 lakes over all the way to Griffin
tell
through
you and
another
find
lock
out.
system.
Seemingly not as much company around. He's hooked up again.
The little guy. I'm gonna measure him, but I hate to even put him in there. He makes it, but he don't He won't do much. He ain't gonna stand there long.
Yeah, we look at this a little bit of a neck, a pinch point here for travel here. Scott Martin, one of our anglers. We're going to be in the boat with him all day long, but we'd sure like to
what's going on with the lock situation.
Listen to him fish.
Well, we're locking through Apopka, and a little bit of a gamble to go down here. Obviously, the quality of the fish are pretty good, but we can only fit 3 boats at a time. So we've been timing it. It's about a 21-minute cycle. So every 21 minutes that lock's open and we can get 3 more in. Unfortunately, I was one of the last boats down here today. So I think in total there's been 5 cycles, or there's going to end up being 5 cycles. So it's cutting into a lot of time. Now, fortunately, I have 5 o'clock weigh-in, so I'm making that time up. But still, this is starting to get a little stressful. You know, it's the unknown. And here's the other part you got to factor in is coming back. How many people push it to the last minute? If you time it wrong or make a bad judgment and you get stuck out of the lock 21 minutes late, your bag's gone basically. So so that's the deal. You know, there's a lot more people today. I kind of figured it'd be 10, but I think there's more like 18 that went through. So that's a little bit more than what I was thinking. So we'll see. You know, we'll get on the other side. The weather's good. We'll just go hopefully catch 5 real quick. And if we catch 5 good ones, we're out of here.
Scott Martin dealing with that arithmetic that we've seen so many anglers have to deal with through the years. You don't need that extra aggravation, Ronnie, but sometimes it's there.
And the benefit of a bad late boat draw today, if you do still catch him with the later check-in time, is tomorrow he'll be the first one at the lock if he decides to do that once again.
Exactly.
And he'll have an hour extra in the morning, and he'll be the first guy to come back.
Yeah, there's guys on the far southern end of Lake Apopka already been fishing. Austin Felix among them.
And that's one of those things you're going to need to be out of the lock at 4 o'clock for a 5 o'clock check. You'll need to be through that system, so you'll need to get there around 3 to 3:30 to make sure you can get in the lock.
John Cruz with 4 fish hanging in there in the top 10. Your winner from last week.
Slow day so far for John Cox. A little bit surprising there, but that's been the weird dynamic in this tournament. Guys like Drew Benton and Cox, and you heard Davey talk about it, that
I'm too close to this sucker.
No real answer for why there's not a lot more big females up where these guys could see them.
I'm fishing for a little male right now. The 2 females I started on weren't here, and I made one pass down through here and looked at several other males, and they were by themselves too, so I snatched one more of them off. Got 2 right now, and we're just going to keep covering water, and hopefully we can find 1 or 2 big ones. And I said it earlier in the week, I don't think this tournament can be one sight fishing. I'm just going to kind of use it to get a start, and then I'm going to go flip some pads, some reeds later in the day. I feel like a pattern like that's what's going to win this tournament. But in practice, I just never found that. I'm going to try to get a start on these bedfish and just see how the day unfolds. You know, they could pull up here. You know, that sun pops out. I mean, the water temperature didn't get cold last night. They could still come up a little bit. At least I'm keeping the faith anyway.
A lot of the chatter leading up to this tournament, all about the wind, persistent heavy winds. We've seen a few nice smooth places like what we're witnessing right before us here. You can get out of it, at least for now.
Hey, that's a scary deal, man. I didn't even think of that, what Scott Martin was saying. Really chewing into a lot of his time. And granted, the boats will flip-flop, the order will flip-flop tomorrow, and he'll be at the front of that line. Well, man, that's a big proposition. You go in there, and Scott Martin said, man, I have potential for a really big stringer, kind of doing the same thing that we're seeing Benton and Lester do in Dora. But coming back will be a big proposition for guys that cut it close. Back over to Gerald Swindle, top end of Griffin.
Bigs. Ain't big as I thought, but we'll take it. Get my hand on it. I trapped him. He got him. I thought he's bigger than that. Hey, but the party's starting.
Third keeper, Gerald Swindle, says I can stay here and work this place over and maybe have some great results. He's got 3 in the boat so far.
Was this a working man spot, Z? He said not a lot of people would work for him. It took a little while to catch him, so that's why he has it to himself.
And yeah, exactly. I think you just nailed it right there, Ron Moore. Having that area to himself could play huge. We have not seen one angler in the background with Swindle so far.
Swindle, good season. He's headed to the Classic here in a couple of weeks. Top 20 in points in 2021.
I thought he's bigger than that.
Going to get off to a good start in 22 here, but wow. Today it's Jake Whitaker on top, chasing red-hot Benton and Lester and overtaking a Benton and Lester. Brandon Cobb, good multi-fish situation in the box there. David Mullins, the early leader, and Chad Pipkins now joins in the top 10. Also Seth Fider trying to come back from a rough week last week. We got a lot more on the way.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Bassmaster Live, day 1 of 4 days of fishing here at the Harris Chain in Central Florida. Take a look now at our Bassmaster Falcon Rods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. Masayuki Matsushita, the man on top. Great tournament up there. Matty Wong made a good splashy debut as well. Jay Shakura. Jonathan Kelly out of Pennsylvania. Old Forge, PA, Susquehanna River guy, doing well. Quick start, made a cut. Good job him.
Hey, it is great to be a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series because you can finish no worse than 10th in the rankings this year. Top 10 is guaranteed.
There you go. All right, dubious advantage right there. Let's talk, speaking of the aforementioned Jonathan Kelly, let's get some B&W trailer hitches on the line. Jonathan, good job making the cut last week, and tell us how it's going today.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a little slow so far. I started probably deeper than anybody in this tournament. I actually started in 16 feet of water. I caught 3 right away. I didn't have a lot of success, bed fishing, looking for beds in practice. So I figured, at some point of the day I'm going to do that. But I figured in the morning, this is my best option, starting a little deeper. I have moved out that really deep spot, and I'm on another spot. I'm in 10 feet of water right now. So I'm going to see if I can get here, finish my limit, maybe curl up once or twice, and then I'm going to start to go looking for some fish on beds.
Jonathan, if you can describe what makes a good bottom. We see where you're fishing right now in one of the lakes, but describe what the bottom looks like in the areas that you're catching them in.
Where I actually started, it was rock. There was a little ditch with rock on each side. And I really couldn't set up on it good with the way the wind was. I knew that was kind of going to be a problem. I needed to have that right drag over the side of it, right down the edge, and I couldn't get the boat lined up. A couple of times just trying to drift it today. This morning, I think that's when I got my 3 bites, when I had that perfect drag down the edge. But other than that, I kind of just had to bail on that spot. And now I'm at this spot. It's a hard bottom, and it pushes right up against the grass line. So that's really important. You know, fish are going to go in and out of that grass right on the edge. So that's what I'm doing right here.
Jonathan, you finished up at the St. John. You came right over here. What was the purpose of your practice? What were you trying to do in practice? What did you accomplish?
Well, me and everybody else, I think, had that intention going into it that it was going to be a straight bed fishing slugfest, and I think a lot of guys were quite surprised and kind of confused. I, for one, definitely was confused. I didn't see as many as I thought I was going to right away. I know a lot was changing day by day, because yesterday I did find a bunch, but they were all males. So I hope good news, and the females are coming. So I might get surprised today when I go to where I found all those beds, and a lot of females might be pulled up.
How much time did you spend just looking for bass throughout the 3 days of practice?
Probably the last day of practice 50-50, but before that, only probably 20 looking and 80% just fishing. I mean, right away, that first day of practice, that 20% was the first couple hours of the day. And when I realized, like, there just wasn't what I thought I was going to see, the water was cool, I kind of just was like, all right, I have to at least bail until the last day of practice. So that's when I started just fishing, you know, looking for a little bit deeper stuff like I'm on right now.
Is this your first trip here to the Harris Chain, Jonathan, or have you been here multiple times before?
I came down for a couple days in the pre-practice. That was my first time.
Well, Jonathan, a great start to your rookie season. Big splash. First year on the Elite Series. We'll let Jonathan Kelly from Pennsylvania fish on right now. Fishing a little deeper. Florida version of deep. Here's our Humminbird bird's eye view of where Drew Benton is set up. There he is.
Good look at one of those man-made canals. I believe you have Drew Benton fishing near the Beauclair Apopka Canal, just off of it.
Looks like there are about 5 boats in that Canal Z, but it is a ranging canal, and it splits off multiple residential areas too.
And that little breeze right there does make that a pain.
Just a 2-pounder. Number 3. Now we catch 2 10s and we won't look so horrible.
Couple 5-pounders coming across the board. Brad Watley, who's in Apopka, just jumped in our top 10. 10 pounds on 4 fish. And Mark Menendez caught a 5-pounder.
Ah.
Kind of just feel Drew Benton's buy-in time, stopping on a lot of these little males. 2 to 2.5 pounders. Humminbird bird's eye view in that canal with Drew Benton.
Female right here. Well, she wasn't here this morning. I'm gonna check, see if she's there. If she's not there, I'm gonna catch her boyfriend. That'll give us number 4, but none of the 4 we want to weigh in today. But it's still early. Still gonna come and see if we can find 1 or 2 big ones before we. Didn't see her up there. This bottom's so mucky. All the beds are just on like grass clumps. Yeah, they just fanned out some grass. I actually saw a different female just swim by. It wasn't a big one, but it was about a 4 or 5 pounder.
look at our map right now of anglers. A lot of places fishing very small on this system, whether there's some of the canals like Drew Benton's fishing in, but really the anglers are pretty, for the most part, spread out through the entire system evenly.
All these Harris Chain lakes, this part of Florida, are natural lakes, meaning that they flow pretty much unimpeded, one to another. Throughout this, we do have the occasional lock, which certainly is the case getting into Apopka.
Yeah, there's a 3-boat lock from the Beauclair Canal and Apopka Canal to get to Lake Apopka. 3 boats can get in that one. The one that goes from Eustis through Haynes Creek to Lake Griffin, that's about a 10 to 15 boat lock, much quicker, you know, like that, even for the size of the lock, 21 minutes, it may be the same exact time and duration for that lock as well compared to the 3-boat lock. So, but otherwise then there's the Dead River Canal, gets you from Harris to Eustis, and the Dora Canal from Eustis to Dora, obviously.
Apopka, the largest, I guess, probably a little bigger than Harris, right?
Yes.
It's the 4th largest lake in Florida.
Yes.
30,000 square acres.
Unlike what I said last week when I said Lake George was actually 2nd, Apopka was 4th. I got those backwards, but.
We got it all straightened out now.
We've got about 13 anglers not with Bass Track today, or with a Marshall. They may have Bass Track on their own, plugging it in, but
Okay.
the way it disperses, we've got about 35 boats in Lake Harris right now, 9 in Eustis, 12 in Griffin, 10 in Dora, 7 in Beauclair, 1 in Carlton, and 18 in Apopka.
I guess that's more than I thought would have fished Apopka here on day number 1. I thought probably a dozen, but a lot of those guys taking that risk, taking that.
I like it.
Fairly easy, Tommy Sanders, and you know what? We got to see a big one early today. Coming into this tournament, we pretty much been looking at Brandon Lester after what he did just down the road around Disney World in the Open a couple weeks ago. Your power pole replay of the day, starting offshore in Dora, going up shallow. And Tommy, opening the door of the candy store. Tommy, I have to ask you if there's any chance you can go into that voiceover tone that you did in that Hydrowave commercial, because it's sick. Hey, Brandon Lester, you are the power pole replay of the day, taking one out of the candy store for the team. Good one right there for Brandon Lester, and that shows how fast the tide can turn here. I don't know what I'm saying. You are the power pole replay of the day, Brandon Lester.
It makes sense, Z. Brandon Lester, one of the best.
No, it doesn't.
It does. Well, I mean, you know.
Big
for
fish,
a power pole
replay.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
I mean, Mark,
That's right.
it's all
Simple
those ingredients.
arithmetic. Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely.
We don't care what the cake looks like. We just care that it tastes like cake, and that was a great power pole.
Yeah, the candy store.
Opening up the candy store. Igniting things. Jake Whitaker on top right now, ahead of Brandon Lester. Jake Whitaker having a fantastic start to his day number 1. Big fish specialist Brandon Cobb. He proved that last week on the St. John's. David Mullins and Chad Pipkins rounding out our top 5.
The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Day 1 of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain, second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and Jake Whitaker of North Carolina is the man on top, an even 15 pounds, a 3-pound average with this limit in his boat. Brandon Lester right behind him. Saw Brandon catch a couple of good ones back to back. About an hour ago, about 40 minutes ago, Brandon, Cobb, Mullins, and the rest of us, you think, hey, 8 lakes, I can just hop from lake to lake, go here and there. It'll be like freedom for me, not just 1 lake, but 8 lakes. But getting into Lake Apopka has proven to be difficult. Let Scott Martin kind of explain what's going on here.
Well, the update is we're still about 20 minutes away, but other side of that, it's God's country right there. You can hear the angels singing. Isn't that right, Zaldane?
Right.
Huh?
Promised land.
That guy, when I was coming through, said, the lock's not working today. I was like, what? So yeah, so it's going to be, it's basically been 2 hours right now. So another 20-minute cycle, that's 220. Time you get to your fishing spot, another 15. That's 2.5 hours. That's more than I expected, but it is what it is.
Oof. Ooh, that is a hard proposition. Losing 2 to 2.5 hours, definitely a lot more time than Scott Martin predicted. Talking to him last night, he has lost about 20% of his day so far. From there, going to get back up to the top end of Griffin. Not getting a lot of bites, but a couple solid ones. Gerald Swindle.
Brad Watley's down in Apopka. He's been down there. He's in our top 10, 5,
size, though.
5th.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Such. There's a lot of guys that are already down in Apopka. And the other thing about it is you get on some of these stretches that guys have already kind of flailed on.
13.75.
Your Scott Martin.
For, but we're going to keep him. We'll give him a pound. It gives us 4.
What's our length limit? 12 inches.
12 inches, just like St. John. All over Florida.
Yeah, Z, that's the thing. When you have 8 lakes to choose from at the Harris Chain. When you go an hour away, you don't expect to be on a community hole with someone else. If you stay close at Lake Harris, you expect to. But yeah, if these guys get through the lock and they pull up on their best stretch and there's 2 boats there, that hurts big time for your fishing day.
It's kind of spread out in Apopka, but there's a corner in the northeast that's pretty crowded. Hey, how about Jake Whitaker? He's almost up to 18 pounds. He called with a 410.
And Z, we'll get into Apopka a little bit when we start to see Scott Martin fish there. We'll break down exactly why they're making that move there and whatnot. But I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studio sponsored by Marathon. And I wanted to talk about that because Scott Martin, Chris Zaldain, a lot of other guys are still waiting to actually get going with their fishing day. That is going to affect those people in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Mercury Drain the Lake, the ones who picked those guys, which to be honest, where they finished at the St. John's and being in Florida still, some of those guys will be high percentage picks. So when we get into Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, you know, Z, I always like to give my picks off the bat. I want to be completely transparent with you guys on how I chose. And so this week, I went a little different. There were a couple heavy guys in the from Florida that were in bucket A, but I decided not to go with them, and I went with a Scott Canterbury, a guy who's just good at flipping, good at fishing and sight fishing. If he did not key in on bedding bass, he could still catch them fine. Have a couple great sight fishermen in Drew Benton and Jacob Porosnik on the team as well. And then, like I was mentioning with Tommy, a lot of the guys who have fished the Opens the last 4 or 5 years have fished the Harris Chain multiple times, more experienced than other elite pros. So a guy like Josh Douglas, I expect to fish offshore and be comfortable, also slide up and catch some spawning fish. And I broke one of my rules, and I love Steve Kennedy, and I love the Kennedy family, but I broke one of my rules, and I picked Steve Kennedy. Normally he swings for big fish, and it doesn't always pan out. He's sometimes lower down, but I think for Kennedy, this is a big fish place, and I think that he is loaded for bear this week. And then for Drain the Lake, I did go heavy with Floridians. Cox, Cook, and Benton, I picked those guys. I picked a couple other wild cards who were pretty good at high weight events. I've added in a Clifford Perch who's done well in Florida, and a Ray Hanselman, Jacob Prosnick once again, but some other guys mixed in, so it'll be interesting. I got taken to the woodshed last week by Tommy and by Such in Drain the Lake, so I'm ready for a bounce back this week.
Ronnie, is fantasy, is it momentum? Because we've seen you go on big swings of positive momentum, of dominance, and it just feels like you're sliding a lot. Is it maybe that you're expecting a babe? What's the problem?
Well, I think there are a lot of distractions for the 2022 season. I don't think my practice time and my prep time for this first event was long enough necessarily. It was kind of rush, and I went ultra conservative. It's a long season. For Drain the Lake, it is not a sprint, it is a marathon, and I think Tommy went a little heavy. He backed it off a little this week with his picks, and so I want to see if we even out. Maybe I make up some ground. It did help Such and Tommy. You double your points in Drain the Lake if you pick the winner. They both had John Cruz, so not only did they get 320 for his total, they got 620 for picking him as the winner. So
nothing to it.
That hurts a lot.
Absolutely. Now, I got a question for you. You said, what was the rule that you broke by picking Steve Kennedy?
Well,
explain that rule to me.
Steve Kennedy is a do-or-die angler. He goes out there and he doesn't mind catching 5 bass. That's what you need. But he'll be fine with catching 1 9-pounder. And sometimes that's burned me. But with him finishing so low at the St. John's, I feel like he needs a good finish, and I feel like he's going to be prepared for a heavyweight event like we're going to have at the Harris Chain. So I like my odds of picking guys who know how to catch 100 pounds. For instance, Tommy, a lot of people said this could fit Bill Lowen's style. St. John's is much better for Bill Lowen because it's about a 75 to 85-pound tournament normally, whereas the Harris Chain expected to maybe be 100. Some guys have never caught that much in a tournament. It doesn't fit their style to catch over 25 a day. They can do it, but we haven't seen them do it in elite events where we've had 100 pounds possibility.
So far, Kennedy's
Ronnie,
got
in-
2 1-pounders.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ronnie, in fantasy, I asked you last week, doggone it, why are you so good? And I did see that somebody put on social media after your performance, why are you so bad? I mean, do you feel like the wheels are going to be back on after this?
Kings do not bother themselves with the thoughts of ankle biters.
Wow.
That's what we
Wizards
just
are not troubled by little people.
You don't
Wizard.
get adorned with this, or you don't get anointed with that
Shout at
title
the
for no reason.
fans. Wow.
Let's get up to Lake Apopka, which is, for some guys still waiting to get some fishing in. Brad Wadley's been going at it, and he's had a good day so far on Apopka. Brad, tell us why you're there and what's gone down so far today.
It's changed up a little bit from practice. They were pretty strong here in practice. I can tell early on right now. They're full on bed right now. Catching a lot of males right now. I've got 1 good female and another one was pretty decent. But they've definitely went from feeding to spawning.
But if you can describe the banks that you're fishing, the key banks. Apopka is a monster. But what is a key bank on Apopka right now?
Zona, I'm concentrating on about, say, 4 to 6 foot of water, which is fairly deep for Apopka. And these fish they were coming in, staging up on these pencil reeds and just regular reeds, and they're still doing it. But I think they have actually, with these warm nights, they're starting to spawn now. Because in practice, you slip in there, you get bit instantly. Now I'm having to let it sit there and ease it off, and it doesn't start easing off. So they went to a full-on spawn, I think. I'm just gonna have to weed through some of these males. I didn't get a small bite here in practice. I'm just gonna have to weed through some of these males and try to get a big bag of females. I've got one of the right ones right now, and one more that's pretty decent. So we can get it to a little over 20 plus. We'll get out of here and try to run back the other direction, go do something else.
Good job so far, Brad Wadley from Apopka. Brad Wadley from Texas, East Texas, out there having a good day one.
Now,
including a 5-pounder.
Here's the dynamic in that. You see Brad Wadley make the comment, I get 1 or 2 more solid bites in Apopka, and I'm going to bail. Guys like Zaldane, Scott Martin are not even in there yet.
Last weekend, my daughter Hillary fished in. She had like 16 and a half, finished 12th. And then she had 31 pounds won it the second day. She had 23 and a half. They came in third.
Z, from a couple reports of guys who live near Apopka, a couple college champions that fished at UCF, my buddy Kyle Oliver was letting me know before this event started that Florida Wildlife Commission has kind of allowed Apopka to maybe grow up a little bit. You know, they control the grass and make sure it doesn't get too thick or too overpopulated in areas, and so as fishermen, we want as much grass as possible, and Apopka is kind of that wild card. They're letting it grow up a little bit with hydrilla, so maybe it does have a better grass population than some of the other lakes right now that have been either treated and managed because they are traversed a lot more than Apopka. Apopka may be one of those places that not only clears up a lot with more grass in the next few years, because you can look at the aerials, Tommy, and you can see a good algae stain to it. You can see it's a little bit different in clarity than the other ones. Add in that hydrilla grass, some eel grass as well, pepper grass. This place could be an X factor in future Harris Chain events if it stays that way.
Good to see them leave that vegetation alone, and Apopka kind of wish they did that in some of the other lakes that we go to in this tournament, other tournaments that we fish throughout the year. I will have you know, Ron, this is for the kids. I asked Scott Martin if we were going to have one of those notorious Scott Martin Challenge meet and greets at the weigh-in. He could not confirm that, but Tommy, he did say we are going to definitely be selling some merch.
All right, yeah. Wow, fantastic. Opportunities abound.
Well, I bet the wheels are turning with Scott Martin and Chris Zaldain.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, that is brutal.
That is nervous making there.
We left Brad Watley a moment too soon. He just landed his keeper fifth fish. He's up to 4th place, almost 14 pounds.
Z, your buddy Tom Abraham wanted me to let you know that when shooters go cold, they keep shooting. And so he said that's why I am still the king of fantasy fishing, because even when I'm cold, I'm still going to put my hat in the ring. That's what he said. I'm just saying.
So you
are good.
I have another approach. It's called quit while you're behind.
Whoa.
There you go. The world you and I live in.
Man.
I don't really subscribe to that. Only sometimes. Going to take a break here for just a few minutes. And I think that music is a clue to us to go ahead and roll out for the first time on this day one of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain. Striker, daily trivia, go early, etc. In what body of water was an undocumented 20.13 pound bass caught in Florida? Was it down at Okeechobee, here at the Harris Chain? Was it at Lake Istapoga, or Big Fish Lake? One of the 4. Think about it now. An undocumented 20.13. So we'll see about that. We'll have the answer for you when we come back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Oh, it's in appropriately Lake County, the Harris Chain of Lakes, SiteOne Bassmaster Elite from the Harris Chain. Stop number 2, our Striker Daily Trivia question we left you with. In what body of water was an undocumented 20.13 pound bass caught in Florida? Was it Okeechobee? Was it right here at the Harris Chain, Lake Istapoga, or was it Big Fish Lake? Ronnie, I'm going to let you have first crack at that.
I don't know how we have an undocumented 20-pounder. It's obviously documented, Sue, so I'm just going to say that. But I'm going to say Lake Istapoga. Lake Istapoga C.
Lake Istapoga Z?
I'm going to stick with Ronnie on that. I'm going to go Istapoga.
Okay. I'll be the contrarian. I'll go with A, Okeechobee. Let's see what the answer is. Oh, it's Big Fish. That's in Pasco County, up there north of Tampa Bay.
Yes.
How about that?
Yes. In 1923, Frederick Freeble. They had an FWC biologist, turn it in to establish the state record. The state record is 17.27, 1986. Bill O'Berry, Polk County.
I feel like Z, Big Fish Lake in Florida, there's probably 14 Big Fish Lakes in Florida, just like there's 14 duck lakes in Michigan or white lakes in Minnesota.
All right, into our second hour of fishing, and just now, maybe Scott Martin almost getting through the lock into Lake Apopka.
2 hours and 15 minutes right here. At least 10 minutes to where I got to fish. Maybe 15. So it's a 2.5 hour deal. Let's go.
Oh boy.
That's a lot of time to spot this crew.
It is. From Apopka, we're going to get back up to the top end of Griffin. Slowly, kind of gaining ground here. Gerald Swindle fishing 3 to 5 foot eelgrass flats in the mouth of the river up there. There's a lot of anglers around there, but really not within a couple miles, though, of Gerald Swindle. Gerald Swindle felt like the water quality on those 3 to 5 foot flats a lot cleaner, a lot better quality. Said he also thought this area was ignored and that a lot of bass spawn on these flats. And this is a river system that you and I've covered in years past, Tommy.
Yep.
One of the things with that top end of Griffin, where it funnels into the river, it generally doesn't play for 4 days.
5 it is. It's not the ones we want, but I tell you what, you're gonna take what we get. That's 5. We're gonna keep it alive right there. Swapped over. We got that.
Didn't think that this would be a tournament guys would be looking at their front-facing sonar that much.
No.
Another thing, back to Scott Martin. Here's the hard proposition that he has. Obviously, there is a lot of quality in Apopka to be caught. Losing that time, it's not a fast and furious deal in there. You don't just put a bladed jig or a swim jig in your hand and go to work.
Bigs. Oh, he's bigger. Oh. Boy, he hit it like he's afraid trying to. I thought he was bigger than that.
Swindle working that place over, getting largely left alone, as we've pointed out many times already today. John Cox, slow start for him on this day, trying to get something going.
Oh, little guy. Oh, that felt good, though. That felt good. Oh, calm down, buddy. Calm down. Calm down. Gosh, if I would have missed him, I'd have been like, that was a 5-pounder. He smoked it. There's one.
First keeper for John Cox. Let's once again check in with our man, Davey Hite, out there on the, well, he's on the bank right now, but you've been watching all of this, Davey Hite. We've got at the top 5, Whitaker, Lester, Cobb, Whatley, and Mullins. We've been in the boat with 4 of those 5 guys. What have you been able to figure out? Who seems to be the most confident? Who's on the right track?
Are the ones going to Apopka because they are really sacrificing a lot of time. But the most confident anglers that have actually been fishing so far today are the ones that are offshore. You know, we were on Brandon Cobb this morning. He was just starting to pick up some fish just about an hour ago. It was a real slow start for him. I think a lot of those small males are up on the bed and not as many bigger females. Even, you know, you hear that from the Drew Bentons and people that are looking at those fish, but even the people that are fishing for bedding bass but can't see them, they're kind of dealt with the same hand, so to speak, waiting on those bigger fish to move up during the day. But speaking of Apopka, man, I've talked to some of the anglers. I haven't been over there yet, but talked to some of the anglers. They say it's gorgeous over there. They've done a good job letting the vegetation grow, and there's a good mixture of eelgrass, hydrilla, and some good fishing. But, man, when you start talking about giving up 5 or maybe even 6 hours of your fishing day, it needs to be good, and you need to be able to catch them in a hurry. The big problem, and I'm afraid we'll probably see this, is locking back through. When you can only fit 3 boats in that lock, there's going to be some people, I'm afraid, that are going to miss their lock and be late for check-in this afternoon and maybe throughout the tournament.
Davey, we're just seeing Scott Martin get to his first starting spot of the day. And one of the interesting things right now, this is not a case. The window has kind of closed for the shallow water anglers that are up there where you can catch them on a bladed jig, a swim jig, maybe a topwater bait. One of the propositions is that window has closed, and now it's more of that fish slowly, really fast. Describe that window that these fish are in now in Apopka, and that's what Scott Martin's against.
Well, I'm afraid that they were probably feeding earlier in the week when those anglers caught them over there pre-fishing, and now a lot of those fish will be locked on when they move up on the beds, maybe even more so over there than some of these other lakes that we've talked to some of the anglers this morning. But when you talk about fishing slowly but fishing fast, it's hard to describe, but you really need to cover a lot of water, but you have to let your bait sit motionless and just be still for at least a few seconds when you do make that presentation, whether it be to a clump of hydrilla, to a sandy spot, to the base of lily pads, whatever your target might be, you've got to let that bait sit motionless for at least a few seconds. That's why I say it's hard to do that for me as an angler. It was always hard for me to do that with an 8 or 9 hour fishing day, but it's got to be so tough mentally to go over to Apopka, knowing that it took you over 2 hours to get there, and then you start trying to catch fish, and you immediately have to start trying to calculate how long it'll take to get back. With only 3 boats allowed in a lock, taking about 20 to 22 minutes for each lock, that's going to be very difficult to do, is to calculate when you need to leave to head back to check in.
For some of our beginners that might not understand this, describe what blind bed fishing is compared to sight fishing.
Yeah, see, it's just so funny when you say you're blind sight fishing. That's an oxymoron. But you can't see the fish because of the water clarity is not good enough to see the fish, but you know that they're in that mode. They are spawning. So you can't see below the surface of the water enough to actually see the fish, but you know that they are spawning. So that's what we refer to as blind sight fishing. But I've spent a lot of days out on the water blind fishing, whether I'm sight fishing or not, it seemed like, when you don't have a good day.
Just saw Scott Martin land his first keeper of the day. Didn't take him too long. Not much size there. David Marzona pointed out that we got a little more clouds than usual here. I mean, do these guys have enough sunshine? The guys who want to be able to see the fish, see the bed, see their bait out there, do they have enough to work with, or are they getting set back a little bit?
Yeah, Tommy, that's definitely going to be an issue this afternoon for these guys that are sight fishing, like a Drew Benton and Drew Cook, that are looking at those fish. But you have to look at the forecast, and the forecast isn't always correct. We know that, but you have to, it's just another thing that you have to do as a tournament angler when you're making the decision how you're going to fish the event. And with the forecast winds, that makes it really, really difficult. But you also have to fish your strengths. So you have to weigh those two things. And maybe some of the anglers have a plan A and a plan B for when the wind is blowing and is not blowing. But I just really, it's going to be so interesting to see the anglers that have gone over to Apopka, whether they're able to catch those fish and make it back in time. But I admire those anglers because they're really kind of all in to try to win the event. If you're trying to make a check, make the top half of the field and just make the cut, then you're probably not going to go over there. But if you're trying to win the event, from the guys I've talked to, that's where most people think it can be done.
Well, Davey, thank you so much. Good information there. We're going to be leaning on Davey a lot during the course of the day on the Harris chain. This is the scene from Apopka, if you're just picking up with us. Scott Martin just now, after waiting to lock through, getting in there and starting his fishing day. Just put one in the boat.
And Z, there are some big names in here. There are Hackney, Porosnik, Combs, Martin, Shryock, Zaldane. There are 20 anglers in here, and a lot of them have to catch them today.
Well, and this seems like the right playground for a Greg Hackney, looking at how these guys are catching them in Apopka. But Scott Martin said, look, listen, 5-7 pound bites are very, very feasible. And that's why he said, man, I am absolutely committed to getting into Apopka no matter how long it takes. And it took a while.
Buddy Gross is climbing up our leaderboard. He's right outside the top 10. He just landed a 5-pounder. He's got 3 fish for a little over 10 pounds.
Wonder if I stay way back.
You know, you talk about, this is a cool story, the late, great, phenomenal fisherman Aaron Martins. He was blind sight fishing on California Delta, Tommy, if you remember, years and years ago. and was fishing a set of reeds like you see Scott Martin. I'll never forget this, when he looked over at you and I, and he told us how big he thought the fish was that he was fishing for. And I said, can you see the fish? And no, bro, but I can tell the way. I can tell the way. It's a 7-pounder. And Tommy,
it was
a 7-pounder when he caught it.
I know. Just
what
incredible.
clued him in to figure out it was about 7 pounds, though?
Oh, Scott Martin's hooked up.
It was a big one. Dang it. That was a big one, dude. Boil. Barely hit it, too. Just barely hit it. Might be on a bed. I should have let him eat it a little bit. Dang it. Yeah. You always got, when you miss one, you always have excuses, right? Should have let him eat it longer. Shouldn't have set the hook so quick. Should have set the hook faster. If you're a good fisherman, you got to have good excuses, right? The boil, I don't know what that was. I mean, as far as size-wise, but the boil, dude, it boiled up.
Miss right there for Scott Martin. If he said it was a good one, he said he has tangled with some beasts in Apopka throughout practice.
Hasn't moved. He's stick with this spot for a while. Boy, one like that, a good one, could certainly make the pain of that seemingly endless wait just to get through the lock and get in.
We're getting
go away a little bit.
Yeah, we're getting a great sample of the Harris chain today with Brandon Lester and Dora, Scott Martin down in Apopka, Cruz staying in Harris for this morning, Swindle and Griffin, and then both Benton and Cox around that Beauclair, the Canal region. We're getting a taste of almost every lake on the chain on live today.
Yes.
Tyler Rivette making a move. He finished his limit with a 4.12. He's in 5th place with about 13 and a half.
I think that was a bite.
Well, Scott Martin fishing his 2nd year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Of course, he's fished many circuits with a lot of success throughout the years. Didn't have the tournament he wanted at St. John's last week. Still looking for his first win out here.
Everything's about a goal, right? And I'm hoping I can achieve the goals that I've set forward here on the Elites. They're stiff goals. They're tough goals. I mean, to win an elite event is not easy. To win an Angler of the Year is extremely hard. And then to possibly win the Bassmasters Classic is the ultimate. There's been a lot of people that have fished the Bassmasters Classic over the years, but very few have won it. Very few. And that's my goal.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Fantastic, unique Harris chain of lakes, this big complex here in Lake County, Florida for the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite. There's your unofficial leaderboard. And Jake Whitaker, North Carolina on top. Brandon Lester, Brandon Cobb, Brad Watley, Tyler Rivette. We look down that leaderboard. We're in the boat with some guys all day long, including Brandon Lester, also including John Cruz, who won last time around, and also Drew Benton, looking to turn his season around. He had a little bit slow start last week, but Drew Benton is making a tiny move right now, and we've spent some time with Drew.
I'm going to go back in here to this canal. It's just up from where we started. I got a couple bigger males back here, and there was a couple females back here the first day of practice, and I'm going to check on them, keep them honest, and then we're probably going to roll out of here with whatever we got and go fishing. I'm probably going to go back to Big Harris. I've got some grass fish there, and at least catch me a limit, and then I might go back to looking. I might keep fishing, just depending on how the day unfolds. But I'm going to keep these honest before we run away from them. It's just too good of conditions with the moon the way it was, and the warm night, and the warm day today. It's just got me baffled why they're not on the bank everywhere.
Take it out to John Cox, still having a slow morning so far for this angler from not too far away. Florida.
And if you really see John Cox not fishing all that far from Drew Benton, at least so far today, your sight fishermen not really playing like we thought it would coming into this.
Well, I guess there was a male in there. I thought it was just her, but the male must have been way back in there. Maybe she'll slide up there now.
John Cox with 2 keepers now, none of them very big. Let's get back over to Gerald Swindle. He's had his limit for a little while now. It's good to have a limit.
Our leader, Jake Whitaker, just extended it. Caught a 414 on bass track. He's up to 20.5 pounds.
There's his mark he was telling you, Z. That might be Mike.
Yeah. Get small
Mike's
fish,
brother.
2 3.5 pounders.
Mickey. Oh, come in here, Mickey. I didn't get Mike, but I got Mickey. He close to 2. I'll give him 2. At Bass, we have to use a no punch coil system. So I can't puncture through the fish's lip and hurt him. So this is a G-force culling system by TH Marine. It's environmental friendly and it's quick. Y'all didn't even know I had words like that. Environmental friendly. Y'all thought I was just tipping on them fofos. I'm gonna get him, bro. You hang with me today. It's going down. You ain't got no choice, bro. It's a long swim back. I mean, you look athletic and thin, but you can't swim that good. You damn sure don't want to take your chances in the woods down here with them alligators.
We'll be with him all day long. Gerald Swindle, no doubt. A good positive attitude about his situation. They're far flung from Big Harris, where our headquarters is, the Venetian Gardens, the ski beach there is where the takeoff happens.
What the hell?
Buddy Gross moving up the leaderboard. Got a 5-pounder earlier. His 4th fish is a 3.7.
Looks like Ike Anelli in the back and Mark Frazier without a marshal. There's 13 anglers without a marshal, and Mark Frazier looks to be one of them right there. He's hooked up.
Ronnie, how many people do we have still in that Banana Cove area of Harris?
10, 9.
Wow.
You're not done yet, damn.
Obviously looking from Cruz's boat in that region you're talking about, Z, which is also where we know some of our top 5 is in. I got a decent one.
I thought it was
Now back at John Cruz's boat with Cruz.
Looks like a lot more people have decided to maybe move over from once they left Banana Cove to head over towards Griffin and lock through. Looks like
Got a pretty good catch here from Drew Cook, 6.5 pounder. He's up to 11 with 4 fish, a couple 1 pounders in there.
Look out for him for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Drew Cook was one of those anglers that had a couple 8 pounders locked on practice, and for some reason, you know, they don't stay all week a lot of times. Yeah. Found those fish early in practice, went and checked them yesterday, and a lot of them had left.
John Cruz is now in 23rd place. Got a good start early today with some keepers in the boat, but right on top. Of course, peak means the top. We're going to talk about marathon peak performance, and the man on top is Jake Whitaker.
Yes. And really, if you're starting to look at some of the stringers that are coming out of that general area that Jake Whitaker's, everybody has caught fish in that area. But Jake Whitaker going unofficially over 20 pounds right now. Your marathon peak performance, you nailed it, Ronnie. He has hit that mark, and it will be kind of interesting to see how long young Jake Whitaker gives that area. Does he just set it all on fire and stay there all day long today? Because he truly has room to grow, and Jake Whitaker, one of those anglers that tends to guess a little bit low on his total, or does he bail and start to look for maybe one of those big sight fishing spawning fish today?
And that's the one thing.
Solid morning for
with his 20, yep. Z doesn't have a 6, 7, 8 pounder, which normally you see.
Right.
A Florida limit is one that big with some 2 pounders. They're all just seemingly solid off that community hole. Yeah, chunks.
Just chunks.
Drew Benton's starting to fidget a little bit, like maybe he sees something that, or maybe not. He was.
Come on. Hey. Such a good place. So I got eelgrass, I got hydrilla, I got dollar pads. I know that if I just keep grinding, the big ones are going to show up. There's going to be a window today. There's going to be a window of opportunity where the big ones bite. All I got to do is be here to check them out. We here to make the highlight reel and make money, baby. That's it.
Cruz looking to fill his limit right here.
I'd say that's 12.
Yeah.
That's 5. If nothing else. He come off. No, little guy.
And we will see that, Z. Two of our guys that are just fishing, Gerald Swindle, John Cruz, even Benton Lester just fishing, have their limits and are going to be at the top. And then you're going to see the Scott Martins going a long way away, or the Drew Bentons.
I'll just be totally.
John Cox's sight fishing will reel them in at the end of the day if it pans out correctly. It's going to take a lot longer on Bass Track, though.
But you know, you're on a, you look, all these fish do not flood obviously do not flood the bank at one time. There are certain bodies of water that we go to, a Santee, when they flood the bank, that is what you need to do. You know you're on a really diverse, healthy fishery. See Drew Benton hooked up right here. That's probably his best one of the day so far.
Yeah.
10 or 11. And
Chad Pipkins, who's fishing in the same region as leader Jake Whitaker, just caught a couple 3-pounders. He's culled to 15 even. He's up to second place. Now Lester and Gross in our top 10 do not have 5 fish yet, one shy of their limit.
We have our
1 or 2 females
second
will be sitting
5-pounder,
right
I think, from Apopka. We saw Brad Watley, heard of his 5-pounder. Brock Mosley just caught one from Apopka as well.
Mm-hmm.
Apopka's popping, Ronnie?
It needs to. It needs to for some of these guys.
I think it'd be to the point pretty soon where they need to start cycling some guys out if everyone's going to make it back on time.
Yeah, everyone needed to have a
Right.
meeting at the lock and say, hey, when you get a limit, you need to come
You're
back.
out of here.
Yeah,
If I catch you out here with a limit.
If you're standing in
Yeah.
the deli line after
Yeah.
your number's been called, you need to get, we're going to throw you to the back.
I'm sure they had that conversation.
Yeah, exactly. No, it looked pretty docile at the lock.
Wow, Seth Fighter up to 4th place. He's been catching them all morning.
Hey, guys.
I've had 2 keepers and 3 bites, 3 other bites for sure. 2 of them felt decent. So that's good. Just have to settle down and
That's Scott Martin doing the talking here and there. Let's get back over to Brandon Lester. Now in 3rd place after being on top for a little while.
Well, here's one of our big fish coming in here. Jamie Hartman.
Wow.
Little sucker.
Hartman.
Tell us how big, Such.
8.5.
Whoa.
Wow.
This is his first fish of the day.
Small one right there for Brandon Lester. Brought up Seth Fighter, Such, in an area that we've covered in years past for a victory here on the Harris chain.
Z, Tommy, do you guys remember? I know we didn't do Bassmaster Live back in the day, but when we had the elites in 08 and 11 here, were there any Apopka dwellers that factored in those events? Because other than that, I
don't
just think
remember
about
any.
The late great Glenn Brown had a top 5 in a pro level event out of Apopka, but it's rarely done. We talk about
Yes.
anglers cannibalizing themselves. Just the sheer, not even fishing each other's fish at Apopka, but maybe taking each other's time could cannibalize each other there.
I've been texting back and forth with a friend that lives down there, and Florida Fish and Game have shocked Apopka and said their surveys have shown more 10-pounders out of Apopka than any other lake that they've done surveys on. But there was a long time, man. There was a long time that Apopka, it has been considered the Dead Sea, and that obviously is not the case anymore.
And we mentioned it for those just tuning in that they did talk about, FWC talked about maybe letting the grass, the hydrilla, the eelgrass there, kind of do its thing, maybe when it tops out, being able to then manage it, but once it gets back rooted strongly there, and we'll see what it does to the lake clarity-wise, and also it gives them more fish habitat. You'll see people out in the middle of Apopka, not just all around the linings of it, you know?
Yeah, these guys they all came here looking for cleaner water, and grass is a big component of that. There's John Cox, sort of the back end of this little canal. Kind of upscale looking area there.
Yeah, Humminbird bird's eye view. And that's the one thing I think you will see with a lot of the guys that are sight fishing today is just getting out of that wind, getting in a lot of these man-made canals. That is a mess in that rod locker. I mean, that is a backlash of rod socks.
How's it going?
It is awesome to see a fisherman these days and times with no front graph on the front of his boat. It really is.
Especially a guy who catches them like crazy.
Yes, yes. Very cool.
Hearing the plane makes me think of Gerald Swindle's video. Did you see that? He was out practicing. I'm not exactly sure where, but a plane flew over and went to the other side of the lake, and it dropped a bunch of spray, he assumed.
There's also lakes, or there's also types of boats that could probably hold other things, but I know in Florida, I guess the prop planes, they have a kind of a center deal that they can scoop water up for when there's fires as well. So sometimes it's spray, sometimes it's water, depending on what kind of plane it is.
Well, he's bigger than them too. I think, maybe. I thought that was a lot bigger fish. It's a little bit bigger than that one I just caught though. All right. Have to get out the
pad.
Cruz kind of chugging along today. Opened up the tournament last week with a 28-pound limit at the top of the field. Back to Drew Benton.
He ain't gonna bite again. He might, but I don't think he's gonna bite in the time I'm gonna give him.
Did not seem like a very big one for Drew Benton.
That might be why you won't give him much more time. You want to spend very limited time on the small ones, and you hope they're the easiest to catch. You get them out of the way, and not the case for that bass.
Seen some good ones come in today. Taking some of our anglers a good long while to get that first fish in the boat. Sometimes it's due to conditions not under their control, in the case of Scott Martin we just saw there. But we have seen some nice ones. Benton and Lester with that one right there. Lester hanging in there now down to 4th place. Presence of Chad Pipkins and Buddy Gross have knocked him down, so things are happening out there on the water. Look at Buddy Gross getting close to the 20-pound mark. So
yeah, Buddy Gross kind of coming out of nowhere right now, but seems a lot of the anglers that fished around that Banana Cove area have done a little bit of damage, at least early here on day number 1.
All right, we got more to come, and we'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
A real pleasure to be live with you. Second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the SiteOne Elite at the Harris Chain. Jake Whitaker in the lead in the tournament. It has been for about the past hour here. Buddy Gross and Chad Pipkins have jumped up right behind him. Brandon Lester had that lead a little bit earlier. Tyler Yvette having a good tournament, and there's last year's Angler of the Year, Seth Fider, trying to get a little back from what he did last week, not making the cut for how many days?
Yeah, it was like, I think it was, what was it, 300 or 482 days since he had missed a cut, but a guy who's looking to make the cut, not sight fishing this week. Our VMC on point so far this morning has been Gerald Swindle. Obviously switching up his game plan from a lot of other people's target. A lot of people come to Florida during a full moon and want to sight fish. Gerald has looked for a group of fish he can fish by himself, has done great work with a jerkbait, also I believe a bladed jig, but Swindle, he's going to be consistent if he does this every day, where those sight fishermen may have a do or die day.
Ain't no size, oh.
Currently sitting in our top 20 right now, and for him, going to Griffin was his choice. There's 8 lakes to choose from. We have an angler on live from every single lake, and Gerald Swindle obviously doing something people don't expect you to do in Florida, but his common size is that 2.5 to 3 pounder. Can he catch a 6 pounder doing what he's doing though?
Well, you knew Drew Benton was going to be one of the sight fishermen in the mix here, and that has been the case today. He's been just prowling these
Hey,
guys.
there's a bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
You
a
think?
tractor trailer tire.
Yeah.
Such, this was in honor of you. I asked Drew Benton. Such wants to know, and he really wanted to know during the St. John's River tournament.
Ain't nothing to him, but
How do you know when one is catchable?
when you ain't got
How do
five
you
in the
know?
box.
And Drew Benton said, you tell Suchy Mitch Suchenstein, the first cast is the most critical. If that fish bails 100 miles an hour,
no,
you can move on. If that fish flares its gills, does not move at all, the first cast, Such, key.
Got that straightened out.
Wind keeps blowing us in there on him.
You could see that dark donut, hole of a donut surrounded by that halo, that light halo. Drew Benton making a comment, this one should not take that long to catch.
Kind of makes you feel like a smart or a strong man when you fool a spawning fish into biting. Like, you know, when it's a battle, it gets personal, which can be to your detriment, but man.
Oh, we heard
feel
John
accomplished,
Cox
dude.
say
The way
he...
they're acting funny. You never can tell when there's a big one sitting off. You know, just kind of watching it. You kind of have to get these little ones fired up before they'll even come up there and show themselves.
Saying last week at St. John's, John Cox spent a lot of time on a couple of his monster fish. When is too much time? Is really the question.
Same size.
You do want to know that, don't you, Such?
Time is of the essence. Double hook up there with John Cruz on the right with a coal fish and Drew Benton with a keeper, filling his limit.
A lot of males. If you really watch Bassmaster Live all morning with us here on Bassmaster de Gama, a lot of males have been caught.
Only
Oh
go
no!
up now.
166. That's an increase of weight. 166. So yeah, 110. We call him 1.8.
Nope.
Bigger than white. Come here, Whitey.
Moving John Cruz up one spot from 15th to 14th. Upgrade.
Chad Pipkin's upgrading to third place, 15.5 pounds. Doesn't have anything larger than a 3.5 pounder though.
Be interesting to see what he's doing. Might get to see that tomorrow. I get to see it today.
You know, we did make the comment last week on the St. John's on day 3 early with the conditions warming up that there was a potential for one of those monster bags. Man, you just feel like this is the exact same recipe here today going into tomorrow, that there's just too many big ones in here to not fall upon a massive stringer up shallow.
Cox is working on one right now. We'll see how big he is in a sec.
Okay.
Wow.
That's a big one.
Wow.
I thought that fish was 3.5 pounds when he was fighting it.
Very light line.
That was a big one the other day right here by this boat ramp.
Wow.
That's what we needed there. Number 3. Oh my gosh, I love that. Gosh, that's so much fun. Oh, whew. All right, let's get another one of them. 2 more like that. Boy, I went downsized, went to the 10 pound. It was scary, but she was acting weird. Threw old jerk shad on it. Whew. Oh, that felt good. It's awful when you go through
a
periods
big
that
one
just
for
suck.
John Cox.
Fooled us, I think he did. Wasn't causing a big ruckus or anything, and there comes this big one out of there.
He's happy now, but I'd love to hear the audio of during that catch of how calm he was. You know what I'm saying? Like fighting that big of a fish.
Oh, that felt good. All right, come on. Sure. I like to never show this to anybody, but I'll show you guys. Why not? Little bonus for guys hanging out with us so long and sucking, not catching anything. And so you guys know the wacky rig, and just have a power bait jerk shad, just like that, and all I'm gonna do is oh god, this is awful. I just looking like a wacky rig. I know.
Wow.
I know it's stupid, I know. But I don't know, I like it sometimes. Whew.
That's interesting, Tommy.
Yeah, that's your Berkeley right bait, right time, and a little bit of a surprise there. I like it.
If you want the action and the fall of a wacky rig, but the look of an actual bait fish or predator that's coming in a bed, I guess that's how you get it done.
Yeah, I guess so.
With the size of the fish you just caught, I'm not going to fight against the dealer on that, no.
Okay, so that guy just pulled up. He just pulled up. The male didn't even want to go. That's a good sign, guys. Good sign. Let's keep moving. Means the females are coming in.
When he hooked that bass, I thought it was honestly at most 3.5 pounds.
Low key.
Wacky rig, soft plastic jerk bait. Like it. Like it. He's got the black slacks,
close,
Tommy, and
don't
he's
you
ready
think?
for business.
Yeah, that's right. Let's get another look at Scott Martin here. Now he's had about 40, 45 minutes. Only time to fish here in Lake Apopka. Spent 2 hours plus waiting for a spot in the lock.
That's one of the males in there. There's literally, I caught that fish on Panoptics, which is crazy. But there's literally a 10-pounder in there or something. Like, the thing looks like, I'm sitting there going, it's a carp. But then I could see these fish running out, like running up to it and running back. So fish are spawning. That's cool. Literally, there's like 4 2 to 3 pounders here and one giant one. That's crazy cool. to be able to see them like that.
Well, you also feel like Scott Martin is one swing of the bat from one of those giants.
Yeah,
Well into the third hour of fishing for these guys. It's taken a while for John Cox, but man, oh man.
Oh gosh, it's a lot bigger than I thought it was.
Us too.
Kind of feel like John Cox is gonna make some noise today, man. Everything is too perfect.
Come on, baby.
When you take 2 hours of your day to catch a big one, it's important that you land it because then it pays off big time. He's back in the game after 2 hours of nothing, basically.
Yeah. Get one more look at this. This is the best one we've seen. Well, right up there with Lester's fish for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice one. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh my gosh, we got her. Look at her there. Oh gosh. Went to go catch a 3-pounder.
John Cox and 93 others trying to get that done as much as they can during the course of this day. There's your unofficial leaderboard, which still shows us Jake Whitaker on top, Gross, Pipkins, Lester, and Rivette rounding out the top 5. Also got a Rick Clunn in there with the limit early on today. Dave and Davey, Mercer, and Hite are going to pick up the baton and take you through the coverage here right after this break, and we will see you a little bit later from here in the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored.
The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley. One for yourself at more at SkeeterBoats.com.
but some guys saying it might not be as good as they had imagined or envisioned.
It's really been surprising that not as many fish are up on the bed as we thought coming into this. And you and I got to fish the last few days, not here on the tournament waters, but we got to go to some other lakes, and not as many females on the beds there either. So I guess it's that way. I think a lot of these fish have spawned. I saw a few fish caught this morning looked like they were post spawners, and but hey, it's going to be a great tournament. You know, before 10 o'clock this morning, we had two, guys that were underestimating a little bit, but I think 2 stringers over 20 pounds. So it's going to be a good tournament.
And generally, as the day goes on, the sight fishing bites should get better, no?
Yeah, it should, but we got a little weather going on today that I don't think we were expecting. There was like a 20% chance of showers and some clouds and a little wind, but that has moved in a little faster. Hopefully it'll clear on out. So the big thing, though, that I didn't realize coming in, Apopka's not really been a player in past elite tournaments here. It was called the Dead Sea for a number of years. And Florida Fishing Game, I've been told, has done a good job trying to enhance the habitat and not spray the vegetation. Talking to the anglers, there's eelgrass, there's hydrilla, there's reeds, there's a lot of good vegetation. So probably 18, 19 boats went over there this morning, which is surprising because you have to lock through and the lock only holds 3 boats. So giving up a lot of fishing time, we'll see if that gamble pays off.
Is that the world's smallest lock?
Yes.
I mean, how much time are you gambling, do you think, if you make that run?
Well, the problem is, Scott Martin was one of the later boats, and we were able to talk to him this morning. He had one of the cameras in the boat. So it took him a little over, just a hair over 2 hours to get locked through. But if it takes that much time when everything worked basically perfectly, how much time do you allow yourself to go back? So I would say if it took you at least 2 hours and 5 or 10 minutes, I'm going to probably lock back and give myself at least 2.5, maybe 2 hours and 45 minutes. So, you're looking at eating up 5 hours of your, 9-hour day. So that's a lot to sacrifice. But I've heard the fishing was really good over there in practice.
I want to welcome in all our viewers to the live mix. This is stop 2 of 2022, the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain. And let's just deal with that. The Harris Chain, I mean, when they're tuning into this, it becomes incredibly, you look at that incredible body of water and multiple bodies of water. Are they similar? Are they very different? What is the Harris Chain?
I would say,
watching Brandon Lester right now,
I would say similar, but each are a little different. The big thing that we as an angler, I always look for is the lake with the best vegetation, or maybe the lake that had the best vegetation over the last number of years, where the fish population and the size of the fish always goes up. So it's not a bad thing for it to be little or no vegetation if it's just the first year or so out of it, because it's like all of a sudden, I compare it to deer hunting. If you deer hunt in very thick cover, then it's hard to see those deer. But if it's a wide open space and where there was thick cover, then it just makes it a lot easier to access them. So it seems to be a different lake each time. Big Harris is always a player. Eustis is always a player.
Pretty sure
Griffin
that's the
has been
same
a player
pair I
for
saw in here the other
10
day.
years or so. There was a time
That
when
female,
it was really
she's
tough.
about a 5 or 6 pounder.
Brandon Lester right now, and just a few weeks ago took his first win in the Opens. Why not follow it up with a win in the Elites just a few weeks later?
I love to talk about
I'm
momentum.
just putting a little blade on the back of my Cinco. Something I do anytime I'm in Florida and they're spawning. That little bit of flash, a lot of times, just catches their eye when it's falling down in the bed. That blade flashes on the back of that Cinco, and it'll get them to bite a lot of times. I've gone behind guys and caught them.
Brandon Lester unofficially in 4th place right now, 5-12 back of the leader, and lo and behold, he just said that fish there is probably about a 5-pounder. So Why not just do that right now?
I'd love for him to go ahead and do that for us right here.
She's a smart one.
All of the anglers I talked to talked about pressure and how much pressure there has been on this fishery, just in pre-fish, the amount of boats. And I mean, that might have something to do with there's tournaments coming up, but there also, you know, that college tournament not too long ago, definitely, not that this place was discovered due to that. I mean, this place is one of the most fabled fisheries, but it made people perk up and say, hey.
Definitely did. Definitely did.
I mean, in a perfect world, I could see the fish and I could be able to tell when I need to hop it or whatever I need to do, but it's cloudy and all I can see is just a bright spot over there, so I'm just making the same pitch over and over and over. Just trying to visualize in my mind what she's doing.
It's really amazing that how Bass Live, having live cameras in the boats, has changed our sport so much for so many years. And it hasn't been that long ago we didn't have Bass Live. An average angler, a young angler, would never hear about that adding the little spinner on the back of that Cinco, would never hear the angler talk about, hey, this is what I'm trying to do to get this fish that's on the bed to bite. And I mean, it would take years to learn things that you can learn in just a few minutes watching this.
And it's not just what he's fishing and how, like every little movement that an angler makes, like you're seeing exactly how they're fishing it. There's no, all those little things that people used to keep secret are no longer secrets. Davey, talk to me about something we've talked about a few times this week. The bed fishing and it getting personal. I mean, we're going to see that in this tournament, and we may see that play out where the person wins the tournament because they stuck on that fish, or they could go the other direction because they spent too much time.
Yeah, so the tournament winning fish usually is a bigger fish. The ones that I always had the difficult time with were the keepers. And we saw Drew Benton this morning catching keepers. You know, I'm gonna keep moving and catch a few of these males just to get a limit, but you can get caught up in that. And I saw Drew Benton do this earlier. I don't know if you were probably watching. He fished for. He said this was gonna be an easy one to catch, and he fished for it for just a few minutes and hooked it, and it came off immediately. Those are the ones that you like, gosh, and you throw back in there, and they're still interested, and sometimes it might take an hour, and you should never spend, unless it's an extremely tough fishery, an hour on a 2-pounder, 2.5 pounder. Never at Harris Chain Lakes, in my opinion. But you can miss a fish, you can lose a fish, you can do some things, and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna get him now, and it just changed their mood, and you think, well, I don't need to fish for it any longer. And then about that time, it starts perking up and maybe bites again. So you really have to set a time limit according to the size of the fish, in my opinion, and say, hey, I'm gonna give this 2-pounder 5 minutes. Now, if it's a 10-pounder, obviously you give it longer, and that's like you're saying, it can make or break you in a tournament.
Lester also mentioned the weather not being perfect for him. I imagine this weather affects the sight bite a lot better than the guys who are actually fishing offshore a little bit. It might actually help them, would it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the wind is a good thing, especially for Gerald Swindle. The depth range, and he's throwing a vibrating jig a lot. What he's doing, this weather should definitely be helping him, and I think you have to take all that into account before the events actually start.
Gerald Swindle is definitely the one that everybody wants to see win the late. I mean, after watching Cruz win last week, actually, me and Lulu talked about that this morning. We were like, hey, Cruz got one. time for G to get it. And she said, man, I'm praying. And there's nobody in the fishing world that wouldn't love to see Gerald Swindle take a win. And remember, this is the very state that he won his open event. So, what a celebration that would be with Gerald Swindle. It'll happen.
It will happen. And why not this Sunday?
Yeah, why not? Watching Benton and Lester right now, and we're going to have our eyes on a lot of these anglers. They've all got their eyes on the prize, which is $100,000 and the second Elite Series title of the season. Welcome back. Welcome back to the live mix. And Davey Hite, weather continues to move us way. If you look right over your shoulder, I'm looking at a line of rain heading this way. And as we talked just before, that should help the offshore bite a little bit, especially guys like G.
Yeah, we've seen Gerald Swindle and several other anglers that are fishing offshore. John Cruz this morning, Jake Whitaker. They're really doing good, and this should help the bite for them throughout the whole day. And the sight fishermen, this is definitely not what they were looking forward to. But, hey, this is kind of in the weather forecast. Only a 20% chance of rain, but the winds are supposed to blow today, so you had to take that into account. But we did hear Drew Benton mention that he might go offshore and fish some this afternoon, so I guess he's planning on that weather.
It was kind of a really cool vibe at takeoff this morning, just because, I mean, I don't remember having that many, and it wasn't a ton of them, but like several anglers said, I am going to a double-digit fish first. And when you hear that, you know, just the excitement. I mean, I don't know how they slept, but
it makes it difficult. In my career, I was able to start on one several times like that, and you don't sleep real good during the night. You just, I hope it's there. I hope somebody else doesn't beat me to it. All those things going on in your head.
Well, we've seen a lot go on here this week, but early in this tournament, it seems like offshore is playing bigger than most had assumed. Why?
Well, there's just so many fish love to live out there on those shell beds, and in my opinion, probably a big reason is a lot of those fish are post-spawn. A number of those fish are post-spawn. Not as many big fish up on the bed. Every one of these sight
we're pulling the plug on the sight fishing thing.
Said, really surprised not any more females up there.
Up with some of these males that I had, and even the couple females that I had were gone. So we're gonna step back and punt, and I've got an area down in Harris that I got a lot of bites in, and you know, that could be one of those deals where the big ones are right behind them, and we're going to go down there. If it's sunny when I go through Eustis, I've got one canal in there that's got a female. I'll swing in there, check her, but other than that, I think our day of sight fishing is done.
Wow, that's shocking to hear that from Drew Benton.
It's shocking to hear it, and I guarantee you that's not what he wants to be saying right now. He probably much rather be saying, I'm going to sight fish all 4 days of this event. So but you got to do what the conditions, you know, what they deal you, and the weather just is not conducive to sight fishing as much today. Now, if they were everywhere and a lot of those bigger females already up on the bed and you had them marked, that would be one thing. But when you have to go look for the bigger fish and moving up in this kind of weather, it makes it difficult.
Do you believe that the pressure has affected them? You know, we heard an incredible amount of boats on the water, not just our anglers, but anglers pre-fishing for other events. Like over and over again, you heard that story.
I've seen that before. Gosh, and there has been a lot of pressure like you were talking earlier. So many events, you know, really for the last 2 years, Harris Chain has been, everyone in the country that keeps up with fishing throughout the entire country knows that Harris Chain has been on fire for several years now. But the fish that I saw this morning and talking to these anglers, usually when it's the pressure, they're just real skittish. They just, when you see them on the bed, they just take off. And I haven't heard that. It's just like the males are up there, but the females aren't.
Strange. But one thing is for sure, we've got eyes on all of our anglers, and whether it's Drew Benton pulling the plug on the sight bite or other anglers that were offshore talking about maybe coming inshore. I mean, how nuts. I mean, Drew Benton doesn't even want me to talk about that. Like,
well, that's what makes tournament fishing so interesting. They all take off with a plan on day one, and they go in different directions. Everybody has a plan, and they're for the most part, they're different plans. We had 18 people go to Apopka this morning. That was really surprising.
Well, I'm excited to see how this turns out. We can't have that many anglers heading to giant fish like that, but we will see giant fish at weigh. And I'm certain, and I heard a little while ago that Jamie Hartman got one over 8 pounds. So there is some big fish here in Florida, and I think they'll get a lot bigger than that. Will we see a double-digit fish this week, Davey Hite?
Yes.
Yeah. You didn't even.
I didn't.
Wow. Sounds good to me. I mean, we will definitely see some giant fish here, and you will see it following all day long on Bassmaster.com. Fox Sports apps will be covering the action, and we've got a lot of cameras with a lot of anglers out there, and we will all week long. Davey Hite says there's a double-digit fish, and that excites me. And if you like big fish, come on back.
Why does that damn thing keep getting crooked?
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain. And right atop our leaderboard, Jake Whitaker. And look, Jay Yellis just popped up into second place. Lots going on here at the second stop of 2022. And this all-important stop in Florida. Every time we come to Florida, you hear anglers talk about how they love it and some anglers hate it. But if you didn't do well at the last one, you better do well here, or you find yourself at a huge deficit going into the season. Davey Hite, you have guaranteed me a double-digit fish this week. Are we going to see it?
I didn't guarantee now, my friend. You asked my opinion, I gave it to you. But it's almost a guarantee because I did say it rather quickly. But I think we will see a 10-pounder caught today, or it might be Sunday. But there's too many big ones here not to see one of them this week.
Well, we will definitely see him, and we'll see it all go down live here. And I am joined, you've heard his voice, welcome him to the set here. Bassmaster Classic champion, two-time Angler of the Year, and Bass Fishing Hall of Fame inductee Davey Hite. He comes with all the statistics. I just moved the hole that makes the words. But Davey, what surprises you here today?
Not as many big females being up on the beds. We saw it in some other lakes we fished the last few days away from here, but only about 45 minutes away. But talking to the anglers this morning and them being out on the water this morning with Ashley, a lot of those small males up on those beds, but not females. The full moon was Wednesday night. It should all set up to be perfect, and they just haven't shown up. But we've got, after today, 3 more days for them to show up, and I know they will one day, maybe this afternoon.
Well, I look forward to seeing it, but let's catch up on what happened today with our Toyota midday report. And who better to start with than the guy who won just last week, John Cruz, a 2-time Elite Series champion.
Absolutely, and never underestimate momentum in this sport, and obviously John Cruz has all the momentum among the Bassmaster Elite anglers. He was able to win his second Elite event. Been fishing a long time and made a lot of classics. I think about 12 classics for John Cruz, a great fisherman, well respected throughout our industry. Finally got his second victory last week, which we were all glad to see that. And boy, the momentum certainly carried on this week. He got started off this morning around a lot of other boats, but just out fishing some of the good anglers around him.
Pressure definitely something you're going to get used to fishing in Florida, especially this time of year. Most of the country dealing with inclement weather, and everybody rushes down to Florida. Is that the reason we're seeing so much offshore fishing?
Well, it's just a great offshore lake with all the shale beds and even some rock here, and it's unusual in Florida, but a lot of it here on the Harris Chain. And Gerald Swindle fishing offshore, but not any boats around him. John Cruz was around probably 8 or 10 other boats, but Gerald Swindle, no one in sight around him. Not catching a lot of fish numbers-wise, but just he said, I got to work at it and just hopefully catch one every 30 minutes, one an hour, and, have a good solid limit when he comes in. And it's been a joy to watch him this morning fishing a vibrating jig you see there. Most often, he just needs to upgrade a few and get rid of a couple of those 2-pounders, have a good solid start.
Well, we talked about all the people flocking to Florida to enjoy the weather. If that dude's in the lead going into the final day or in contention, there's going to be a lot of people showing up here. But, John Cox. If anybody can rain on his parade, it will be this guy. 31 pounds, 15 ounces yesterday. Told me he was going to a fish this morning as big as my leg.
Well, I guess there was a
Yeah, when John Cox says, I'm going to start on a double-digit fish, it gets everyone's attention. Now, evidently, that fish was not there for him this morning. He only has about 12.5 pounds so far, but you better watch out for John Cox. And speaking of people showing up, last week, a lot of people showed up on Sunday thinking John Cox was going to win that event, and he said, I really had the chance. I just lost some of the fish.
He was really shocked when I talked to him after the tournament, shell-shocked. He said, I just really did not expect it to be that tough. And that kind of seems like what's happening with Drew Benton today. I mean, Benton is one of the best sight anglers we have on tour, and for him to be pulling the plug this early on sight fishing tells you how off it must be.
Yeah, you see him right here catching another 2-pounder, maybe 2.5. And that's not what you normally would see from Drew Benton in the sight fishing event. That's why we have a camera in his boat this morning. A lot of high expectations, but they're just not up there. Not a lot of females up there. Drew Benton said maybe they've moved up overnight. And this morning he was not able to locate one of those big females that he really needs to have a good shot at this event.
Look at all the tournament winners. Well, I mean, we've already had 2 this year at Bass events, and both of them are in our Toyota Midday Report. Brandon Lester won an Open earlier this year and would love to get his first Elite Series victory.
Absolutely. Much like John Cruz, had the momentum coming into this tournament after a victory in that Open, and just like John Cruz, got off to a good start this morning. Good solid, at least 7-pound bass there. And he's fishing these shallow reeds for fish that are bedding, but not visually looking at those fish like Drew Benton is trying to do. Some of those other anglers knows that these fish are spawning, but started out this morning just blind fishing, as we like to say. It's an awkward term, but caught some nice fish to get off to a good start.
At a 4-box, Cruz, Swindle, Cox, and Martin right now. Riddle me this, Davey Hite. And I was just thinking of watching this. When you look at Brandon Lester, a guy who always fishes the Opens, we have not been here in a long time. Is this one of the situations where the Open anglers are actually going to have an advantage, meaning that the Opens has come here a bunch, but the Elite Series hasn't been here for 11 years?
Yeah, it's probably the only event that I can think of, the only site that I can think of that's like this, that the younger fishermen, the anglers that most recently qualified for the Elites through the Opens, have been here more than the anglers that have been like a Gerald Swindle, who've been fishing the Elites for so long. He fishes some Opens, and actually Gerald might be one of the few exceptions of someone that's been fishing the Elites for 20-plus years, but also continues to fish some of the Opens.
Don't count out Cox. I drove through to Berry, Florida, and it's like 30 minutes from here, and as soon as I drove that, I'm like, oh boy, you can't tell me he doesn't know a thing or two. And he did. I mean, he told me he's got a lot of experience on all of these lakes. The gamble is just committing where to go. Explain to me how tough, like, what are the options?
Well, I always want to be around good cover. The best available cover. In Florida, the best available cover is the best vegetation. And we all, as tournament anglers, I think, look for hydrilla when you come to Florida. And you look for hard bottom close to the hydrilla areas where there's shale beds or rock itself. And that's what I want to look for first and foremost. But this time of year, looking at the full moon, middle of March, if I were in this event, the first practice day, I'd put the trolling motor down and cover a lot of just the shoreline, the bank, to look for fish on bed. And I'm sure that's what a lot of these anglers did. And they found a lot of fish on bed, but not as many females as expected. And it's really been a surprise to me and everyone else that I've talked to about it. You just really can't understand why there aren't any more bigger fish up there, you know, pairs of fish, the males and the females.
In your opinion, how long do the females stay up there?
Oh, it all depends on time of year. And when I say time of year, you're like, well, it's a spawn. But in Florida, the spawn starts in, I'm going to say December, but definitely in January, and goes, you know, I've caught spawning bass on Lake Okeechobee in October. Wow. So, I mean, but when the water temperatures are higher and those fish are spawning, the process doesn't take as long. When the first wave comes up in the early part of the year and you have a cold front move in and the water gets colder again, it can take a lot longer. But the female usually doesn't stay up there, but about a day, I would say. You know, sometimes it might be 3 or 4 days, but usually it's not very long for the female. The male can stay up there as much as a week or more.
Watching Drew Benton and Benton Lester right now, and as we reported, Benton was committed to sight fishing and just 15 minutes ago said, it's not happening, I'm going to start moving.
Yeah, he can't help but look. The sun is out pretty well where he's at right now. There's some places, and felt a little bit of rain here where we are just a few minutes ago. So just patchy clouds and little spots of rain, but it looks like he's in an area where really be good forward looking, and he's trucking along with a trolling motor there pretty good, just hoping to run across one of those 10-pounders like we're going to see come to the scales.
What is the riskiest run here?
Oh, I think it's definitely going to Apopka.
Okay.
Because that lock only holds 3 boats. And you don't know if you pull up there and there's 3 boats ahead of you, or 18, or not 18, but it could be 15 boats ahead of you. This morning I was talking to some anglers, and I know what was probably going on in their minds, and it definitely was. Like, do you go fish for a couple hours and hopefully those guys have locked through, and then you go and lock through, or you go sit and wait? And the answer I got more often than not is, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. Been thinking about it for a couple days. We did have a camera on Scott Martin's boat, and he chose to go there, and he basically sat for 2 hours waiting on his turn. So we'll see if that pays off. But going over there just limits your time. Coming back is £1 a minute if you're late, up to 15, and then you're DQ'd.
Lots of gambling going on here this week. The beautiful Harris chain, for the first time in a little over a decade, the Elite Series visits this phenomenal fishery. And Davey Hite may not stick with it, but he guaranteed we will see a double digit. And I think we will see a double. We can't come to Florida and not see a double digit. We'll be right back from the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris chain.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Welcome back to beautiful Florida. This is Elite 2 of 2022 and our second stop in the same state, kicking off this season in Florida. Had a great event last week on the St. Johns River. Traveled a couple hours up the road to this incredible fishery, the Harris Chain. And the Elite Series visiting here for the first time in 11 years. But we got to see how these guys are fishing. And let's jump in Minn Kota, unlock the lake. Davey Hite, we are in Florida, but explain this incredible chain of lakes to me.
Well, it is an incredible chain of lakes. You can see there take off in Leesburg, Florida here on Big Harris. And we just talked about Lake Apopka, where a number of anglers, J.L.S., who has moved up into second place, has got 18 pounds, but probably only has another hour or two of fishing left. Then as we move north, you see these other lakes, a big chain of lake. And what's really amazing to me is how people are spread out. You see Buddy Gross there at Big Harris, Jake Whitaker. And then as you go on up north and west, you see Lake Griffin to the west, a number of anglers there, including Gerald Swindle, Tyler Rivette, David Mullins, Scott Canterbury. Historically, that has really been a good lake there, Lake Griffin, through the years. But we've been hearing, you look down south and east, Lake Apopka is supposedly fishing best, has the best cover, the best vegetation of any of these lakes right now. The problem is the small lock only holds 3 boats, and it takes 2 hours. If you're a later boat flight-wise, like past about 70th place, you're going to have to wait 2 hours to lock through there. All those boats will be coming back through. I hate to say it, but I really expect we're going to have at least an angler, maybe several of them, that are going to have to give up weight for being late because of that lock this week.
Not on this fishery, but our tournament leader, Jake Whitaker, the reason he didn't make the Classic was one of those time miscues last year, and that literally can detriment your entire season. But one thing I'm realizing that is true is Drew Benton, a good dude, an incredible sight fisherman, but not a truth teller. Not a truth teller whatsoever. 20 minutes ago, he said he was done with sight fishing. To me, it looks like he is sight fishing. Davey?
Yeah, that's what he loves to do. And the sun popped back out, and he said, you know, I'm sure he said to himself, I got to check 1 or 2 more areas. It's just the way, if we see Drew Benton win this event, he's going to have to catch a number of these fish sight fishing. He just loves to do it so much, and he's so good at it. And I don't blame him for not wanting to leave what he, you know, you got to fish your own game. Brandon Lester hooked up. Looks like a good one.
Get in here.
Definitely a cull there for Brandon Lester.
That's another female. Look how white she is. Fat, not a mark on her.
So what he's saying there about how white she is, fat, not a mark on her, that's a female that has just moved up from offshore. It's real surprising. It's been warm all week this week, and really warm the last night or two. 60s.
That's a pretty good call.
Low 60s for a low. Good call there.
That is an incredible call.
That's crazy. She was
up north, a lot of times.
She was sitting right out on the tip. You see that little bitty one sitting right out by itself. That's where she was at.
Uh-oh. Davey, you know that music.
I know that music.
You're more attuned to it, so I will give you the honors right now.
Well, it's got to be the power pole replay of the day has to be of one Brandon Lester, and we're not going to replay his most recent victory in the Bassmaster Opens. We're going to replay this morning. Brandon Lester started out with that momentum, fishing these reeds, 4 fish that he knows are probably there bedding but cannot visually see these fish. Catches this real good one to start the morning, and I'm going to tell you, I was sweating for him a little bit right here because I remember Brandon Lester losing a 6-pound smallmouth right beside the boat that cost him tournament, but he's not losing this one. 6-pound, 12-ounce largemouth bass here on Harris Chain of Lakes. Brandon Lester is a power pole replay of the day.
Beautiful, beautiful fish for Brandon Lester, and a very worthy power pole replay of the day indeed.
Good call for him just a few minutes ago. He mentioned that fish looking real
when
white.
You're flipping these
It's on the
like this,
outside edge of the cover.
The water's 3.5 feet right here. But you want to kind of try to picture in your mind where those fish are going to set up. Anything that sticks out, see how it makes a little point right there? And that one sticking right out on the very end, that's right where she was at. So that's what you want to look for. Little holes or anything where those fish can relate to, can set up. I mean, a point in the reeds is no different than a point on the main lake. I mean, that's the way the fish look at it.
That fish there cut his deficit to the leader basically in half. A little while ago, we were talking about his deficit being right around 5 pounds. Now he's back 2-4, just like that. So I'm assuming that may be a sign that things are starting to, as it warms up. a lot of times up north, you'll see the females will pull off, but not far off. They're not on the bed, and just the male sits there. But they move off, and it might just be 20 feet away.
Yeah.
Do you think some of that is happening here?
Oh, sure, no doubt about it. Because a lot of the fish that we're seeing caught offshore, like Jake Whitaker is fishing, John Cruz. We saw the group of boats there this morning. A number of those are off because they've already been to the shoreline and spawned, and maybe even some of those fish, I think, spawn out there on those hard spots out offshore. But this tournament, in my opinion, is going to be one more likely fishing the shoreline, because I think more of those pre-spawn fish are going to be moving there, and for the offshore anglers to win, like where Jake Whitaker is fishing, more post-spawn fish will have to move out there to them. And I just think the numbers are going to be favoring the guys like a Brandon Lester, like a Scott Martin. Gerald Swindle's kind of in between, but and a John Cox. Those guys they're staying with the, let's say, bank fishing, because they think those bigger females, the larger number, are going to be on the bank versus offshore. If this tournament was a month ago, I think it'd be just the opposite. Or a month from now.
Some unique stuff going on around here this week. Heard last night that there is actually training for the planes that scoop the water from the lakes. They're training this week here. So, I mean, I hope it doesn't happen right on top of one of our anglers' areas, but I wouldn't mind that happening on live. That'd be pretty cool to see.
It would be cool to see. That would be a risky job, I would think, to fly a plane that you want to just scoop a little skim off the top of the water, not a big scoop.
And the fish will be in these holes right here. So I can take this, I can watch it. So this will be the taller pieces right here, will be hydrilla. You'll see one looks like one little bitty one up on top. So it's kind of the name of the game, is get in the tunnels where they stay and try to drop this bait in there. It's where they go to. It's a pre-spawn, post-spawn place. It's like Motel 6. That's where everybody goes. So that's why I'm going so slow right now. That's where they live.
Scott Martin just filled his limit, not with one.
Yes. Sometimes it's just intimidating. So it's like it's everywhere, but
It's just something that just makes you feel a little better. But that is interesting right there.
Well, $4 with our anglers, and I'm getting texts, I'm getting emails from people. A lot of people wondering, where Tommy is and Zona. I'm hearing we found them, Davey.
Oh, good.
I'm assuming well, there they are.
There they are.
They are making their way back to the Marathon Studios in Little Rock.
Ronnie makes such a good co-pilot.
Oh, so good. So good. I mean, him and Such would be fighting to who's driving, but
Such is in the back.
So that's Such in the caboose right there. Wow, I want to do that, but we'll be right back.
Whoa!
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here. Venetian Gardens on the beautiful Harris Chain of Lakes. This is stop number 2 of 2022, the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain. And Jake Whitaker is your leader. Also a guy who's chasing down that first Elite Series victory. Had an incredibly consistent career, but Jay Ellis is steadily moving up. And don't forget Jamie Hartman, because he's only got 4 fish and he's already inside the top 10.
That's a great point. Jamie Hartman catching one over 8 pounds this morning. That's one you need to be able to have a first day lead.
Let's get out on the water with Scott Martin, a guy who, as you talked, made a big gamble.
All right, well, first of all, if I'm live, I
Not
want to
the
say
only one.
a big hello to my wife. And hopefully my daughters and Reed. Jacob's over there filming, so. Update is, I'm not catching them like I thought, number one. Number two, I got a limit, which is awesome. But I think we're in that part of the cycle where these bigger ones are just either hunkered down, it's full moon, and they're not biting, obviously, and I'm getting the males to react, but I don't know. And what's interesting today, and the reason I think I'm right, is because I've seen 2 pairs on the Panoptics, and I've seen like one giant blob, huge, and see a little blob run up to the big blob, and you know, just like they do when they're spawning, chase them and run up on them. And I've caught 2 of the males doing that. But those big blobs I haven't been able to get to bite. So I'm not real sure what to do to get those to bite, but I think I'm in that little bit of a cycle right now where they're literally spawning. The good thing is I've got 5, and if I can now get a big, you know, 2 big bites, get back into survival mode. There's a lot of big ones in here, I'll say that. I'm gonna catch a, if 10 pounder flew out of the water, I would not be surprised.
As you said earlier, Davey, there's not a lot of time left for Scott Martin. When you make that gamble, you lose time at the beginning and even more at the end because there's no guarantee what order you'll be, but this is how he put it all together so far today.
Yeah, you see, he got started early once he got over there. Unfortunately, it took him about
a lot of times when they
almost 2.5 hours to get to his starting spot. Caught 2 fish.
Their spawn is
right off the bat.
A lot of these fish bite. It's that initial spawn, which is, again, the warmest day. Water temperature finally hit 65. You're kind of committed once you're down here is the problem.
And the thing to remember is we're in Florida. Yeah. Although his day right now seems, I mean, literally 2 swings of the bat and things can change.
No, definitely. And he's in the right area. You know, I've heard a lot of good things about Apopka here this week. And there was a long time there. There was a number of years, I'm thinking about 10 years, where it was considered the Dead Sea. So it's great to see all this vegetation, see the reeds, and hear the anglers talk about the eelgrass and the hydrilla. And for an angler like Scott, who obviously has a lot of history here in the state of Florida, he knows which lakes are on fire and which ones aren't. For him to commit so much of his day getting to and from Apopka, that tells you how good it has to be fishing right now. You just really back yourself in the corner when you, this time of the year, commit half of your day
stay there. I'm coming
to
around.
traveling, because you need as much time as you can, because these fish, even though, you know, him describing those big blobs were, you know, probably the bigger female bass on the beds, when they first move up, sometimes they don't bite, but maybe if you could be there 2 or 3 hours later, you could catch those fish. But he's not going to have that luxury because he's got to spend all that time to get back to check in.
$2 right now, and boy, that is 2 of Florida's finest right there. Between those 2, they have made a lot of money catching bass.
Yes, absolutely. It's great to be able to watch these 2 anglers live, and you can learn so much. It's interesting that John Cox seems to just be fishing under this matted vegetation here more than maybe I thought he would by this time of the day. I thought he would sight fish, and it looks to be clear there where he's at. You know, not a lot of clouds in the sky, but this is a great place for fish, those females, to set up if they're not on those beds oftentimes. And it does not have to be cold, but oftentimes when they're just,
why don't we get one more out?
I guess, waiting for those eggs to mature, they'll suspend under these mats.
Oh, good googly moogly. Look at that mess.
That's why you got to love John Cox. He is certainly human, isn't he?
He's awesome. Like, just listening to how much fun he has there, even in pressure situations. I mean, he loves his life. He really does. I mean, I love it. On stage, he'll always say, you know, I hope I make the cut so I can go fishing. But even if I don't, I'm going fishing tomorrow. Don't worry.
It looked like a bowl of pasta in his rod locker, and he has no graph on the front, I don't think. So that's fun. And I like his personal choice there. He just pulled a jig out of the rod box. You see, like you mentioned, two of these great fishermen, both fishing jigs
and then this is on his
in
hat,
Florida.
But I have to catch a 7-pounder, so I need him to start pulling for me. We'll say that whenever they come live again.
So, that'll be good when we come live. Zona getting hats. I mean, we need to get on some of this free swag, Davey.
Oh, John Cox pulled out a swim jig. The number of anglers caught him good last week on a swim jig at St. John's.
What time do you think Scott Martin can push it to?
Oh, I don't know what his check-in time is. I know he was a later boat. I don't know if he's in the very last flight or not. But if it were me, just because really your check-in time doesn't have a lot to do with it. You have to just hope you calculate how many people are going to be in front of you. The good thing about going back, although I would want to allow extra time, it took him 2 hours and 15 minutes, I'm going to say. The good thing about going back, the earlier flight guys are going to leave earlier. The problem in the morning is everybody gets there not exactly the same time because there's a delayed takeoff, but it only takes about 20 seconds per boat to leave in the mornings. Where in the afternoons they have several hours, so it should be better in the afternoon, and I would hope for that. I would allow 2 hours, a little less than it took him this morning. If I had 25 pounds, I would allow 3 hours. It all depends on if you want to gamble or not. And it's truly a gamble when you got a situation like this.
When you've referred to, and several anglers have referred to that as the Dead Sea in the past, was that just because it got depleted of weeds? It just got wiped out?
I think it was unfortunately depleted of weeds and fish. I mean, it was just... it was just really, really bad. I mean, all of these fisheries go through cycles, but it seems like the ones in Florida, man, when they really turn, they turn. But it's great to see it come back, and it's great. I've heard from several people. I heard Zona talking about it, but I heard it at takeoff this morning too, that Florida fisheries, wildlife have really kind of nurtured and babied Apopka, and they've a concerted effort to get it back and have it good again. And obviously they've done a good job. That's good to hear that, they looking out for a place that was, boy, it was 10, 12 years ago, boy, it's like nobody went there to fish.
It's pretty incredible to see all the work going on in Florida. I mean, last week we spoke to Gene Gilland about the trophy catch program, and similar to, the Sherlunker program in Texas, but very different in the way that it's not so much they're not taking the fish they want people to release the fish. That's all they want. I mean, the biologist told me straight to my face, he's like, Florida has the ability to grow lots of teenager-sized fish, but Florida also gets an incredible amount of pressure.
Yes.
And when people are taking the 8s out, they're never going to be 13. Right. So really, that just shows how good this is, that these bodies of water are. They just believe as long as we can continue to release them, in a few years it'll be a lot better. And they've had 10,000 fish through that program.
And I really like the idea that they're tagging that many fish, because you can truly keep up with what's happening with that fish. The shocking, the surveys, that sort of thing, that's good and all has its place, but you tag a lot of fish, when they're caught, if they're caught. If you get the community participating and they call in and give the numbers of the fish, and like you said, hopefully release that fish, because if If you take it when it's 6 pounds, it'll never be 8 pounds. It'll never be 10 pounds. And those bigger females are the ones that we really need to understand. It takes a long time to get those fish in that trophy weight size.
John Cox has childlike enthusiasm.
He does. He does.
Spent a little time chatting with him on Valentine's. He was nice enough to spend time, talk to me, and he got so excited talking about different lakes and stuff and how he loved it. Shocker. This is one thing I never expected ever to hear. He's like, why don't you go shiner fishing? And I'm like, most tournament anglers will ridicule you for that. But he's like, I just love to catch them sometimes. You know what I mean? And when he's very proficient, obviously, with a Berkeley General and many baits, but sometimes he just loves to go and shiner fish.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. And he releases all his fish.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with just go have fun catching them. Deep down, that's why we're all here. That's
Yeah.
why we all love this sport, is because we love catching them.
Also explained a lot to me. You know, you see him always in an aluminum boat, the Tin Man. He's always, and when you talk to him, it explains a lot of it in Florida why he fishes out of those boats. You know what I mean? He's, like he said, he said, here there's so much pressure. You need to get to the sneaky spots. You need to go to the lakes with a dirt road every once in a while because there is just that much pressure.
Yes.
It's a snow day at home for my kids today. Seems weird. I'm looking at the green grass in front of John Cox, and my kids have a snow day.
I noticed that I made a little short post this morning on my social media of the takeoff, and I got a lot of comments about 6 inches of ice here. So, you know, just it's very, very cold in a big part of this country, and certainly the farther north you go, the more it gets that way. But it has absolutely been beautiful here the last few days. Today's supposed to be 86, 87 degrees for a high. Tomorrow, not far behind, mid-80s. Well, you see Scott Martin. It's great to have a camera on these anglers. Even we haven't seen him catch a good fish yet. I'm certainly hope he will, but he's changing baits up a lot. And John Cox has got a spinning rod in his hand now. This is about the 3rd or 4th bait change that we've seen him make. And you can learn so much watching these guys. Really aren't moving around a lot, aren't covering a lot of water, but they are changing baits, trying to figure out what they need to do to get one of those bigger females to bite.
Critter just got in John Cox's drink. Hate when that happens. I have to believe, although this hasn't gone to plan for either of these anglers so far today, they're doing what they do best here today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and like I mentioned, anyone going to Apopka, I talked about this a little bit earlier, they're trying to win this tournament. It's so difficult, especially if you didn't have the tournament that you wanted on St. Johns River, which Scott, he didn't finish where he wanted to at St. Johns River. Didn't have a terrible tournament, but didn't have a great one. But then to commit to try to win the next event instead of, man, I need to get some points. I need to make that $10,000 check. I like to see anglers that fish to win. I was talking to Buddy Gross this morning, and he's like, I need to get back to fishing to win because that's what I do. It's so hard not to think about, man, if I just finish middle of the pack, I can make $10,000. But I really like to see, maybe it doesn't work out for them, Angler of the Year point standing if they have a couple bad events, but I like to see anglers that go try to win an event. And these two certainly are here this week.
Scott Martin just chugged a 5-hour energy, I believe. So look out.
You can do that if you're picking up a bait caster with heavy braid on it. Don't chug a 5-hour energy if you're picking up your spinning rod. 8-pound test.
Benton and Lester has been having a good day today. Let's check out how his day's going. Looks like he's looking at one.
Yes, he is.
Is that praying or?
maybe a little bit of that, but he's getting his getting down a little lower, so hopefully that fish can't see his silhouette quite as good.
I love how he is getting low so the fish doesn't see him, being super quiet, and you can hear somebody weed eating. Oh, hooked up.
Oh, good one.
Told you it was a 5-pounder.
Oh boy.
In the mouth.
We might have a new leader.
Yes, sir.
New leader, don't you think?
I would say his smallest fish, 1 pound 4 ounces. He was 2.5 pounds behind the leader, and I'd say unofficially we have a brand new leader in the always lethal Benton and Lester. Oh, here comes Zona now. I guess Zona had to one up the boys.
I have to correct myself. That was not Ronnie in the passenger seat.
Oh, it was. He was driving. That's right. Well, Zona ready to take off.
The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
In elementary school, I literally told my elementary school teachers, when I grow up, I want to be a professional bass fisherman. That was 3rd grade. I think I caught my first bass when I was 5 years old.
Big one.
Yeah, from the time that I understood that when you grew up, you had to do something to make money, to feed your family. From that time, I knew I wanted to be a pro bass fisherman, and I had a day job. I worked in a factory, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I'd much rather be here.
Much rather be right there, as a matter of fact, atop our leaderboard. A brand new leader, Benton and Lester. While we've been live, we saw him go within 5 pounds of the lead, 2 pounds of the lead, and just moments ago, a key cull puts him right atop the leaderboard, 21 pounds, 8 ounces. And our leaderboard continues to change. See Jamie Hartman making a bit of a charge, filling out his limit and moving up that top 10. Thing to remember is he's got that giant 8+ pounder, and the guy that there's one of those planes we spoke of.
There's one of those planes, no doubt about it. That is an interesting looking plane there. I think we saw one of those yesterday coming back from our little fishing trip.
Maybe just a Gerald Swindle fan. Wanted to fly by and see how he's doing.
It's real interesting seeing Benton and Lester just stay right along the shoreline, but not, well, he did catch that last 5-pounder looking at the fish, but his biggest fish that he's caught so far this morning were just fishing these shallow water reeds, staying around a few boat docks and some mixed vegetation. I did get word that Scott Martin doesn't check in until 5 o'clock, so he's got a few more hours to fish.
5 o'clock?
Yes.
I guess I better cancel my 5 o'clock plans.
I know that's got to be correct because Ronnie texted me 5 o'clock, so he must be the last flight.
Davey, we get to critique all these guys and talk about how they're doing. How did you fare on the Harris chain over your career?
It was not good to me for the most part. I had made a few checks kind of placed, but did not fare well for the most part.
I'm glad you told the truth.
It's definitely the truth. I remember one year there was like 100 pounds of bedding bass in one canal with a spring in it. I drew out and I said, if I'm first flight, I'll go there because I knew a lot of boats were going there. I was boat 13. And when I got there, there was 11 boats there. So only one boat ahead of me did not go to that spring, and it turned out to be a disastrous tournament because I was all in on that because I had a good boat draw. But every boat in the tournament wanted to go there.
Davey, we love to show your highlights, but hey, we don't just show Davey's highlights. Let's have a look through the numbers of Davey Hite here. Oh, boy, Davey.
Oh, boy. It's not good. Now, the one good thing there, when you see 166, obviously that was an open. That's middle of the pack. 2004, 40th, middle of the pack, middle of the pack opens kind of stuff. It's probably been the worst fishery I've ever fished. But you learn things from bad finishes just like good finishes. I don't do commentary on this Bass Live because I've won every event. I do it because I can relate to a guy that finished 90th or lower last week because I've been there, done that. It's all part of it, no doubt.
Before the people in the Twitterverse decide to lambaste me for putting Davey Hite's stats up there, I just do what my producer tells me to. Same guy that made me play. He does that every once in a while. He once told me, hey, we're going to show some Hank Cherry footage at a Bassmaster Classic. Had no idea what the footage was, and oh, Swindle hooked up.
That in the core. We got him, didn't we? Put that totem on with spotlight. I got you. That's the kind of bite we need to get a kid to turn us around a little bit. Ooh, man, to fish that thing slow.
Good goal there for Swindle.
Oh, yeah. I hope your babies are born naked.
From Swindle while he's culling, over to Drew Benton. Decided to make an audible from his audible earlier where he said he was no longer going to sight fish. Sure looks like he's looking at one right now, and he is one of the best at doing that. How cool is it? Drew Benton, an incredible sight angler, but knows a thing or two about lures. And he's going to help us out a little bit with our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
The best thing that I found is this big bite fighting frog. It imitates a ton of different stuff. It can be a bluegill. It's got crawl pinchers on it and a bunch of different appendages. And you can shake your rod tip and always be moving something and enticing them to bite. But I think it's just a bait that can be a lot of different things. And when you're trying to get one of these things to bite, it could be a crawfish trying to eat their eggs, a bluegill, anything. So I think that's why I like it so much, is because it's just a real versatile plastic that can look like either of those. And I like to throw a natural color. Sometimes I will throw a white, but I like throwing natural color because you can foul hook them on accident when that white disappears and they swim in front of it and thump it, and you hook them in the side. This, I actually feel them bite when it's a natural color. They were throwing wide in here on it.
Let's look at Drew Benton and how day number 1 here at stop number 2 of the Bassmaster Elite Series has gone for him.
Started out just catching some males that were up on the B.A.S. just to try to fill his limit. And unfortunately, he was hoping to cross paths with a larger female while he was doing some of this, just getting this limit this morning. It did not happen for him.
One of the things he pointed out during the top lures there is something I'm hearing more and more. I mean, people seem to want to throw white, and a lot of sight fishing. I mean, it does make it a little easier, but I hear that more and more from kind of the higher level sight anglers that they don't throw white because that's what everybody's throwing.
Well, it's my whole career. I wanted to throw white because you can see the bait and you can see how the fish reacts to it. It's just still not what he needs. Maybe a little upgrade, but not what he needs. But yeah, it's real easy to see a white bait or any, even a bubble gum, a pink. There are several high vis baits that you can throw, but these fish
let him have that hook.
Normally bite those natural colors a lot better, but it's pick your poison. Do you want to be able to see the bait, or do you want a bait that maybe that fish is going to likely bite a lot easier? So just kind of mix it up with the two.
This is where I wish I would have put them on the... Oh gosh, what has happened?
Over to Scott Martin. He's got a limit of fish, but still searching for that bigger bite. And you watch him right there. I mean, change the person. I feel like I'm watching Roland Martin. I mean, that is a Martin scene right there.
Yes, it definitely is.
You think Roland yells at the TV when he's watching Scott?
Oh my God. That's her. That's her. That's her.
There we go.
That's her. That's her. That's her. That's her, baby. I waypointed that fish, shook that fish off in practice. Yes. Ooh. I shook him. I took Matt Aries' advice and I shook that baby off in practice. I waypointed it. I actually frayed the cattails just a slight bit. Frayed them, so I knew. And I think that's the spot. All right. That helps. Okay.
All you got to do is mention Roland's name. I mean, you see how quick that happened?
Mentioned that Roland might yell. I bet he yelled with joy there when he saw Scott catch that fish. He's definitely needed one of those. Two will be great, but definitely needed at least one of those.
One swing of the stick and things change in a hurry. A giant call for Scott Martin, and I'm going to predict it's not going to be his last call of the day. There's a lot of hours left of fishing, and I think I'm hearing that the guys made it back to the studio. So we're going to hear from TZ, Ronnie, and Such in just a little while. And we're going to see a lot more fish like that. And Davey Hite, I think our catering truck is rolling up right now.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. Looking forward to watching some fishing the rest of the day also, because I think we'll see more of those big fish just like Scott Martin caught there this afternoon.
Brandon Lester, your tournament leader, but lots can change in a hurry. We are in Florida, and there are giants swimming in this body of water. And we will be right back.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Bassmaster Live, we're taking you pretty much all the way till check-in time for the first flight out here on the Harris Chain of Lakes, the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain. So great to be out there in the boats with so many of these guys today, including we've spent a lot of time in the boat with Benton and Lester. Watch him put up one of the two 20-pound plus bags that we have unofficially. According to Bass Track right now, there's Jake Whitaker, Jay Yellis having a heck of a season. Great finish at St. John's River. Buddy Gross making a big move. Brandon Card suddenly appears in the top 5 of this leaderboard. We are in the Sunshine State for 2 weeks in a row. Of course, we're on the fantastic St. John's River, a one-of-a-kind place. This is another. We never fish any place even remotely like this complex of lakes, the Harris Chain. About 8 lakes to choose from, all the connecting canals together. Altogether, it's about 75,000 acres, so it equals one of our middling, larger lakes that we typically fish with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Again, this is day 1 with 94 anglers out there. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders, Ronnie Moore, and Mike Sukon. And guys, we're pushing forward. There were a lot of people who said it's going to be a tough one, just like the St. John's, and there are a lot of roadblocks in these guys' way.
There are. Not only is it going to be difficult for some of these anglers to catch those spawning fish, we've seen some of these guys want to pull the plug on it. We're going to see some guys who weren't doing it go and try that in the afternoon. But the time factor, the guys who went to Apopka, a 3-boat lock, that's a long time to wait per lock. And so we will see how that affects those guys, especially the late flight guys like Scott Martin, who are finally starting to catch some better fish in Apopka.
Such, the poundage today on average for our anglers, is it above what our average is for this young year so far, or is it a little less?
Boy, they really started out hot this morning, catching way more than they did early at the St. John's, and we've seen some big fish. You know, the Jamie Hartman, 8.5, David Fritz with an 8.4, Canterbury with an 8-pounder. We've had a couple 20-pound bags already unofficial, and that's a little bit ahead of St. John's, so I think they're going, and they're all talking like the fishing's going to get better.
All right, and with us all day, as usual, our friend Mark Zona. And Z, what your expectations this morning versus what actually went down out there?
Well, I think we all thought that somebody was going to catch 101 pounds in the first hour of this tournament with the conditions that we had. That has not yet been the case. I think really the story, kind of looking at the top 10 right now, I think probably the biggest story is 4 out of your top 10 fishing that area in Banana Cove on Harris. So it has kicked out some top 10s right now, and talking to a lot of the locals, guys like Tim Frederick, who fish this place every single day, Tommy, they will tell you the way the weather is setting up, it'll probably ignite every morning for the first couple hours. I think the other thing to really watch right now is the warmer it gets, you see guys like Brandon Lester, you see Drew Benton, who are committed now shallow. Those fish should get a lot tighter to the beds, whether they're looking at them or blind sight fishing like we talked about early today. That should get better in theory as the day goes on. So look for some major swings like we got to see at the St. John's. But at least so far, those really big predicted weights, those 30-pound-a-day weights, not happening. Not happening
so far. Well, for everyone who's joining us for the afternoon session, which we've kind of moved into over the past 30 minutes, let's roll out our Yamaha midday report and show you what we have seen today, starting with 2-time Angler of the Year, Gerald Swindle.
Yeah, and Gerald Swindle trying to get away from the crowd, fishing the top end, the north end, Griffin Lake, said he kind of believes these little 3 to 5 feet eelgrass flats in the mouth of the river up there would pay him off. And Gerald Swindle getting a lot of bites so far today, Ronnie. The only problem with Swindle, just not that bigger quality you are going to need here on the first day of competition.
Yeah, it seems like Swindle's going to have that consistent weight. He's not going to have a bad day, but he might not have a great day with this pattern. This could be a great opportunity for him, and he saw it this morning, to catch a solid 5 bass limit and maybe use the rest of the day to explore sight fish when the sun is at its highest.
Ooh, come in here, Mickey.
Gerald said places where he's got good water quality, it's got a lot of movement, and he thinks he can get it done there. Work it over. Over to John Cox.
Yeah,
that felt good, though.
One of the people that should definitely take advantage of the warming water. Should have higher skies this afternoon. John Cox, who I believe, John Cox actually is still sitting on 4 bass. 4 bass for 12.5 pounds. A lot of that anchored on this catch.
Oh my God,
right at about 10:30 a.m. A big fish for John Cox, who has started and stayed shallow. Somebody that's had he's had a trying morning from Florida. Scott Martin going all the way down to Apopka, and that move took up about 2.5 hours almost of his time, and the majority of that time was sitting in the lock. Scott Martin was down in the 80s, and one of the things that Ronnie talked about, and Dave and Davey, Scott Martin's going to have a lot more time.
I told you there was one.
A lot of the other competition that went down to Apopka being in the later flight. That was the problem getting into this lake. But this fish catch right here just a few moments ago, so a big upgrade for Scott Martin.
Yeah, I think this fish right here might have maybe put it in cement, put it in concrete that he is going to come back tomorrow. And if he does, his time will be much greater than today.
Let's get out to Drew Benton. Lives just north of that Florida-Georgia line, and noted sight fisherman.
Yeah, and really Drew Benton, along with John Cox, just absolutely stunned with the perfect warming conditions, warm nights, that there are not a lot of females up. Drew Benton right now sitting on a solid day so far, but has not reconnected. Drew Benton said, man, I think I have a lot of 4-pounders locked on. That really has not been the case so far, sitting on about a 2.5 to call it a 3-pound average. Really the story of the day so far. Benton and Lester from Tennessee, somebody obviously that we were watching, and really, Tommy, it was that move that Lester made early today, starting offshore in Dora, instantly going up shallow in the first 30 minutes of competition. And this was in the first 15 minutes going shallow for Benton and Lester. Pretty much a flawless day so far.
He may be from Tennessee, Tommy, but Benton and Lester has one of the best track records of any pro outside of the state of Florida that has came down to the Sunshine State. A win on the Kissimmee chain just 2 weeks ago, always strong at the St. Johns River, and this week at the Harris chain. Hey, he's gotten top 5s here in the open, fishing offshore. That may be why he gave it a little bit of a run this morning, but that key adjustment zone, just 30 minutes into his day, that is one that's going to really resonate with him going throughout the rest of the week.
Yeah, and I think you're going to probably see Benton and Lester keep that offshore spot honest every day, just for the simple fact, going off of history, like you said, Benton and Lester, he said if they show up on that offshore spot, he could do damage quickly. Your T&H Marine weather report, well, tomorrow's just absolutely gorgeous, just a slight chance of rain. But with that being said, the lows are perfect, the highs are perfect. Yes. The only problem tomorrow is we are going to have wind yet again.
Got
Saturday,
a new leader.
Go ahead, Suge.
For Phoenix Boats, big bass of the day, Pat Schlapper, in 8-pound, 8-ounce. Coming up from 70th or so to 7th place.
On alert right now.
You like that, don't you, Suge?
Yeah.
8.5 pounder, sure, who wouldn't?
Saturday, 75 degrees, a little cooler. That'll be later on, though, after the tournament has concluded for the day on Saturday and overnight. Just a touch cooler. Back out to Gerald Swindle.
Got Buddy Gross and Jamie Hartman getting into 2nd and 4th.
Back at it, boys. We grinding up. We cull them. We done caught us a 2 1/4. Another 2. I mean, I think we're getting where we need to be. I've had to swap over to the Zoom Mag Speed Worm, June Bugging color. That's a new color everybody throws in Florida. That's the purple with the green flake. Got an old 16-pound shooter sunline, 1/4 ounce weight. The little VMC, just a little tungsten weight. 4/0 VMC hook, big worm. Using that 16-pound line to keep it down. 6/6 to 1 reel. And I've had to get it slow. I mean, super slow. As slow as I can reel it. And I've called 2 or 3 times with it already, and I've lost one, so we're just gonna keep grinding this. I can still see a lot of fish out here on live scope that's down in them holes, so. We hold it in our game plan. I mean, I knew this, yeah, you can come here and catch 25 pounds if the stars align, but I thought it'd be consistent enough if I maximize my area every day, a man might can make it all the way through the final day and then have a shot. So I'm not giving up on my area. I know what's here. There's too many fish here.
Swindle's had his limit since 10 o'clock today. hanging there in 23rd place, top 25 now.
Yeah, and Swindle has lived offshore like a lot of the other anglers, a lot of the anglers that are.
And when I feel it clear that eelgrass, I'll just stop reeling and let it fall back to the bottom.
Again, he says he's got the water quality, he's got the grass, he's got the ability to be left alone. The three things in his favor.
And it just feels good knowing I'm sitting where I think I can catch a couple big ones. And I had a big one try to eat a fish of mine off this little grass clump right here. I caught a 6 off of it in practice, so. It's a lot different when you don't have confidence and when you do have confidence. And I've got confidence right here. See a lot of guys rip in and out, run over, look at the bank. Oh, look at the bank for a better, and then leave. So it tells me the bedding fish are getting gone quicker than what they imagine, so they could be coming to us. That was a bite right there.
Again, Gerald Swindle making the comment early. He was not going to get involved in that sight fishing games in the canals. Kind of playing leapfrog with the rest of the field. Just a lot more comfortable being offshore, left alone. There has been some solid stringers caught around Swindle this morning up shallow.
Yes. He just ticked it. I come off that grass and just thought he had it, but.
But what's interesting is you see a lot of those other fish catches near maybe a Scott Canterbury 8-pounder, or Chad Morgan Taylor's got a couple, solid fish. Every other fish nearby from those anglers is 1.5 to 2 pounds. And so Swindle's realizing a lot of those fish probably are smaller, or they're gone, like he said. I feel like it's such a mature game plan. Not saying Swindle makes immature game plans, but it's a mature and wise game plan not to put all your eggs in such a do-or-die basket like spawning fish.
He just said he's uncomfortable doing that. Just being around, looking at 3 boats fishing in front of you, and I get that. And the other thing, Morgan Taylor is doing the exact same thing Swindle was doing.
As he's gotten, he's probably down there thinking his retina's going to get burnt out. More that wind slacks off, the easier it is going to be to do this, and sun pops out. Might catch one on that jerking snap again. I'm telling you, I seen a piece of concrete or a block or something right in there where I'm throwing. There's a slight peck. I told you I'm feeling it, son. I'm feeling it, son. About to get up in the club. Bottle full of bug. Everybody making fun of 50 because they said he looked like he put on some weight in the Super Bowl. If I had the money 50 had, I put some weight on too.
I believe Gerald was talking about 50 Cent, Tommy, hanging upside down during the Super Bowl show.
Yeah, I know he loved that one. He loved that show.
Well, when I sign 50, you gonna eat up. Do what you gotta do, baby. You done did yours.
Let's make a move from Gerald Swindle, our first chance to visit today. I think the first chance to visit this year with Ray Hansen. Or did we talk to him at the St. John's? Yes, we did one time, I think.
I think we talked to him, but I also mentioned him this morning because I picked him for my fantasy team. The king of fantasy has spoken. I chose Ray Hanselman, and he's making me happy today. Yeah, exactly.
We're on that 24/7. Ray, good job. Just caught a good one. Tell us what's going on out there.
Well, I'm in the crowd here. There's quite a few boats fishing with Grass Flat and Harris, and trying to throw something a little bigger and a little louder and a little uglier than most people. And just ripping it and burning it. And we caught a couple of good ones doing it. And I've got the smaller size too, and I've caught some 2-pounders with that. But the 2 big ones I've caught, and I'm just ripping it, plowing it through that grass and inhaling. And I started on a different grass bed. They were there. They were pretty finicky, and they would nip at it. I got a few scales, and missed a couple. Caught a big old mudfish. Thought I had the deal there for a minute. But tooty critter. Anyway, I did catch my split ring a little while later and hooked another fish and tore off. No hook. That dang mudfish. I should have known better to check my split ring, but he pulled one apart and just got off too. But anyway, I'm just going to keep dredging this grass. There may not be much left when I get through.
Rays have been blowing that hard all day, or did it just come up? Uh-oh. Well, we lost Ray there. We'll get back to him. Ray Hansen. Yeah. Well, in the top 10. Congratulations to Ray. Man, that wind was blowing. You could hardly tell what he was saying.
No doubt about it, Tommy. And that area on Harris definitely getting a lot. Let's just put it the way it is, man. That area on Harris is getting throttled right now from a lot of the anglers in the top 10.
All day long, it's been that way out there. Some people are comfortable with it, and some not so much. Benton and Lester still the man on top. Buddy Gross, Jake Whitaker hanging in there, and Jamie Hartman. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Season 2022 for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Our first one was last week, 1 week ago at the St. Johns River. John Cruz, the veteran, takes that one for his second Elite Series victory. And right now, today, it's day 1 at the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes here in Central Florida. We've got one Pat Schlapper on top of the leaderboard right now, the Wisconsin native, on the strength of what do we have? Almost an 8+ and a 7+, didn't we?
Yeah, in the last 15 minutes, an 8.5 and a 7. He's up to 22 pounds, 2 ounces.
I guess we're following John Cox under that bridge there. We'll see if we hook up with him on the other side. But meantime, let's go way far afield. Spent a lot of time today with Gerald Swindle. He's been hanging in there in the top 25. He's right around that area. Still having a solid day.
Solid day. A lot of confidence for Swindle fishing these little 3 to 5 foot flats.
I seen him coming to get it, dude, on that live scope. I hopped it and he shot out of like a rocket, and I'm like, no. And he pecked it, and I didn't think he was going to get it, and then he decided he was all in.
Yeah, that is a soft rod.
That's what you want, though. I don't like a super stiff rod.
Yeah.
Like not with the new age fluorocarbon and the technology of all the line, you break too much line with them stiff rods. Because the line in the last 10 years has really evolved to no stretch and it's thinner. So I like my rods to be a little parabolic, a little bit all the way down. That way when you do decide to crack on him, you don't get all the impact on the line and the knot.
So Gerald Swindle out there. Now we welcome our friend Dave Mercer. Dave and Davey just held the baton for a good long time there. Gave us some good stuff from midday there. And now halfway through this first day, Dave, what are you seeing shaping up? You see the big bonanza that some were predicting could still happen when what remains of today?
I really do. And I know I'm going to get pegged as an alarmist and say that, because I said this last week when we were going in the afternoon several days, that it's, the weather's changing here. During the entire segment I did with Davey, we talked about rainstorms coming across the lake. You could see them right over his shoulder. But in the last 30 minutes, all the clouds have started to break up and the sun is shining. And just like the people that like to retire in the great state of Florida, they like it when it's sunny. And the bass love it too. And I think you're going to see some big charges here this afternoon. At takeoff, guys, the big thing with the anglers there was and nervous anticipation, almost like a lot of anglers told me that they knew were, double-digit fish were, and they were excited about that, but none of them were really locked into where they were going. You know what I mean? There was a lot of them talking about the risk. I mean, the long run, and we saw Scott Martin make it this morning, and the lock, and see how that all works out. But nervous excitement, I mean, kind of just like me. I mean, I'm generally nervously excited all the time.
Dave, real quick, looking at John Cruz and just kind of going off of you. We talked about this in studio and obviously during such a dominant performance. But if you really looked at last week, of all the tournaments you've covered, it was about as flawless a game plan or decision making, more so than a game plan, because it seems like a lot of his decisions last week were made on the fly. Can you remember another tournament where just everything went right every day of the tournament for an angler?
I mean, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I think surely there is. But what shocked me about Cruz last week is from day one. I mean, I remember talking about it. He was remarkably calm. Like, he was very collected and put together. And he's kind of a hyper sort of dude at a lot of times, but he was very calm. And he proved to us through that victory that we're wrong a lot of times, because there was times where you were like, oh, well, here's where he went wrong. And by the end of the tournament, everything he did was absolutely flawless. But I think it was incredible how he got challenged. In my opinion, his victory became more powerful because John Cox had 31 pounds, 15 ounces on day number 3, because everybody in the bass fishing world said, well, Cox is going to win this. And for him to be challenged, I think, and to prove that he was, every decision he made the whole way through was flawless, like you said. And he kind of talked about that in the doc. He was like, I just want to fish. I don't want to say, in the past, I have set out a game plan, and when that game plan doesn't start to work, it starts to unravel. He said, I am willing to do different things this week. The only thing I'm focused on is how do I get the next big bite. So I would say Cruz had a flawless appearance, a flawless tournament. Every single call he made was perfectly correct. And if you're asking me what another one was like, sure, there was other ones, but I don't know them right now. I'm trying to think of one like that. This was the smoothest one in 2022. Let's just say that.
Dave, you know these guys so well. Give me your best guess. What percentage of these guys have the mindset like Gerald Swindle does, says, I'm just not going to get into that looking for bedfish that whole game. I'm not going to play that whole game. I'm going to see if I can get it done another way, post spawners, whatever.
I think it's higher than people would imagine, to be honest. Everybody talks about sight fishing going into this, but several. Brandon Palnick said he's not messing with that. Rick Clunn historically doesn't mess with that. So I would say 30% of them, which honestly, years ago, I wouldn't have ever thought it would be that high. In an event this time of year, when you look up at the sky and you can see the moon in the morning, like, you would think everybody's sight fishing. But I'd say 30% of them, in my opinion, will write off the sight bite. And this is what you hear more routinely from them too, is I hear a lot of anglers saying, hey, we want to come to Florida. We want to come a little later in the year. We generally avoid it because it gets really hot down here. But the offshore bite, you can get an incredible offshore bite in Florida later in the year, and there's a lot less pressure on the fish.
Absolutely.
So 30%, and maybe we'll go here later in the year, some of the anglers want to say.
Dave, thank you for all of that good stuff. Dave and Davey on site with us, some great coverage. And who's out there? Z, what do you think? Can someone win it without messing with those spawners, those bedfish?
You know what's really weird, Tommy, as we get down to Scott Martin and Apopka, here's what's different about this body of water. Is not, number one, all the fish do not spawn at the same time. But Tommy, really the other thing is, it's one of the places that you can always catch some fish offshore compared to, man, if we go to Santee and they're locked on, you need to be doing that.
Yeah.
There is an option here, unlike other places we go when they do commit to spawn.
Scott Martin hooked up.
God dang it!
Okay. Shook that one off in practice too. God. Couldn't get him up. I mean, I don't know. Wasn't a 12-incher, let's say that. What the heck, man? This time of the year, you know, when they're spawning like that, you miss a lot of fish. Just they get it. You know, they're not a lot of times even trying to eat the thing. They're just trying to get it out of there. You can see the hole in the pads right there. She's got it again. All right. That's probably a different fish, to be honest with you. Because for her to bite again that quick, let's see, what we're gonna do is we're gonna look for a hook mark. That's one hook mark there, right there. So that's a different fish. That's the male. Or, I don't know. It's a good fish though. It helps. It helps. Come forward, please. I'm gonna open this up. Wallop Skeeter.
Oh, it's been a weird day for Scott Martin. Is that safe to say,
Yes.
Tommy?
Yes,
it has been
is. Trying.
It's been a very,
yeah.
Yes. Very strange day. And that, if that was not the same fish, that would be the second quality bite that we've seen Scott Martin lose today on a very, very shortened day. He's had the opportunities. I mean, he caught a limit in there in really 45 minutes.
Still with all that, he's just one out of the top 10. He's in 11th right now.
Some of the early anglers are funneling out of Apopka too, going through the lock.
Well, I mean, that's what we're fishing for, you know, trying to cull up a little bit. I've had to go to a couple fish I shook off in practice, and that just really paid off well to be able to do that. Both of those fish, I shook them off in practice, marked a waypoint, took a mental note on where he was, and caught both of them. So that was pretty cool. I've got one more real big one down the other end of the lake that we haven't been to yet. Hopefully we can catch her, and hopefully I can catch a few just fishing down through here. But it's definitely been a little more slow than I was. I've got the same amount of bites. I didn't think I was going to get a bunch of bites down here. I thought maybe 10 bites, but in practice 10 bites would go 20 pounds because most of them were 3 pounds. Today, as you well saw, a lot of them were 1.5 pounders, small fish. I'm just flipping a bandito bug around in here. It's it's a good way to catch a big one, of course. I haven't been able to get bit on a moving bait in this lake, but I know Zaldane's over here. He's probably chunking a big giant swim bait. I got a few bites in one area of the lake where the water was the clearest. You could actually see beds, and that's probably where you could do that. Well, once we fish through here, I'm going to go back and check that. I'm probably going to run up there and chunk a chatterbait around or a swim bait around. I did catch 3 or 4 fish the other day on it. If I get me about another 8 or 9 pounder, or get me an 8 or 9 pounder, our butts are to the lock.
Scott Scott Martin, you got to figure if you use Davey Hite's arithmetic, he's got between an hour and a half and 2 hours left to fish. Davey said give yourself 2 hours to get back. If you got 25 pounds, give yourself 3 hours. I thought that was a pretty good comment on the thing as we take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Still a lot of anglers down in Apopka. A few of them starting to make their way back to the lock. Probably get a little bit of fishing in when they get on the other side of that. There's a good look at where that lock's at right there. The Beauclair and Apopka Canal, and there's been a lot of damage done in that region here in the last hour and a half.
And Z, when those guys get through the lock, it's not unfishable water. It is a great canal to actually sight fish in. It's one of the best places, as long as there aren't boats running by. But I wanted to break down a little bit more. There were about 18 to 20 anglers who made that run and locked through into Apopka. Only 3 boats per lock. And so when it comes time to check in, we've talking about the strategy of that. It's about 1:30 local time for the tournament anglers, and our flights check in at 3:30, 4 o'clock, 4:30, and 5 o'clock. And so 4 different flights, and they're kind of 30 minutes apart like that. And this is how it lays out with the 19 anglers that made it to Apopka, how they check in wise. There are 3 anglers that were a part of our first flight, so this is the time, Tommy, that they have 2 hours left in their day. We already see Jamie Hartman and some of those guys getting out of there. He has an 8-pounder, so he has a little higher weight than others, so he wants to leave. The biggest flight that's going to back up the check-ins is that the second flight, that 4 p.m. Eastern time flight. 8 anglers from that specific 25-boat flight. That's going to be very key to see who decides to come back with maybe the 3:30 flight and tries to sneak out of there early, or who has to wait and push it, and they may get late. They may be late. And then also 8 anglers with the last 2 flights. It only takes 3 per lock. That is 3 almost full locks that they're going to have to go through, 21 minutes apiece. So that is something to watch to see who gets out of there early, who makes maybe a way for anglers to come back in an earlier flight, or those who are stuck and locked out.
Well, his first day, they always go by fast, these first days. Pat Schlapper, the man who recently, about 45 minutes ago, ascended to the top spot. Brandon Lester hanging in there, Buddy Gross, Jake Whitaker. Also, we got Tyler Rivette, Brandon Card, and Matt Robertson appearing in 9th and 10th place. Plenty more to come from the Harris chain.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
The Harris Chain of Lakes, not disappointing on this day. Day number 1 of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite. Pat Schlapper on top. A couple of big catches within the past hour have placed him up there, and we take a look on down our leaderboard. Jay Yellis having another great tournament, did very well at the St. Johns River as well. Jamie Hartman, ditto for him. Jamie Hartman rampaging back this year. Look at the second page there. Seth Fider, our AOY champ for lead, defending AOY champion. Scott Martin, big story from Apopka is Scott Martin, same deal for Brad Watley. He was one of the early guys to get into Apopka and load up, and he's in good shape now, in the top 15 as it stands right now.
That's going to be huge to see those guys who were early flights today and go in there and get some good weight. Tomorrow there'll be a late flight. Do they even go to Apopka, or do they maybe go to the other lakes they practiced in? But yeah, Watley making a big move today.
Oh man, after the St. John's finishing 91st, Ronnie, he is what we're going to call a new thing, Phoenix Rising.
Phoenix Rising.
91st, he's in our top 20 right now. He's got a bigger fish today than he caught both days at the St. John's, a 5-pounder. So, you know, you start 91st, what do? You question what you're even doing. But then you strap your boots on and get up and ride again, and he's doing it.
The Phoenix was the bird that rose from the ashes.
Phoenix Rising, you betcha.
That's right.
That's where you're getting that from.
Tommy.
Yeah. Is that right, Z?
This new thing, the Phoenix Rising.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Such, and you nailed it. Hey, you cannot stress this enough. Brad Watley, we talked about it last week, Ron Moore. Brad Watley, one of those guys that needs to catch them this season to hold on to his Elite Series career. Gonna head back out to Brandon Lester. Solid. Gosh, it is gorgeous in there. Phoenix Rising.
That's been a big thing on the Bass Track leaderboard, that 15.7 Watley has. A lot of the Apopka anglers have heavy 12 to heavy 15 weight today, other than Hartman, who has an 8 and a 5.
Ron, I'm going to throw it to you for all of our viewers here on Bassmaster Live, Bassmaster.com. Last week we called 5 bags over 20 pounds on day 1. I'm going 10.
Okay.
10 here?
10 here. We're at the Harris chain. Phoenix Rising.
Day 1.
I'll go.
It's about 6 on Bass Track right now.
I'm hopeful, Z. I'm going to go 12.
Ooh.
Just because you
Price is right, Tommy. Price is right.
I think you're right. I think it's going to be more than 10 today.
Well, last week we both agreed on 4, and then you said, like 12 minutes later, you're like, maybe 5. And then it was 5, so I think I locked you in at 4, though.
Anybody going to get up to 28 as we did the first day at St. John's?
Dang it. Some point this week, but not today, I don't think.
Patch Flapper has a lot of room to move. I mean, he has 3 in his live well that's under 2.5 pounds.
He could do it.
Oh gosh, giant one. Giant one. Giant one. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, fuck! No! Had my hands on her. Okay. Oh, that's a nightmare. That's a nightmare. I had my hands on her, dude. I had my hands on her, man. How can I not have my hands in her mouth? What in the world was that about? I don't understand. I mean, I do understand what happened. I'm shaking, man. That was crazy. She just came by the boat, and then I pinned her up, and I had my hand on her. Couldn't get my hand in her mouth. He shot down the side of the boat. I mean, that's the one I needed, but that's okay. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Oh man, it makes me sick putting my hands on her. God, that was an awesome bite though too, man. When I sit on her, this rod, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I mean, I wish I'd have never even touched her. It's one thing to not touch her and then lose her, but like I had my hands on her. So that means that like it's just not good. Like, thing was a monster, bro. I don't know. 8-pounder. 8 pounder. 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 8 pounder.
It was not small, Z.
Oh gosh, giant one. Giant one. Giant one. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, fuck! No!
Looking at your power pole replay of the day, that is a bad deal right there, obviously. But if you look at Scott Martin's day, being held up in that lock for 2.5 hours, in all honesty, Scott Martin should be leading this tournament right now on a short day. We made the comment 30 minutes ago. It's been a very weird day for Scott Martin. I mean, everything was flawless. He drilled that fish.
That was a 7-pounder minimum, right?
It looked like it, yeah.
He said it would have been 20. He would have been over 20 with that fish right there.
That's the difference in Florida, Z, is you can literally catch nothing but 2s all day. He's had that one decent fish that he swung in the boat. But other than that, that is your day. You come to Florida and fish for 4 days of an elite event for one of those bites a day at least.
And here's the thing, Scott Martin made the comment that he thought he could catch 5 fish today between 5 and 7 pounds. He's had a few of those opportunities. Hugin bait bandito bug, very lightweight, is one of the things that Scott Martin said was key, where that bait did not go down into the sediment and kind of just would glide through a lot of those reeds. That is a bad, bad hit for somebody that probably would be well in the driver's seat.
We've seen people close combat fishing in the state of Florida, bigger line, and they grab the line. Not saying that not being armchair quarterback, but that is often short string in a fish that close to the boat. They're thrashing, they're green, they're not wanting to come in the boat, and you grab that line. It's game over sometimes. But that's our first instinct. Grab something to get that fish closer to you.
Yeah. Just got a text from our friend Mike Jones, writer for So Long. Bassmaster is kind of like that kid in the Christmas Story right there when he lost it. Those lug nuts fly up in the air, and it was really close.
Rick Clun with a couple 4.5 pounders in the last 6 minutes is up to 17.5 pounds.
Great segues. Rising.
Kid in the movie said, "Oh fudge."
Right, and that's what we had there. It was a good listen.
If he finished it, it would have been fudge for sure.
He hit the brakes. Good save.
Yeah.
That's him. That's him. Fish is bad. Nope. Mm-hmm. Huh?
Wow.
Huh? I love you. I love you. I got you.
tipping on 4-4s, huh? Wood grain gripping, son. We're gonna take that. Appreciate you. Y'all come back again. I told you I'm gonna grind this sun gun down. Son, I'm turning corn into flour, making biscuits out of patty cakes. Don't get it on your daddy, I don't care. Disrespectful. Y'all better put some respect on my name. That mean you both breathing hard, Hammer. That's him.
Gone through a lot of bites
That's
today,
him.
Z, to be able to catch his first real quality one of the day, which is a good sign for him.
Yep, definitely needed that. Quality with about 4 other just solid keepers, and mixing it up between a suspending jerkbait and a swimming worm. Again, Swindle fishing 3 to 5 feet of water. Biggest key, hard bottom mixed with eel grass that he said has filtered that area out, giving him really good water quality.
Mm-hmm. Huh? Huh? I love you. I love you. I got you.
Fish was a little bit gnarly. I don't know if I'd have kissed it.
Wood grain gripping, son. We're gonna take that. Appreciate you. Y'all come back again. I told you I'm gonna grind this sun gun down. Son, I'm turning corn into flour, making biscuits out of patty cakes. Don't get it on your daddy, I don't care. Disrespectful. Y'all better put some respect on my name. I told him better put some respect on my name. I don't cook like a microwave. Everybody wants to be on B.A.S. Live. They want to come out. You got to cook. If you're on B.A.S. Live, you need to be a microwave. Ready. Cook like a crock pot, baby. Slow. That's what the older women like. You keep running there and start throwing passes all over the field. You got to ease in and run the run game a little bit. Couple 3 up the middles and punt. Then you get your stuff ready. Boy, who your daddy now, huh? I'm just getting started.
Tell me about that tipping on the fofos.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is that?
Stewing in a crock pot.
Exactly.
Darn right. Darn tootin'.
He definitely loved that. The big game halftime show for sure.
2 totally different approaches we have seen here. These last 2 encounters with bass here on the Harris chain.
I love you. I love you. I got you.
Gerald Swindle staying out there and wearing them out. Scott Martin.
Oh my gosh.
Going big every cast, and sometimes you win. And
oh my gosh. Oh! No!
A lot to digest, a lot to take in there. Still a lot of excitement. Absolutely what we're looking for as B.A.S. Live fans, and Pat Schlapper, what he's been looking for a long time, being on top of the leaderboard, 22 pounds and 2 ounces. Just ahead of Benton and Lester, we have, 4 anglers with 20 plus right now. Jay Yellis, Ray Hanselman, Rick Clunn still hanging in the top 10. More to come when we return.
The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Minn-Kota, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
In the afternoon on day number 1 here at the Harris Chain of Lakes, the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite with everywhere from about an hour and a half to 3 hours fishing time, depending on what flight you went out in to start your day. And we take a look at our top 10 there, which includes, and who's won twice down here in recent years in Florida, over on the St. Johns River, Rick Clunn. We got 94 anglers out there, the same bunch we started with last week at the St. Johns, a different bunch hanging out at the top this time around. And right there you see the name Benton and Lester. Benton and Lester, who's already won this season in Florida, and he has gotten very close to winning the day here. In fact, we nominate him right now for our marathon peak performance. See?
Absolutely. Tommy Sanders, Benton and Lester from Tennessee. As Ronnie Moore said earlier, Brandon Lester, a lot of really good, patient history here on the Harris chain and all throughout Florida. Your marathon peak performance so far today is really when Brandon Lester left his little offshore shell bar that he gave. Fair to say, probably 20 minutes going up shallow, kind of blind sight fishing early, then catching a big fish off the bed. And Brandon Lester, still a lot of time to upgrade marathon peak performance, at least for day number 1. And it's fair to say if Scott Martin would have put everything in the boat that bit him, he would be your peak performance. But Brandon Lester, so far flawless, good on execution. Marathon peak performance, Brandon Lester.
Brandon Lester with some wins in the St. Croix Opens, Bassmaster Opens. Still looking for his first Elite Series victory.
He had, before the Elite season started, he had 114 bass events. He had made a check in over 73% of them. He had numerous top 5 finishes, getting his first win. Huge momentum boost for Lester, a good solid finish at the St. John's, and now obviously in top 10 contention. He could be someone, Tommy, that we ride with all 4 days this week.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he can catch them everywhere. His best finish, I think, is probably a 3rd place at the St. Lawrence.
Yeah.
About 3 years ago.
You know, and a lot of the things with the guys that are kind of blind sight fishing, you know, blind bed fishing, pitching at areas they think they're spawning, like Scott Martin and Brandon Lester, you just don't know when the boogeyman's going to show up.
I just go creeping like this, and that's how you fish Florida during the spawn, because you just have to envision every flip. I'm envisioning that there's probably a bed there, so.
There are 9 anglers or so, it looks like, still in Apopka. One of them, there's 10 anglers technically. One of them is now at the mouth of the canal heading towards the lock north. Looks like there are 3 in the lock right now leaving. So this next lock, and I'm assuming, Z, they'll run it. If there's one boat that wants to come lock through, they don't need 3 to run it. They'll run it with 1.
No.
So if someone shows up in the process of one angler locking through, that sets the time. It's not an even 21 minutes every time, you know what I'm saying? Like they could show up in the middle of a lock process and be 10, 15 minutes behind somebody else.
You know, and really looking at Scott Martin, who's still in Apopka, you'll probably see him, even though it took him a long time to get to Candyland, Tommy. Mm-hmm. I think you'll see him probably stay in Candyland for quite a while and push it. He has not lost this tournament today, but he certainly has not won it with what has bitten him so far down in Candyland.
He'll be back there tomorrow, right?
100%.
First person
yes.
there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got to figure Gerald Swindle's going to be right back to his spot where he spent the entire day today as well. Gerald Swindle getting dangerously close to that top 10. Best fish of the day coming in about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Tommy, I fully expect tomorrow our top 6 that are on camera, we will see at least 4 lakes represented on top 6, just like we've seen today with 5 roughly.
We'll see Big Harris, of course.
Yeah, we'll see
Apopka.
a little bit of that. Apopka, most likely. Griffin, maybe a little Eustis. And then obviously someone from Dora, or maybe the Canal's a boat player.
Yellis is in Dora right now.
Yeah.
Hartman was down in Apopka, but he's checking out Bouclair right now. Schlapper's just around the bend.
Z, this speaks, even though most Florida lakes, the Harris Chains has its deep spots, but most Florida lakes aren't that deep, that people wonder, these fish spawn, have pre-spawn and post-spawn relatively in the same spots, possibly. Well, here's a hottest spot on Lake Dora, that shell bar right out in front of the canals. Current comes through there. That's a very popular pre-spawn spot. We saw it in January play every week. We even saw it the first few weeks of February in local tournaments. I haven't seen a single angler pull up and lock down on that shell bar in Dora that's so popular, which shows you when they go from that spot, they go. They're not just, there's not a population that's always there. They do move hundreds of yards away and don't come back until it's time, weeks later.
Well, I think we saw that with Benton and Lester early, starting out on his shell bar, that he said, man, when they're there, when you time it right, Swindle hooked up.
Oh, I got it, ain't big. Man, that ain't bad. I don't think he'll help us neither. No. He won't help us, but we're getting bites and we're gonna grind it. We're gonna stay, dude. This is I knew was gonna be a test of my patience, just to come over here and grind this out and not start thinking, oh, need to run here and I need to run there and I need to check that place. And Little Harris, Big Harris, run back by the gas station. I had to come here and fish to make this work. I technically don't even, I'm gonna leave here at 3:15. It's an hour and 5 minutes back. It gives me time to check one place right there at the ramp where I had 2 pretty good bites yesterday, but we got an hour and, shoot, dude, about an hour and 25 minutes right here now. We just gonna keep grinding. I really starting to get the rhythm of my worm, like getting it slow, brutal slow. I guess it's just where they want it. You can't argue with them. That's where they want it. I'd like to go to bigger weight and speed it up, but you can't get the bites. The old June Bug Zoom Ultra Vibe, son, the mag. It's caught more bass than a gill net, son. This thing right here is deadly. Using 360 and live scope together. Several of us guys done it. That's mixing Garmin and Humminbird. I'm using a live scope to pan the edges, finding the edges with the 360, which is the Humminbird unit, and then trying to make that cast down and just crawl it. Not necessarily looking at them as much on live scope to catch them, but just kind of helping me locate the little isolated clumps where I can keep my bait in the right place instead of just winding it out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, he finished 3rd place last year. Neely Henry, I believe it was, Gerald Swindle, and he did the same thing every day. I said, here's the plan for today. I'm not varying from that plan, and that's exactly what he has done here, Ron.
Yeah, throughout heartbreaks at that event as well, losing fish that could have spun him out. He stayed locked into his pattern, and here, despite others perusing the bank around him, he sees them catch big fish. He knows there's activity up there. He has stayed on point when it comes to his offshore spot and his plan, something he developed through 2.5 days of practice, and he was very confident in that, and that's what he said. It's different fishing a spot like this without confidence and wanting to beat someone else compared to fishing it with extreme confidence in your plan.
And one of the things really that we talked about early today on Bassmaster Live, that there would be a lot more mid-standings bags compared to last week. There are going to be a ton of 14 to 16 pound stringers right where Swindle is sitting here the first day of competition. BMC on point, Gerald Swindle.
Z, do you like the odds of some of those 14 to 15 pound bags? We're going to see some guys hold up a 6 to 8 pounder that have 14 to 15 pegs, 14, 15 pounds, and we're going to see guys hold up 2, 3.5 pounders. Which one do you like going into a 4-day event? Obviously, the ability to catch a big one is important, but if you don't get that big bite and you're left with 2 pounders, you're going to drop like a brick.
Man, I can only go off of Benton, Swindle, and Scott Martin, who we've seen. They've all just caught really just nice 3 to 3.5 pound fish all day long today without the benefit of a true Harris giant. The only one that really could have benefited the most, obviously, is Scott Martin, who had the potential today for a huge stringer.
Buddy Gross is kind of in that same realm with Jake Whitaker. And now Brian Schmidt, 6th place, couple 5-pounders and 3 3+s. Brian just saw Tommy. Tommy was Brian Schmidt on his fantasy because he did the
one out of
big fist bump.
repertoire with the
took that from your toolbox there, Ronnie.
He was mimicking you or mocking you even, Ronnie.
Honestly,
Not mocking.
Never
Never
caught me
mocking.
off guard there. That
Never
was
mocking.
good, Tommy. Hey, the king can get his comeuppance
It's a tribute.
at times.
It's a
I
tribute,
understand.
not a mockery.
A tribute.
Yeah.
Ronnie, it is fair to say you are the king, aren't you?
We
The
are
wizard.
You know. I've in fact wore a king hat, king crown, and the robe on B.A.S.S Live. I mean, if we don't remember, a few years ago, I came in here
did.
from B.A.S. when I was King Ronnie on stage.
That's right,
I had to
yeah.
swing into B.A.S S Live and knock it out here. So, I mean, I've always been the king.
I need a crown. I need a crown, a diaper, a gold rope, and a cigar if you win this year, whatever.
Yes.
It would be.
All
Little
the
baby
way.
Fauntleroy.
King Baby Fantasy.
Diaper.
America's baby. Where's that been?
Oh.
I don't know if it's been too early in the year, but I've covered people right here at the mouth of the Ocklawaha that funnels into Griffin, and they've always had a big day out of the opens, but never, you know, the other, it's like a 12, a 20, and a 12.
Yes.
It's can you do that 3 days? I don't know what's different each day about it though.
So
That
we
is
got a couple more hours. Got plenty of time left to catch us a couple big ones. Figure I'd just stop here in the Dead River and flip the pads for a little bit. It's always one of those deals to where if you get a bite, it could be a big one, a great old big one. They live in here for sure. So I'm just pitching the missile baits quiver again. Just pitching around the base of these pad stems and trying to see if there's one around there.
Last week's winner, John Cruz, currently in 44th.
Nothing crazy, nothing special. And if that doesn't work, we'll go back probably around there to where we started in that hydrilla and see if we can't find us another little sweet spot in it to add to it, because other than that, we haven't done much. I mean, we don't have any fish over 4. And we got that one that's, I mean, everything basically came from there. So we might need to hunker down there tomorrow. We'll flip this next little stretch here and see what happens.
Z, were you going to say something about the Ocklawaha?
No, I was actually, with the Ocklawaha, that exactly what you said right there. Tournaments that Tommy and I covered. Boy.
It wasn't big. Oh my gosh, what is going on, dude? It's getting kind of ridiculous. I'm gonna have to call in for reinforcements on baits. Oh my gosh, I'm running out.
Oh no.
Grebe.
No. That's it.
Yes, it is.
Mr. and
With a
Mrs.
bow tie.
Ratatouille over here.
Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Ratatouille. Oh, that guy, not him.
But you know the listen to what John Cruz said.
Oh, there we go.
That he's probably going to spend a little more time in.
Wow. Wannabe Grebes.
That he's going to spend a little more time in that starting spot in Banana Cove. When John Cruz sees some of the bags of guys that squatted in there, and that are several of them, I was curious if somebody stayed on it all day long. And guys like Clun, we've seen Chad Pipkins, we've seen Whitaker spend a lot of time in there. You're going to see a lot more anglers really put their trolling motor down there tomorrow and not leave and just throttle that area. Because there's going to be, there's going to be multiple 18 to 21 pound bags of guys that just kind of lived in it.
So how do you balance this? Okay, everybody's different, but how do you balance this? If there's 20 anglers on this grass flat and 6 or 7
won't have it.
are in the top 20.
No.
Do they get any kind of claim to a certain region of it? If
Gosh,
it's been
man,
pretty fair, if you showed up day one and you're a late boat and you caught 12 pounds, you get the right to go back because you were there and you tried to fish there. But then it kind of gets to be a little more hectic around noon on day 2.
Yeah, but I think also the other thing, Ronnie, is I think a lot of guys game plan. Cruz, David Mullins, you could tell after they caught what they caught this morning, they played the conditions that maybe one of these wicked waves was going to come up shallow elsewhere on this system. And at least for some of the guys that have left that Banana Cove, that has not happened. We have not seen any big calls from anybody that's really left that primary starting spot in Harris.
Interesting. 47th place tomorrow is going to be the cutoff line. Of course, you've got a chance to turn your fortunes around tomorrow and then some time left today to do exactly that same thing. But only 47 will go on to day number 3. Here on the Harris chain, Pat Schlapper on top of the leaderboard, just ahead of Brandon Lester. Early big stringer for Brandon Lester, Buddy Gross, Jake Whitaker in there, Jay Ellis, Brian Schmidt now having moved up into the top 10. We got plenty more to come, more time to fish and get something done before we head to the wake.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
The Harris chain of lakes, all these separate lakes, 8 of them, but you can run in between them. You're not limited. You don't have to pick one on any day unless you go a long, long way and have to spend a lot of energy and time getting in there and getting out of there. Pat Schlapper from Wisconsin, the angler who's on top of that leaderboard right now with Brandon Lester, who spent some time atop as well. Buddy Gross, Whitaker, Jay Ellis, former Classic champ. Brian Schmidt won last year on Lake Champlain. You see the name of Scott Martin there. 15.5 pounds, hanging in there in 16th place. Scott Canterbury, one of the favorites. A lot of people picking him a fantasy pick, popular fantasy pick this week. Drew Benton, we spent some time in the boat with him today trying to make a sight fishing thing work with different sorts of results. Oh, look, what have you got for us here, Z-Train?
Tommy Sanders, Scott Martin going to be the Mercury move of the day. Number 1. It has been a trying day for this man right here from Florida. Big time, big game player. Scott Martin, the Mercury move of the day. Number 1 was just simply getting to his spot in Apopka. About an hour run, then it was about an hour and 20 minutes sitting at the lock because he was a very low boat number.
Took that baby off in practice.
Taking a look at Scott Martin's day right here. Couple of key misses later in the morning. Ends up catching this male right here. The real pain of the day right here about a half hour ago.
Oh my God. Oh, fuck! No!
And the Mercury move of the day was Scott Martin. He has kept himself in it, but boy, he could be absolutely destroying this tournament right now. The Mercury move of the day is also going to be Scott Martin's run all the way back to our takeoff in Leesburg, Florida. He's going to have to go through that canal right there. Dealing with the lock system, just a little bit more on your screen. So he's going to have a little time in the lock. And then another hour from there back to Leesburg. Your Mercury move of the day is Scott Martin. A lot of highs and a lot of lows, Tommy Sanders.
Absolutely, yeah. He has had a complicated day, to say the least, as we bring in Dave Mercer to help join in. Dave, you've been watching all this trials and tribulations and triumphs and so forth for Scott Martin. He's been through the ringer today. Maybe he's going to get some breaks tomorrow, although he's gotten his chances today and hasn't put them all in the boat.
Yeah, missed opportunities today for sure for Scott Martin, but like Z said, he nailed it in the head. A lot of highs and a lot of lows, but if you watch Florida tournaments, that's exactly what happens time after time. I mean, we talked about it last week, and you saw it happen just when everybody thought the tournament would go sleepy off, and, you know, nothing exciting is going to happen. John Cox came in with 31 pounds, 15 ounces. So I would say what Scott Martin did today, yes, he has missed opportunities, and that's going to be frustrating for him, but he's also had a good day. You know, he's going to keep himself in this tournament, and with those opportunities, I would imagine that that he'll get another shot at him again tomorrow. And this is Florida fishing, and really there's nobody better or more adapt to Florida fishing than Scott Martin. This is what he does. So while today is frustrating, 15 pounds is key to have a decent weight to carry you through, so the mountain isn't so steep tomorrow anyways for him to make that comeback.
Dave, one of the interesting things about Scott Martin is, you know, he came here from FLW qualifying through the Bassmaster Open Series, and it hasn't quite clicked yet for Scott Martin with all of his history, dominant in tournament performances, really the last decade, hasn't quite caught his traction here on the Elite Series so far.
Yeah, I mean, and he made it into the Classic last year, but I would agree. You know, he hasn't held, and I think Scott would agree, he hasn't held himself to the standard that he sets out. And I think that that's just a matter of time. I think we see that every once in a while with anglers like Scott that come over because things are different. And I think that that's just generally how most athletes are. You know, routine is so important. And, you know, there's several anglers that weren't here for a few years and came back for that very reason, because they want that routine, that this is what they, and Scott's doing the same thing. He's just working at a different factory. And I think you're seeing some of those, you know, and plus, let me just say this, what Scott Martin tries to do at these events is a little insane, really. Like, if you watch Scott Martin move through this event, he is an event in the event. Like, the amount of camera people he has with him, the amount of things that he's setting up throughout the day, the merch bag that they carry around with them and stuff like that. Like, Scott Martin is an event in an event. So to me, I mean, I think he thrives off that, but I really think that makes things tougher for him too.
Well, Dave, you know, Scott Martin, like we said, he didn't get the season he wanted, his first season out here with the Bassmaster Elites. He didn't get the finishes he wanted, yet he got in there for the Classic. He made it to the Classic. So how important is that to him? I think he said this morning early, that's the number one thing. His dad, Roland, 9-time Angler of the Year, never had won a Classic. I think, boy, he's going to be gunning. He's going to be trying to peak out when we get to Lake Hartwell.
That's all that matters to Scott, really. That's, I mean, his whole thing, unfinished family business, is his theme, and that is exactly what this is about. He is on the Bassmaster Elite Series for one thing, and it is one particular trophy. It is the most coveted trophy in professional bass fishing, the Bassmaster Classic trophy, and he is not trying to get it for himself. I've asked him about that, like how much it would mean to him, and every single time I talked to him, he said, I just want that moment where I hand it to my dad and I step aside. And to me, just saying that, I mean, the hair stands up on the back of my neck. I mean, just how cool of a moment that could be. And Scott Martin's going to do everything he can to make that happen. And whether he gets in the Classic is the last qualifier or the first qualifier, as we learn year after year, they all have the exact same shot.
Right.
Dave, for the viewers at home, I need to rewind. When you said Scott Martin is an event in himself, we have guys like a Hank Cherry or you could say a Greg Hackney that when the tournament's done, they do not want to be bothered from humans or any life form whatsoever. Scott Martin, talk about that, because it is a walking 3-ring circus.
It really is. And I'm not shocked that you brought that up, Z, for some strange reason. But it totally is. But I also think he thrives off it. Like, I've seen him do things that shock me, but I watch him and he thrives off the chaos almost. Like, there's times where he'll show up in the morning and he'll be here for 45 minutes. We are getting attacked by a herd of birds or a flock or whatever. There's some stuff going on here, guys. I am sorry. But this is a good example of what happens with Scott Martin. You see right here this flock. There's Scott. He's the big one with the fancy hair you can see there. And he's got the little the chicken finger, I guess. And now you see everybody else. They want to hang with Scott. They want a piece of that chicken finger, but he's just, oh, look, they're sneaking up behind him. But basically, what you're seeing there is a Pictionary version of what Scott's life is. I've seen him pull up to the ramp and literally sit away from everybody until blast off happens, and then it's like, quickly, let's strap everything down, and it's like almost forced chaos. But I feel like, just like the one with the fancy hair, Scott Martin and his fancy hair, they feed off of that. Speaking of feeding, he's just down the whole chicken finger in one foul swoop.
Dave, that's fantastic. The great insights into Scott Martin, who's a big, our big story. One of them today, absolutely. Dave Mercer. On site in a beautiful spot. He's got a beautiful spot staked out there, birds or not.
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous, Tommy. And you're really going to have to watch how Scott Martin adjusts tomorrow as the wind direction is going to shift, which is going to kind of eliminate a little bit of the area in Apopka where Scott Martin's been. But I'm going to tell you somebody that's creepy right now in the top 10. We were talking about who to really kind of watch going into the second day of competition. Buddy Gross is going to be an issue in this tournament. I have watched his track all day long. And Buddy Gross has been offshore really all day long, has utilized a little bit of that Banana Cove area, but for the most part, Buddy Gross has been off on his own.
Oh my gosh. That was a good one, dude. That was a good fish. It's on a bed there. I'm like confused right now. It's the third time I've missed that fish. He took my bait twice, and then that time I hooked him. What in the world is going on, dude? I think they're gonna bite good tomorrow. That's what I think. What is going on? Like, I've got the bite. I'm like, there's a bite. It's not like I'm rushing it. They're going like 100 miles. I think it was going 100 miles an hour.
Boy, you'll see this a lot when they're spawning. This has been a rough day to watch with Scott Martin.
There was a local guy in a little aluminum boat here this morning, so I couldn't fish this little stretch. Dang. So confused. So confused.
Healthy real quick here. Bertie Schultz just did 5-12.
I think we've had 3 rod drops so far today, too.
I need to mark this bit. I need to mark this spot real good. If I come down here tomorrow, I can maybe catch that fish. But I think they're starting to bite now. I think this morning they were. I just lost another pretty good one, dude. Missed him 3 times. Took my bait twice, and then the third time I hooked him and fought him for a second. He pulled off. I don't know, man. I don't. I've changed hooks.
You know, Tommy Sanders, this is eerily reminiscent. Granted, Scott Martin has a decent 5 bass limit in his live well, but we got to commentate and call a day like this long ago, and it was on this body of water with Brian Snowden where that happened all day long, eerily similar.
Yeah, you know, it could always be worse. You always want the worst example. Think of what happened on that cold day in Florida back all those many years ago on the lily pads and the cypress trees there. Oh, Scott Martin, though, still got some time to get some stuff done, but the number of missed fish is just hard to watch sometimes. You've got every right to be frustrated. And like you say, Z, they get this way. It's spawning time, and sometimes you can get on a roll like this, and not the kind of roll you want to be on. Scott Martin trying to get it done before he leaves Apopka.
That was a good one, dude.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
We have got a little over a half hour's time to bring you live fishing from day one here at the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the fantastic Harris Chain of lakes, this great complex of lakes here in Florida, interconnected by rivers and canals, very complicated. Can be hard to learn your way around, but boy, once you do, there are some great rewards out there. Scott Martin has seen the best and the worst of it on this day as we take you back down to the largest of the Harris Chain, Lake Apopka. He's got some time left. Man, he has lost some key fish down here.
Painful.
Yeah.
You freaking... Sorry, I'm not live. Am I live? I'm sorry, dude. I mean, like, this is getting kind of stupid. Just edit that one out. I don't know what to do. Sorry, man. It just doesn't make sense. Like I'm hooking. Now that didn't feel like a big one. That wasn't a giant, but still. It's just like I'm hooking them, dude. Like I'm fighting them and stuff. They're biting it.
Had to cut a little audio out of that. Ay.
And he's in 17th. He doesn't know it. He's in 17th place, but like you said, Z, he could have such a big weight today. But he's still in the game. He's not in 87th. He's in 17th.
I'm not sure we've called a day like this in quite a long time.
No, that's
Ronnie, I think he knows he could be up there in first, second, third. Probably where he wants to be. That was, besides winning the Classic, his next goal is winning the Blue Elite Trophy.
If I get one, I'm going to push the button and let him swim for a while. This thing's really...
He's still gonna jack him when he bites.
What's going on? But it's the cycle that they're in right now. These fish are spawning, and they're not getting this thing all the way, and that's the main issue. It is hard to hook all of them, but I've had an above average lost fish ratio today. So, I don't know.
But typically, like this morning, they weren't really. I think tomorrow morning the big ones will be biting early. That's what I think.
All right, take a little break from Scott Martin.
Ooh, there's a little one on bed right there. Uh-oh, I got two rubbing right here in front of me. Ain't no size to them. See them rubbing? Come up here real quick. See them right there?
Yeah, on the other side.
See, look right here.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's the reason why they're not getting bit out there. They moved up here in these pads and they started spawning. Look at this one right here. We've got an hour to find a big one right here. It's just a little guy. He just bit my worm. I ain't gonna mess with him. I don't think either one of these will help me. Look at him. Pushing and rubbing all over the place. I don't think either one of them will help me. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Uh-huh.
How many have I missed today? Like 8 or 9 fish?
6 for sure.
Okay.
The other ones fish that I saw.
Yeah.
You do not want the cameraman to go 6 for
That's
sure.
literally a 50% average. I think I've caught like 7 bass. I've missed 6, so.
Just lie to me. B.S., man.
It's not a good average.
By my count, I think it's about 9, maybe 6 might be good, Scott.
Yeah.
That's the response that you don't want to hear either.
Yeah, your cameraman response should be, oh, not so many.
Yeah. It's only been about 2.
Not so awful many.
Only 2 this hour.
Yeah. Oh, tough day. Drew Benton, 44th place right now. He certainly
Maybe a bite.
Bigger
Maybe
designs
not.
on today. And he could still improve his lot vastly until time to go.
Dude, I can't tell. No. That was really tricky. Tricky.
Got a lot of folks watching this, getting text, a bunch of Greaves down in Texas and talking about it. And I'll tell you, Tommy, folks that I'm texting, there's nothing. A lot of times when the fish get in this phase, when they're locked in spawning, it is just, it is just part of it.
Now. Look at him. All right, spit it out. I just need to find 6 or 7 pounders done like that.
A lot of males, man. A lot of males locked on. Seeing with Drew Benton right now.
Man, I feel like it's just so close, busting wide open. Don't know why I hadn't done it yet. I just saw a good one right there. I think he was actually making that bed right there.
Boys, Drew Benton's just looking for one of them big old orange plumpkins.
It's got to be 80. Supposed to be like about 86 degrees by this time today. I haven't checked the current temperature down there, but.
Oh.
And the place where we're going to wind up our season in Wisconsin right now is 10 degrees.
Yes, it is, Tommy. It
10
is
degrees
a
right now.
blizzard in the northern HQ right now.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Well, we wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. I wanted to get one more little session in of kudos to those who have performed well in Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing.
Oh, thank you.
You know, obviously I'm the king of Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, so I have to bestow the cred where credit is due. And so, based on this being day 1 of the Harris Chain, the second event of the season, I have to do a little bit of a recap once the points went official at the St. John's after day 4. And I have to give credit to one Tom Sanders for I have bestowed the crown of fantasy fishing to him after the first event of the season. I will regain that crown once the second event is done. But for the first event, he not only took the title out of Such, myself, and himself in studio via Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, the Rapala version with 1,206 points between the three of us, and in Bassmaster's Mercury Drain the Lake, 1,874 points.
Wow.
Even that, Tom was on top of the entire Bassmaster staff in fantasy fishing. So what a great week for Tom Sanders. He has the crown of injustice this week, but someone who's he has the injustice from last week, but for this week, someone overall that is doing very well, because if you log on to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing or Mercury Drain the Lake during an event before weigh-in starts, we do have a live leaderboard going, and it updates per bass track. So every fish catch that's caught, your fantasy team will change, and you can see that happen live. So right now, I believe it's Abby Lander, maybe it's ABY Lander, is unofficially in the top of the leaderboard today because of Scott Canterbury in 22nd, Brandon Lester in 2nd, 4th place Brian Schmidt, Seth Fighter 16th, and Pat Schlapper in 1st place. I will say, Z, a lot of big names were at the top or at the bottom of the Bass Track leaderboards and buckets from the St. John's.
Was that picture of Tommy after he had that infatuation with Tony Romo when he wanted reconstructive surgery?
No, it wasn't.
That
was when I was recovering from all of that.
It was after. It was after the procedure. Yeah, Z, after his procedure, yes.
Oh, that was fun. You know,
Tony Romo.
I want to marinate in it now because I'll fall into a spiral of death in no time flat. I'd never forget how to underachieve. It's like riding a bicycle. Stryker Daily Trivia one more time for you today. Lake County was so named in 1887 because it is home to how many bodies of water? Has it got 250, 554, 798 lakes, or 1,735 lakes? That's possible. Man, all of that's possible. So think about it. Make your picks, and we'll pay it off after the break.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
About 15 minutes worth of live bass fishing left here. The SiteOne Elite, Harris Chain, our Stryker Daily Trivia question. We left you with this one. Lake County, where we are, was so named in 1887 because it is home to how many bodies of water? How many lakes? 250, 554, C, 798, or D, 1735? Z, I'll put it to you first.
It seems like D's a little heavy, like it would almost be the ocean. I'm going to go C, 798.
What'd you say, C, 798? Okay.
I'm going with 798 as well, but my thing is, what's a lake? What are they considering a lake? Is it everything with a boat ramp, or are they considering big pond? Like, what's a lake? That's the thing.
I wasn't around back then, so I don't know how they exactly determined that.
Ronnie's from there, so I'm going to go with him and say 798. Go with Z. We're all on 798. It's got to be it.
Well, A.
What?
Whoa!
Held on.
250 of them were named lakes back then.
I think they're just including little temporary
exactly. Big puddles,
Rain puddles? No, that's a lake. That's a lake.
All the horse troughs.
Gulf of Mexico.
Hey, Z, Tommy, Such, I thought I was coming into the studio last segment for the last time, but I had some more developments I needed to talk about, and so I wanted to talk about fantasy fishing. I wanted to throw Tom Sanders up there one more time, Z. Is that not the most regal picture we could get of him?
Well, what was interesting, no, it's not. And wait for it, Ronnie. What was interesting, we had a delightful dinner, Tommy Sanders, and he was insecure when he had reconstructive surgery.
Rightfully so.
I want to mix, yes, he goes, I want to look like Tony Romo with a slice of Jason Christie. And this is actually what Tommy looked like for a few years.
Worked out pretty good, didn't it? No, that's what I look like now.
The story is Tommy looked like this. He tried to transition and look like that, and good thing we were in the off season because he transitioned back, and they undid the surgery that they performed. You know, we had you with a Warren, Arkansas surgeon, and we had to take you to LA and get a real plastic surgeon.
You know, sometimes you just got to roll an extra couple of bucks, make it happen. Back down to Scott Martin, Lake Apopka.
Speaking of a mess, back to Scott Martin. I'll say my mom is disappointed in me. She texted me. My phone was not in my pocket. She said 250 named lakes and 1,735
she knew.
Her bodies of water.
There he is. Oh, wow.
Lake County born and raised.
Okay, let's see. So I got the answer for this.
He's a pretty good one. Nah, he's not that big. I thought he was gonna maybe like a 2.5. He's not gonna call. I don't think he will. I thought maybe he was a 2.5 when I saw him pinned up on there.
Those always make it in the boat, Z, it seems, especially on a tough day of losing possible big ones.
Yep.
This after 2.5 hours of waiting to get where he could finally fish with Scott Martin first thing this morning in a couple.
That's one of the males in there.
And in all honesty, if it wasn't trying enough that Scott had to wait about an hour and 20 minutes to get through that lock, again, Ronnie nailed it. And granted, we don't have all of the Bass Track numbers in yet. That right there is Scott's biggest fish of the day, but things went south from there.
God dang it!
This was the hardest one to take right here. Had his hands on the fish.
Oh my God. Oh, fuck! No!
One of those days for sure for Scott Martin. Let's take it back to John Cruz. We started our day with John Cruz this morning, first thing. The champion from the St. John's from last Sunday.
Could always be worse. There's guys like pre-tournament favorite Chris Johnson just filled his limit, 7.5 pounds.
Little guy, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like a bass, but smaller. Oh, Lord, stop that. I was trying to catch a 10, but that's a 10-incher, not a 10-pounder.
Bill Lowen has been off Bass
One
Track
right
all
there,
day.
it's
Just
a little
showed
guy.
up. 5 fish, 13 pounds, about 35th place.
Yeah, and we had, Ronnie talked about this. We also had Hackney and Apopka, and it kind of seems like that grimy, plinking around in those reeds kind of day for Hackney. We don't have any bass registered, but I've just kind of got a vibe he will have done damage in there.
Yeah, if Martin has had this many shots on goal, someone who maybe got into Apopka sooner than him maybe has had even more opportunity.
Yeah. And I was watching his track this morning. There was one area that he kind of squatted in for the better side of 2.5 hours.
I
So
think I
look for
can see in
Hackney
here,
to
but
be a
maybe I can.
factor.
That's the grass.
Got the weigh-in coming your way.
We're gonna go back around.
3:30 Eastern Time. Right here on Bassmaster.com.
Really sort of strange with John Cruz and David Mullins, who started off in Banana Cove with all the rest of the party that was going on. After those guys left,
Just flicking it around.
they have
So I
not
can
made
try to see
major
old
upgrades.
Shamu on the bed.
Mullins caught him good this morning. He's still hanging in the top 12.
I got a feeling some of these guys are pushing it. I see 3 anglers left in Apopka: Scott Martin, Luke Palmer, and Brad Watley. Brad Watley last pinged maybe 30 minutes ago, but he is in the second flight. So to be back by 4 Eastern, he needs to be in the lock in the next 25 minutes or so.
Absolutely needs to be in there in the next 25 if he checks in at 4.
Don't want to mess around and cut into a good day.
Nope.
It has been a great day for Benton and Lester. Some Florida confidence working in his favor, having won earlier at the Kissimmee Sunshine State. Got started early.
Going to be a sick montage with Benton Lester with some old school White Lion guitar riffs right here. Benton Lester starting out deep, coming up shallow in Dora, and a lot of bulk of his damage really was about a 90-minute sesh.
Welcome to Florida.
From mid-morning till about our midday break, a lot of Brandon Lester's upgrades were right around the midday period.
Kind of got a vibe at the Kissimmee chain to see how he rose up every single day for that open and handled the waves of fish spawning coming in. He was throwing a chatterbait, mixing in a lot of different things. I said it I said it to Such that week, Wednesday. I said, man, wouldn't it be something if Lester finally got his first win this week? He wins that event. This could be the season he goes on a streak, not just for winning an event maybe, but Angler of the Year. He has been so consistent, and that win could set something on fire for Lester.
His in the money ratio is 8 out of 10 times. He is in the money. It's very impressive.
Yeah, we said he may be the best angler who hasn't won.
I mean, it's going good. Obviously, it's slowed down a little bit this afternoon, but I'm just bouncing around. And honestly now, I mean, at this point, it would take a really good fish for me to be able to cull, so I went looking for a big sight fish for a couple of hours and saw a bunch of little males and stuff. So I know there's a lot of fish in these pads out here, and I just there's one little section right over there where I got several bites in practice, so I'm kind of fishing the outside edge of it now. I'm just kind of trying to get a feel for what's here to see if there's more fish coming, or because I might need this later on in the tournament. You never know. So just kind of trying some stuff and hoping to run into another great big one. This is a good way to do it, for sure.
Brandon Lester trying to do a little prospecting here late in the day. Maybe going to jump a big one. He said that's entirely a possibility. What we're going to do is take a quick break and come back to wrap things up right here.
Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Very near the end of our Bassmaster live coverage here from the Harris Chain of Lakes at the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite. That's the way the leaderboard, unofficial. All these scores are unofficial, not official until we get to the weigh-in. That's coming up in 30 minutes on Bassmaster.com, right here. In other words, Brandon Lester in second place, Pat Schlapper on top, Gross, Schmidt, Whitaker, Yellis, Hartman, Tyler Rivette, Hanselman, Brandon Card rounding out our top 10. There may be some unknown factors that appear at that weigh-in too, Mark Zona.
Yeah, we're going to take a look. Here's an aerial of where all of our anglers are at. You are right about that, Ron Moore. Brad Watley needs to start getting back near Leesburg, Florida. You see a lot of anglers starting to make their way back to our takeoff. And I think the one thing that is a for sure, if you watch the Bassmaster Elite Series and you've looked at Bass Track today, the infamous sight fishermen, the guys that just put their trolling motor down and sight fish from finish till end, that really did not play an enormous. Yep, there are going to be some big ones that were caught up a bed, but for the most part, the giant waves of females that everybody thought was a perfect collision with this weather did not happen, at least here on day number one.
Yeah, you're looking at one of the guys who really did well today, not doing that total looking for fish on bed situation. Brandon Lester making a move, as you mentioned a couple of times, the critical move first thing out of the box, couple of casts, and he was gone to what he's doing right here, basically, and cashed in.
Hey, when you've got the Drew Cooks, the Drew Bentons, John Cox, other guy, the Johnstons, who you know want to I spy them, when they're just kind of miring around 12 to 16 pounds, those big females did not have their nose against the bank all day today.
Spent a lot of time with John Cruz today as well, coming off his victory last week at the St. Johns River. We'll be back here tomorrow.
It was a weird day. It was a really strange day today.
The weigh-in coming up, as we say, at 3:30 p.m. right here on Bassmaster.com. We will be with you tomorrow morning for Friday's coverage, day number 2, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Saturday and Sunday as well. That on FS1, Fox Sports 1, and the Fox Sports app. And we look forward to having you as much as you can squeeze us in during the weekend here and tomorrow. For Bassmaster Live, we will see you tomorrow.
Huh?